Chapter 741 Wang Suilan goes mad with furious. The one who said this was Lin Shen. He stood up from his seat and looked at the silver-tongued woman with a cold expression. He probably already understood the reason behind it. It is likely that the uncle and aunt were once in love, but their relationship was opposed by the Wang family because of the aunt's lowly status. However, the uncle ultimately disregarded the family's objections and married the aunt. This matter also angered the elders of the Wang family. My uncle's lineage was expelled from the Wang family and came to Suzhou to take over a branch of the family. From then on, they settled down in Suzhou. However, although they have left the Wang family, they still have feelings for the Wang family because they grew up there. Therefore, every year during the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony, my uncle and his family would come to pay homage to their ancestors. However, he was also humiliated by some members of the Wang family, especially Wang Suilan. Afterwards, the two sides had a quarrel, which caused some unpleasantness, and the aunt was slapped by this woman. In a fit of anger, the uncle declared that he would sever all ties with the Wang family and would no longer attend future ancestral worship ceremonies. However, the aunt felt guilty, feeling that she had dragged the uncle down with her. That's why I want to try my best to mend the relationship between us. Similarly, the aunt also had deep feelings for the great-grandmother that Cici mentioned. That's why I wanted to come and pay my respects. Contrary to what Wang Suilan claimed, she did not want to climb the social ladder by coming to the Wang family or freeload off them. Lin Shen. Wang Cici felt a surge of emotion as she looked at Lin Shen, who spoke up for them. Xiao Shen, sit down quickly, auntie is fine. Li Wan immediately looked anxious. She didn't want Xiao Shen to offend the Wang family for her sake. That's a behemoth in Yanjing. Auntie, don't worry, I will get justice for you today. Lin Shen smiled slightly at Li Wan and indicated that his aunt didn't need to worry about him. Upon hearing this, Li Wan's worries only increased. Xiao Shen, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm really fine. Li Wan said. Lin Shen simply smiled, then looked at Wang Suilan on the stage, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. When Wang Suilan saw that someone dared to talk back to her, her eyebrows shot up and she said with a gloomy expression, "Boy, who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? If you hadn't asked, who would believe you? Did you think these words came from a beast, not a human?" Lin Shen responded calmly. Her tone lacked Wang Suilan's aggressiveness and domineering nature. It was as calm as lukewarm water, yet it was as if she could deflect 1,000 pounds with a mere ounce of force. Just one sentence made Wang Suilan feel a tightness in her chest. You. Wang Suilan's face flushed red, and she pointed at Lin Shen, shrilly, "Who are you calling a beast? Watch your mouth." Hee, listen to who's shouting the loudest here. Whoever has no manners at all is an animal. Lin Shen smiled calmly as before. Snort. Wang Suilan was so angry that she almost vomited blood, and a muffled groan came from her throat. She clutched her chest, calming herself for a long while before gritting her teeth and saying, "What a sharp-tongued brat, I bet you're just like them, coming here to freeload if you want food, get out of here and beg. Did you eat shit in your mouth? You haven't said a single clean word since just now." Lin Shen frowned and fanned his nose in disgust, as if he really smelled the stench. Put. Many guests burst out laughing at Lin Shen's actions, never expecting this young man to be so sharp-tongued. Ah! Wang Suilan was so angry that she went berserk and screamed on the spot. Over the years, she has never lost a verbal battle, and no one has ever dared to insult her like that. Today, she's determined to skin this brat alive. 742, Chapter 742 Vicious. Good, very good. Wang Suilan gritted her teeth, her sharp and sarcastic voice echoing throughout the banquet hall through the microphone. "Boy, do you think you can distort the truth with your few sophistry? I'm telling you, of everyone here, they only believe what I say." So what? Lin Shen looked at Wang Suilan indifferently and said, "As long as I believe in them, that's enough." A powerful statement. This caused everyone present to tremble slightly. You, who do you think you are? Wang Suilan looked fierce. Who does this kid think he is, the overlord of Yanjing, or the commander-in-chief of the war zone? What do you mean, as long as he believes it? They completely disregarded her and the Wang family. You arrogant brat, do you really think you're someone special? Wang Suilan sneered, then turned her attention directly to Li Wan's family. Li Wan, where did you find this young man? He's quite the actor. Just like your family, you clearly value the Wang family's status and wealth in Yanjing, yet you grandly claim that you're only here to pay respects to your ancestors, and keep saying you can't forget your grandmother. Don't forget, you're the one who killed grandmother back then. If you hadn't insisted on marrying my cousin, causing him to be kicked out of the Wang family, would she have developed severe depression from the stress? It wasn't Mei didn't mean to kill Granny Wang. Li Wan's eyes immediately turned red. Granny Wang was her Achilles heel. Ha, if it wasn't you, then who else could it be? You're such a master of disguise. Wang Suilan said viciously. She knew her words had struck a nerve with Li Wan. I really didn't. Li Wan kept shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. She always felt guilty about what happened to Granny Wang. If she had chosen to let go and separate from Delay back then. Delay will not leave the Wang family. Grandma Wang wouldn't have developed severe depression because of this incident, and wouldn't have ultimately left them. It was her fault. It's all her fault. Heh, don't try to play the victim and gain sympathy. Taking advantage of the situation, Wang Suilan intensified her attack, saying venomously, if you hadn't killed her, why are you crying? You're just feeling guilty and ashamed. You disgusting woman. I really didn't. Li Wan has completely broken down. Mom, don't be sad anymore. Your great-grandmother's death has nothing to do with you. It was all the Wang family's fault. Wang Sisi had no time to pay attention to Wang Suilan's words. Seeing her mother crying so sadly, her eyes also reddened as she comforted her. They forced you and Dad to separate, and Dad didn't want to let go of your hand. None of this has anything to do with you. It's the Wang family that's cold-blooded and ruthless. They kicked Dad and Grandpa out. I've always heard you say that your great-grandmother really approves of your relationship with Dad and tried her best to make it happen. So, she must have been very happy to see you two walk down the aisle. There must be another reason why she left us. Maybe it's the Wang family who made him angry. In this family where men were once superior to women, and with my great-grandfather and his family being extremely domineering and not allowing anyone to disobey them, it's no wonder my great-grandmother was in a bad mood. Daughter, thank you. Li Wan raised her tear-reddened eyes and looked at Wang Sisi. Wang Suilan watched, her eyes growing increasingly vicious, and she angrily cursed, a pair of dog mother and daughter. What are you pretending to be so affectionate for? Who are you trying to fool? Li Wan's body trembled violently. You! Upon hearing the vile insults, Wang Sisi's face turned deathly pale with anger. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. Finally, they could no longer tolerate it. He pulled out the chair behind him and walked towards the stage, coming up to Wang Suilan. Hey kid, who gave you permission to come up here? Wang Suilan looked at Lin Xian, who walked up to her and immediately rebuked him angrily. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he slapped the woman across the face. 743, Chapter 743. Who brought them in? Snap. A crisp slap echoed through the room. Everyone stared at Lin Xian in shock. Before this, they never dreamed that someone would dare to slap the Wang family in the face. Wang Sisi's eyes trembled, and she covered her mouth with both hands. Li Wan also looked incredulous. But this surprise quickly turned into deep concern. You brat, how dare you hit me? The moment Li Wan's worries began, Wang Suilan let out a piercing scream. Do you know what? No one has ever hit you in your life. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, it bared its teeth and claws, about to scratch Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian remained expressionless and slapped him again with his backhand. Snap. It was that crisp sound of a slap again. A bright red five-finger mark immediately appeared on the other half of Wang Suilan's face. Wang Suilan was completely stunned, her mind was buzzing, and her outstretched hand froze in midair. The entire venue was completely silent. This silence did not last long. Then, Wang Suilan's frantic screams shattered the silence. I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian, come back quickly, let's go. At this moment, Wang Sisi, realizing that something was very wrong, anxiously shouted towards the stage. Trying to leave, men, surround him. Wang Suilan roared. Immediately, more than a dozen Wang family guards walked onto the stage and surrounded Lin Xian. Oh no! Wang Sisi and her daughter's expressions changed. The old butler, who was not far away, frowned as he watched the scene on the stage. At this moment, many members of the Wang family also spoke in low voices. Boy, how dare you cause trouble in our Wang family and even lay a hand on our family members. Today, for the sake of my ancestors, we'll spare your hand that used to strike, and we can let you go. Ha, leave my hand behind, I am afraid you're not qualified. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian gave a cold laugh. Originally, he did not want to cause trouble at the Wang family's residence. After all, this is Yutong's family. However, this woman named Wang Suilan has gone too far. Not only did they smear Wang Sisi's family, but they also insulted them in front of so many guests, calling them a pair of dog mother and daughter. How could he possibly tolerate this? What an arrogant brat! The Wang family sneered. Wang Suilan was so angry she could hardly breathe then, as if remembering something, a sinister glint flashed in her eyes, and she asked in a deep voice, who sent that kid the invitation? These words were spoken. The room fell silent immediately. The members of the Wang family looked at each other, all indicating that they did not recognize Lin Xian at all. No need to look anymore, no one sent me an invitation. Lin Xian spoke calmly. No invitation? Wang Suilan was taken aback, then immediately revealed a sinister sneer, so it seems you sneaked in? I walked in through the gates of your Wang family, openly and honestly. Lin Xian said indifferently. Walk in openly and honestly? Wang Suilan's smile became even more sinister. That I'd like to ask, who was so bold as to bring you and that mother and daughter dog in here? After saying that, she directly questioned the audience loudly. Who brought them in? These words were spoken. The room fell silent once again. Putting aside the fact that this matter is unrelated to them, even if it were, no one would dare to provoke Wang Suilan at this moment. They're now part of the Wang family's management. Upon seeing this, Wang Suilan's eyes immediately revealed a smug look. It was as if it was telling Lin Xian, see, this is my status in the Wang family, nobody dares to acknowledge it. When Steward Wang realized the matter was escalating, he hesitated whether to speak up. A cold voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of the banquet hall, I brought them in. 744, Chapter 744. The collar is wrinkled. The sudden, cold voice drew the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked toward the entrance of the banquet hall. The next second, a look of deep surprise appeared in his eyes. Because the one who said that was none other than someone else. It is none other than Wang Yutong, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Wang Suilan also looked incredulously at Wang Yutong at the entrance of the banquet hall. Miss, it's you? I brought them in, do you have a problem with that? Wang Yutong walked in gracefully in her high heels, her face cold. The powerful aura made everyone present hold their breath. Wang Suilan's face turned pale. All eyes followed Wang Yutong. Wang Yutong, her face icy, walked up to the podium and stood before Wang Suilan. Wang Suilan's heart trembled again looking at the young lady before her, whose eyes were filled with coldness. She said in a trembling voice, Missy didn't know they were brought in by you, but Wang Sisi and her family are. What, you have a problem with my decision? Wang Yutong frowned, her tone becoming even colder. The powerful aura made Wang Suilan tremble uncontrollably, and she was about to kneel down before Wang Yutong. And no, I wouldn't dare, miss. Wang Suilan shook her head, trembling. Then shut up. Wang Yutong said coldly. Yes, miss. Wang Suilan lowered her head in fear. Seeing this, the coldness in Wang Yutong's eyes subsided somewhat. She then looked at Lin Xian beside her and immediately gave him an affectionate smile. Brother Lin Xian, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Hiss. Brother Lin Xian? These words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. Everyone present gasped in shock. Wang Yutong actually called Lin Xian brother? And they're so intimate? You should know that in their impression, the eldest daughter of the Wang family was just as cold as Su Baimo. He has never shown any tenderness towards the opposite sex, and he always finds it annoying to even glance at them. However, this is the attitude they have towards this kid right now. At this moment, not only the guests present were shocked. The Wang family members were stunned, as if struck by lightning. As members of the Wang family, no one understood the young lady's personality better than them. Normally, even if they glanced at the young lady, they would be met with a cold stare from her. However, at this moment, the young lady is. Wang Cici and Li Wan, sitting in the audience, also covered their mouths in surprise. It turns out that the young lady the old butler was referring to was Miss Wang Yutong. Wang Cici's gaze trembled violently as she looked at Wang Yutong on stage, who affectionately called Lin Xian brother. What exactly is their relationship? Why she had never heard Lin Xian mention this before. The room fell completely silent. Everyone stared at the two people in the arena with shock and disbelief. They speculated about their relationship. Lin Xian naturally sensed the surprise of the crowd below the stage, and immediately shook his head with a smile, saying, Yutong, your calling me brother really scared them all. He knew that Yutong was doing this to support him. A warm feeling flowed through my heart. Yutong doesn't care what they think. Wang Yutong pouted her lips and noticed the slight wrinkles on Lin Xian's shirt collar as she spoke. She said softly, Brother Lin Xian, your collar is a little wrinkled. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian looked down and indeed found some wrinkles on the left side of the collar. I suppose I wasn't paying attention when I left home. He was about to reach out and straighten it. Let Yutong do it. Wang Yutong spoke softly. After speaking, she stretched out her slender hands and gently smoothed the wrinkles in Lin Xian's collar like a well-behaved young wife. Everyone saw it. At this moment, the arena was undoubtedly even more silent. 745, Chapter 745 Lawsuit. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one expected that Wang Yutong would treat a man like this. So how exactly is their relationship? Amidst everyone's speculation, Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong, who was straightening his collar, and a gentle look appeared in his eyes. He said softly, Thank you, Yutong. He knew that Yutong was doing all this to support him. Why thank me, you are my brother Lin Xian, this is what I should do. Wang Yutong smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. Wang Suilan, who was standing to the side, saw this and her face turned deathly pale. Thinking about how she had treated Lin Xian earlier, a deep chill seeped straight into my heart. Why is it so quiet on such a grand occasion? Just then, a deep, resonant laugh rang out from the doorway. A middle-aged man dressed in a white robe and with a dignified expression walked in. It's the Wang family head, and the old master. Everyone's eyes flickered. The person who arrived was none other than Wang Tian, the head of the Wang family. Behind him stood an elderly man with white hair, also smiling broadly. This person was Wang Tian's father, and Wang Yutong's grandfather, Wang Xian. After paying respects to their ancestors, the two arrived at the banquet hall. Master, grandfather. The Wang family members hurriedly stood up, their faces full of respect. No need for formalities. Wang Tian smiled and waved his hand. On this special day, there's no need for formalities. Yes, sir. The Wang family members said this, and then sat down. Yutong, why is it so quiet here, did something happen? Wang Tian looked up at Wang Yutong on the stage and asked kindly. He dotes on his precious daughter. Dad, someone was bullying brother Lin Xian just now. Wang Yutong said, her eyes regaining some of their coldness. Who is it? Upon hearing this, Wang Tian frowned slightly. Leaving aside his daughter's feelings for Lin Xian, he, as her father, understood them perfectly well. The Lin family and the Wang family were once considered to be old friends. When Lin Xian and Yutong were young, Lin Xian took good care of Yutong, which he, as her father, witnessed firsthand. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing about this. It's Wang Suilan. Wang Yutong looked at Wang Suilan in front of her, her tone icy. Upon being singled out by Wang Yutong, Wang Suilan's body trembled violently. He immediately explained to Wang Tian, "Master, that's not how it happened, it was that brat who started the trouble and beat me up." "Sir, look, my face is swollen from his beating. And, moreover." "And what?" Wang Tian frowned deeply. "And that kid even brought Li Wan and her daughter to cause trouble." Wang Suilan filed a lawsuit. Li Wan and her daughter? Upon hearing this, Wang Tian's eyes flickered. "Yes, sir, they are sitting right there." Wang Suilan quickly pointed to Li Wan and Wang Sisi in the corner of the seats, wanting to atone for her mistake. Wang Tian looked in the direction Wang Suilan pointed. Sure enough, I saw Li Wan and Wang Sisi. At that moment, the two were stared at by Wang Tian and their faces turned pale with fright. Li Wan lowered her head in fear, not daring to meet Wang Tian's gaze. Wang Sisi bit her lip tightly with her pearly teeth. She didn't want her mother to be wronged, nor did she want Lin Xian to be implicated. Mustering her courage, she stood up and said to Wang Tian, "Patriarch Wang, we didn't cause any trouble, it was Wang Suilan who insulted me and my mother Lin Xian couldn't stand it and that's why he hit her. This has nothing to do with Lin Xian, nor with my mother. If you want to punish someone, punish me." 746, Chapter 746 What can we use to fight her? Wang Sisi's voice rang out in the banquet hall. At that moment, she mustered her courage. Wang Tian frowned. "Sir, don't listen to her excuses. This girl is just like her mother, she's good at pretending and at gaining other people's sympathy." Wang Suilan interrupted sharply. She would never let the master know the truth. Otherwise, she would be in big trouble. Disrupting the family's ancestral worship ceremony. The consequences are quite serious. Wang Suilan, our family has never provoked you, so why are you making things so difficult for us? Faced with Wang Suilan's blatant lies, Wang Sisi became emotional, and her eyes reddened slightly. In previous years, the ancestral worship ceremony was very peaceful. Their family never intended to cause trouble at the Wang family's home. Each time, they would come silently, pay respects to their ancestors, offer incense to each of them, and then leave. Until 3 years ago. At that time, Wang Suilan, who was in power in the Wang family, began to make things difficult for them in every way, including for her father and grandfather. Perhaps it was because when her father and grandfather were still in the Wang family, their status was higher than Wang Suilan's, which made Wang Suilan show a humble attitude when facing them. So now she wants to take it all back. However, her father and grandfather never made things difficult for her back then, and they were always very polite to everyone in the family. However, Wang Suilan clung to her father and grandfather like a mad dog. Every time, it was with extremely insulting language. If it weren't for Wang Suilan's interference, their family's relationship with the Wang family wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. During last year's ancestral worship ceremony, Wang Suilan slapped her mother hard, which angered her father and grandfather so much that they severed all ties with the Wang family and stopped attending even the most important ancestral worship ceremony. Therefore, she really hated Wang Suilan. However, as a mere member of a branch family, she had no chance against Wang Suilan. The Wang family wouldn't believe what she said. Therefore, they could only swallow their anger. However, her and her mother's forbearance only resulted in the other party becoming even more aggressive. This time, Wang Suilan went even further, publicly smearing them during the ceremony, attempting to make them unable to hold their heads high in Yanjing for the rest of their lives. Wang Suilan saw that Wang Sisi's eyes were red and she was showing signs of emotional collapse, while the malice surging in the depths of her eyes grew stronger. She gritted her teeth and sneered, "Me, making things difficult for you? I ask you, who was it that made such a bold statement during the last ancestral worship ceremony, saying that they would completely sever ties with our Wang family and never have anything to do with us again? And who was it that had the audacity to sneak into the ceremony today without receiving an invitation from the Wang family, following this kid? I only said what I was supposed to say and fulfilled my responsibilities. How did that become me making things difficult for you? You're clearly talking nonsense." Faced with Wang Suilan's distortion of the truth, Wang Sisi was so angry that her chest heaved. With so many eyes watching, I'd like to see who's spouting nonsense. Wang Suilan gave a cold laugh. After saying that, he shouted loudly to the crowd below the stage, "Everyone, you must have all seen what just happened. Today, let's all be the judges and see who is really distorting the truth." Wang Suilan was filled with righteous indignation. A sinister glint flashed in the depths of his eyes at that moment. It's not that she's truly righteous. In her view, given her status in the Wang family, the guests present would naturally side with her. This wild girl, what can we do against her? 747, Chapter 747. I believe she is innocent. That's right, Patriarch Wang, Ms. Wang Suilan was indeed just fulfilling her duties. At this moment, someone in the audience responded. It was this mother and daughter who didn't have invitations and sneaked into the ceremony to freeload, and Ms. Wang Suilan just happened to catch them red-handed. He is the CEO of a company in Yanjing, and recently he has been trying to get close to the Wang family in order to secure a cooperative project with them. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't let this excellent opportunity slip by. And then one person started it. Others who wanted to curry favor with the Wang family also responded in kind. Master Wang, we also saw that it was this mother and daughter causing trouble here. They were verbally abusing Ms. Wang Suilan. Patriarch Wang, please don't be deceived by their delicate appearance. This mother and daughter are complete liars. Yes, Patriarch Wang, I can testify for Ms. Wang Suilan. Master, I saw it too. At this moment, the eldest elder of the Wang family also stepped forward to testify. Moreover, it was that brat Lin Xian who hit Wang Suilan. He already had a grudge against Lin Xian, and last time in front of the Nine Directions Pavilion City Gate, he suffered a severe defeat at the hands of this kid. This time, we certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. He knew the old man was looking for an opportunity to take revenge. However, before he could speak, Wang Yutan's icy voice rang out, "Elder, are you making factual accusations, or are you plotting revenge?" "Young miss, of course I'm just stating the facts." The Grand Elder looked solemn. Snort. Wang Yutong snorted coldly and ignored the old man. In my heart, however, I had already made a certain decision. My lord, you must have heard what the guests and the elder said just now. I was really just doing my duty. Please see the truth. At this moment, Wang Suilan seized the opportunity to speak. She seemed so open and honest, anyone who didn't know better would really think she was thinking a lot about the Wang family. Yes, Patriarch Wang, Ms. Wang Suilan is right. A small number of entrepreneurs in the audience spoke up for him. However, the vast majority of people present still had some conscience. However, they dared not offend Wang Suilan. Therefore, they all chose to remain silent. Lin Xian looked down at the audience, at the entrepreneurs who were constantly smearing Wang Sisi and her daughter for their own benefit. I memorized their faces one by one. These people are unaware that Lin Xian has already sentenced them to death. They all spoke up for Wang Suilan, trying to get her to remember their faces so that they could secure future project collaborations with the Wang family. After all, although Wang Suilan was not the backbone of the Wang family, she was still a member of the management team. They have complete say in some project contracts. With the support of the Grand Elder and others, Wang Suilan was undoubtedly full of confidence. She held her chin high, looking down at Wang Sisi in the audience. That bitch, let's fight her. The smugness in her eyes was undisguised. Wang Sisi's pretty face turned pale. She bit her lip so hard that it drew blood. Faced with this absolute fact, all her explanations seemed utterly pale. Lin Xian saw this, and a deep, cold glint flashed in his eyes. He was about to speak up and demand justice for Wang Sisi. At this moment, Wang Yutong's cool voice, carrying a hint of assertiveness, slowly rang out from the side. I believe Miss Wang Sisi is innocent. 748, Chapter 748. The powerful Wang Yutong. These words were spoken. It was as if a verdict had been delivered on this controversy. At the same time, it also marked the end. What? Miss Wang actually chose to stand on Wang Sisi's side? All the guests present held their breath. Wang Cici's gaze also trembled violently. The heart that had fallen into despair was rekindled with hope. She looked at Wang Yutong on the stage with a hint of gratitude. At this moment, Wang Yutong looked at the repulsive Wang Suilan with icy eyes and said, "I know what kind of person you are, Wang Suilan. I believe what Miss Wang Cici said and I believe she won't lie." Wang Suilan got to where she is today entirely through her methods and tricks. Wang Yutong was always very clear about this. However, since she had neither done anything wrong nor made any mistakes, she usually turned a blind eye and didn't hold it against her. But today, Wang Suilan's actions have crossed her bottom line. Today, Wang Suilan can tell outrageous lies in front of everyone, and even use her status in the Wang family to incite others to lie with her. In the future, she might use the same methods on the Wang family. This is something she will never tolerate. Young Miss, Wang Suilan's eyes trembled, and her face turned pale again. Seeing that the situation was not good, the first elder spoke up for Wang Suilan. "Miss, is what you are doing somewhat inappropriate? Wang Suilan is, after all, a member of our Wang family, and she does things with our family's best interests at heart. Your siding with outsiders like this is really disheartening." "So, elder, you mean I should aid and abet evil?" Wang Cici retorted, her eyes filled with coldness. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that I feel that as the eldest daughter, you should consider the Wang family more. Only in this way can we unite people's hearts," the Grand Elder said. On the surface, it appears to be a concession, but in reality, it's a strategic retreat to advance, using the family's highest position to relentlessly pressure Wang Yutong and force her to compromise. Although he was the eldest elder of the Wang family, he was also divided into factions. Wang Suilan was a member of his faction. He couldn't just stand by and watch, losing such a key player. "Elder, you don't need to talk to me like that. I know what you're up to. If you insist on protecting Wang Suilan today, then I will dismiss you as well," Wang Yutong responded. His indifferent voice carried the domineering air of someone in a superior position. 2 days ago, when she was in front of the Jiufang Pavilion city gate, she had already thought about dismissing this old man. This old guy not only targeted Lin Xian's brother at every turn, but also used his seniority in the family to suppress capable juniors and promote his subordinates to higher positions. I believe my father is aware of this as well. However, due to his status as the Grand Elder, they were afraid that punishing him would shake the morale of the people, so they had not taken any action. However, this time, she decided to take this opportunity to give this old man a good talking to and make him behave better in the family in the future. At the same time, it's also to establish authority. Let those who oppose her understand who the future head of the family is. "Young miss, you." The Grand Elder's expression changed. As a cunning old fox, he instantly understood the young lady's intention. The young lady is trying to use him to establish her authority. However, does he really think Wang Lin is a pushover who can be easily manipulated? Using him to establish authority is acceptable. But he also wanted to cripple the other party. The elder narrowed his eyes. A ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. 749, Chapter 749 Suppression. "Young miss, are you trying to establish your authority by using me?" Wang Lin looked at Wang Yutong and asked in a deep voice. He made no attempt to hide his true feelings at that moment. "Elder, I am only handling this matter based on the principle of fairness," Wang Yutong said calmly. "Fair?" Wang Lin sneered. "What is fairness? In this world, might makes right. You should also know what I have done for the Wang family over the past few decades. Today, you're going to dismiss me from my post for the sake of such a brat and two people who have long since lost all ties with the Wang family. I am afraid that's disheartening and hard to convince the public." "Heartbreaking?" Wang Yutong's lips curled into a cold smile, her aura powerful. "If I, as the eldest daughter of the Wang family, were to act without distinguishing right from wrong, that would be truly disheartening, and truly unconvincing. After I do this, do you think my words and actions will still have any credibility in the tribe?" Faced with Wang Yutong's questioning, Wang Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the young lady, at such a young age, would speak so sharply, leaving him momentarily speechless. "However, you're still a bit too green to compete with him. Young miss, I know you are fair and just, but don't forget who expelled their family from the Wang family in the first place. That was the decision of the previous patriarch, and also your great-grandfather. Do you want his spirit in heaven to be unable to find solace on this day of ancestral worship? Wang Lin responded. A few sharp words instantly placed Wang Yutong in a position of being unfilial. Wang Yutong frowned slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He said in a cold tone, Elder, you've really mastered the art of substitution. Indeed, my great-grandfather gave this order back then. But, as our ancestors have said, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Moreover, all rules are based on the premise of prioritizing the interests of the Wang family. Letting Li Wan and her daughter come in to pay respects to our ancestors doesn't harm the Wang family's interests, and it also demonstrates the magnanimity of the Wang family. What's wrong with that? But they're here to cause trouble today. Wang Lin's arguments were illogical and unfounded. Making trouble, but what I see is Wang Suilan being aggressive. Wang Yutong said coldly. Young miss, there are so many eyes watching, and they have all come forward to testify. How could there be a mistake? Wang Lin brought out the crowd. Can a few people who want to curry favor with my Wang family represent everyone? Wang Yutong sneered, in my opinion, if we're going to settle this, we should let everyone here settle it. I want to see who's really causing trouble. That resounding sentence caused Wang Lin's expression to change once again. The young lady's sharpness and assertiveness were clearly something he hadn't expected. For a time, he was repeatedly at a disadvantage. Lin Shen looked at Wang Yutong, who was now exuding a powerful aura, and a hint of surprise appeared in his heart. This was completely different from the girl who always addressed him as Brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong is now fully capable of handling things on her own. This made him feel gratified and warmed his heart. Warm-hearted Wang Yutong still calls him Brother Lin Xian like she did when she was a child, and they have a close relationship. She did not distance herself from him after she grew up and became the eldest daughter of the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Lin's deep voice, tinged with anger, slowly rang out. Young miss, don't forget your place. You should speak up for the Wang family, not for a few outsiders. 750, Chapter 750 Decline in Dominance. Elder, you're the one who needs to be mindful of your status. Don't forget, I am the eldest daughter of the Wang family, the future head of the family. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Wang Yutong spoke each word clearly, her gaze sharp and cold as she stared directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's lips twitched, his eyes turning gloomy. Young miss, although you are the young lady, don't forget that I am still your elder, an elder appointed by the old patriarch. Back then, he was highly regarded by the previous patriarch and was appointed as a family elder. In terms of seniority, he was of the same generation as the old patriarch, who was Wang Yutong's grandfather. Even the former and current patriarchs dare not do anything to him. Today, however, I am being suppressed at every turn by a mere young girl. This made him feel angry. My inner thoughts are no longer hidden. Elder, are you trying to use your seniority to pressure me? Wang Yutong's tone was icy. I wouldn't dare, miss. Wang Lin spoke, but his tone was quite clear. If you don't dare to, why say it in the first place? Wang Yutong questioned, her tone growing stronger rather than weaker. Just because you said it means you had that intention. Don't forget, you're just an elder, while I am the future head of the family. What you should have done was to assist me, not to betray me in front of all the guests and put me in an unjust position. A few words instantly turned the tide. Being labeled unjust caught Wang Lin off guard, and he quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Miss, that's not what I meant. Then do you know your mistake? Wang Yutong questioned. I know I was wrong. Wang Lin had no choice but to admit defeat. Well, considering your contributions to the Wang family, I'll let it go this time. Just remember, don't let it happen again. Wang Yutong gave a warning and then looked at Wang Suilan. Under the sharp gaze of the young lady, Wang Suilan's face instantly turned pale with fright, and she looked to elder Wang Lin for help. Wang Lin was in dire straits himself at the moment, so he had no choice but to pretend he hadn't seen anything. As Wang Yutong said, he was at best just an elder in the family. Even if seniority matters, one cannot confuse one's status. Furthermore, the young lady's personality is undoubtedly more decisive and efficient than that of her father and grandfather. He was terrified that the young lady might actually dismiss him from his position in a fit of anger. If one Wang Suilan is gone, another can be trained. If I lose my position as Grand Elder, then it's really all over. Seeing that the Grand Elder was deliberately avoiding her gaze, Wang Suilan's face turned even paler, and her body swayed precariously. She knew she was finished. Wang Suilan, I ask you, why are you distorting the truth? At that moment, Wang Yutong's icy voice rang in her ears. Wang Suilan's body trembled violently, and she said, "Tu didn't still dare to argue?" Wang Yutong emphasized her words. "I was wrong, miss, I'll never do it again." Wang Suilan was so frightened that her legs went weak and she knelt down with a thud. "Next time, you want a next time?" Wang Yutong stared coldly at Wang Suilan. "Wang Suilan, in order to vent your personal grievances, you abused the power of the family, openly framed Wang Sisi and her daughter, and disrupted the peace within my Wang family. Do you think I, as a young lady from a wealthy family, should keep you here? Young miss, spare me, young miss, spare me." Wang Suilan trembled violently and begged desperately. "Spare my life, if this is your first offense, then I might let it go." Wang Yutong said coldly, "But as far as I know, this is not the first time you have done this. In previous years, during the ancestral worship ceremony, you took advantage of my father and me being away to use your power to bully and humiliate Wang Sisi's family, and even physically assaulted them and drove them away. Although Wang Sisi's family is no longer part of my main family, they are still related to my Wang family by blood. Furthermore, they have no ill intentions towards my Wang family. They have been living honestly and dutifully in the Suzhou branch of the family all these years. It is perfectly reasonable to let them come back to pay respects to our ancestors. And yet you have repeatedly interfered. I'm asking you, why did you do this? What did that family ever do to offend you? Or are you saying that by openly driving away and humiliating my Wang family's former members in front of all the guests, you want to give my Wang family a reputation for being unrighteous and heartless?" 751, Chapter 751 Severe Punishment. No, I don't have a young lady. I didn't do anything. IHE even slapped me twice in the face. Wang Suilan, desperate and grasping at straws, pointed at Lin Xian and said, "You mean Lin Xian hit you?" Wang Yutong frowned. "That's right, he's the one who hit me. Everyone here can testify to that," Wang Suilan said, trying to salvage the situation with this. However, given the current one-sided situation, and the fact that many people present were already dissatisfied with Wang Suilan's actions, the situation was quite different. Therefore, they all shook their heads, indicating that they did not see it. "Really, did that young man make a move? I didn't see it." "I didn't see it either. That woman must have bumped into it by accident somewhere." "You." Wang Suilan was so angry she was practically fuming. "Mr. Li, you must have seen it just now, right? You also said that it was Wang Sisi and her daughter who caused trouble first." At this moment, Wang Suilan remembered the several business executives who had been fawning over her earlier. Did I just say that?" Mr. Li was immediately startled and broke out in a cold sweat, shaking his head repeatedly. At a time like this, he would rather stay far away from Wang Suilan than have anything to do with her. "You." Wang Suilan paused for a moment, then looked at General Manager Zhang. Before she could speak, Mr. Zhang hurriedly shook his head. "I didn't see it, like them, I only saw that you fell by accident. If you fall, there won't be any handprints." But right now, he couldn't care less about any of that. The most important thing was to sever ties with Wang Suilan as soon as possible. "You bunch of bastards." Wang Suilan trembled with anger. Wang Yutong's expression was indifferent. This time, she also let Wang Suilan taste what it felt like to be falsely accused. "Wang Suilan, everyone thinks this way now, what else do you have to say?" Wang Yutong spoke in a cold voice. "Young miss, please give me another chance." Wang Suilan crawled on her knees to Wang Yutong and begged. Yutong remained unmoved, her voice filled with icy coldness. According to clan rules, what kind of punishment should be imposed on those who maliciously disrupt the stability and unity of the clan? Young miss, no. Wang Suilan was drenched in cold sweat, and almost fainted upon hearing this. Those who maliciously disrupt family stability and unity. According to clan rules, he would be severely punished with 100 strokes of the cane and then permanently expelled from the royal family. Not to mention that after receiving 100 lashes, he would be half dead. Being expelled from the Wang family was something she absolutely could not bear. Men, execute this order immediately. Ignoring Wang Suilan's pleas for mercy, Wang Yutong gave the order. Yes, miss. Immediately, 2 guards from the Wang family came up. No, miss. Wang Suilan clung tightly to Wang Yutong's leg, refusing to let go. Wang Yutong's gaze grew increasingly icy. Everyone present was deeply shaken. I was deeply impressed by the decisiveness and clear sense of right and wrong of this eldest daughter of the Wang family. Wang Sisi and Li Wan's eyes also flickered intensely as they looked at Wang Yutong on the stage. At that moment, they were captivated by Wang Yutong's charisma. Wang Tian saw this and was very satisfied with his daughter's performance. This girl is truly surpassing her teacher. And so, amidst Wang Suilan's screams, the Wang family guards were about to take her off the field for severe punishment. Just then, a man's light laughter suddenly came from the entrance of the banquet hall. What's all this commotion? Looks like I'm a bit late. 752, Chapter 752. So you were here. All eyes turned toward the hall. The next second, everyone was shocked. It's Han Feng. The person who arrived was none other than Han Feng, the master of the Nine Directions Pavilion. They never expected that Han Feng would be invited to the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony. Not just the guests present. At this moment, even the Wang family members were shocked. Every year, they would send an invitation to Jiufang Pavilion. The Nine Directions Pavilion will also send an elder to the event. But this time, it was Han Feng who came in person. This made their Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony seem a bit more splendid. After all, Jiufang Pavilion's reputation in Yanjing was already well known. Their power even surpasses that of the Su family. Why is Han Feng here? However, Wang Yutong's expression immediately turned ugly. She was well aware of the conflict between Han Feng and Lin Xian's brother. 2 days ago, the conflict was finally resolved thanks to the intervention of the 4 war gods. This time, with the 4 war gods absent, Han Feng will probably. Thinking of this, Wang Yutong immediately said anxiously to Lin Xian beside her, Brother Lin Xian, it's Han Feng, you should go down and hide quickly. She never expected Han Feng to come. It's okay, Yutong. Lin Xian gave Wang Yutong a reassuring smile. The two were talking in hushed tones. Wang Suilan and Elder Wang Lin heard everything. The two were immediately overjoyed. Wang Lin knew about the relationship between Lin Xian and Han Feng. 2 days ago, Han Feng issued a kill order in order to eliminate Lin Xian. Afterwards, if it weren't for the intervention of the 4 war gods, this kid would probably have already gone to meet the King of Hell. He was also present at the time. Now that these two enemies have met, there's bound to be a good show. Wang Suilan, as if grasping at a straw, shouted at Han Feng, Sect Leader Han, help me. The sound immediately startled Han Feng. Immediately, he looked towards the podium. Shut up. Wang Yutong's expression suddenly changed. Now, even if Brother Lin Xian wanted to hide, it was too late. At this moment, Wang Suilan only wanted to survive and didn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. She completely ignored Wang Yutong and kept shouting at Han Feng, Sect Leader Han, I am Wang Suilan, we've met before, I'm the one who delivered the invitation to you. Han Feng frowned. He didn't remember the face at all. His attendance at the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony today was not out of respect for the Wang family, but rather out of respect for Mr. Lin. He has something to tell Mr. Lin. Coincidentally, Mr. Lin attended the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony. That's why he came all this way. It's Mr. Lin. However, the next second, Han Feng's eyes flickered. On the stage, he found Mr. Lin. Without saying a word, he immediately walked towards the podium. Oh no! Wang Yutong's delicate body trembled violently. Han Feng is here for brother Lin Xian. Wang Suilan saw that Han Feng walked straight onto the stage without saying a word after hearing her voice. A surge of intense surprise also erupted in his eyes. Now, she's saved. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Han Feng came up to the podium and stood in front of Lin Xian. Pavilion Master Han, thank you for saving Mei was wronged. It was him, he caused trouble at my royal family's grand ceremony and then framed me. Wang Suilan trembled with excitement as she pointed at Lin Xian and splashed dirty water all over him. Wang Yutong's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. At that moment, she wished she could kill Wang Suilan. Sure enough, a leopard can't change its spots. Hey! Upon seeing this, Wang Lin felt a sinister sneer rise in his heart. Now, the real show begins. Everyone thought Lin Xian was going to be in trouble. Only Lin Xian looked calmly at Han Feng, who appeared in front of him. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Han Feng's face instantly lit up with a respectful smile, and he said, Mr. Lin, so you've been here. 753, Chapter 753 Shocking the entire seat. Mr. Lin? Everyone was speechless. At this moment, not only the guests and the audience were stunned by Han Feng's address. Even the head of the Wang family was dumbfounded. Han Feng, the master of Jiufang Pavilion, actually addressed Lin Xian as Mr. Lin. Just 2 days ago, the two sides were locked in a life-or-death struggle. How could this be? Wang Yutong covered her mouth in shock. Wang Lin's eyes widened, his face turning pale with shock. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Boom! Wang Suilan, who had previously framed Lin Xian, was now struck dumb, her body trembling violently, and the look of surprise in her eyes instantly froze. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Han Feng looked at Lin Xian with a smile and said, Mr. Lin, after the ceremony, I have some news to tell you. Lin Xian's heart stirred. They roughly understood what Han Feng meant by the information he was referring to. Clearly, it must be related to what happened 15 years ago. I see. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll go down first, Mr. Lin. After saying hello, Han Feng turned and left the stage, went to the main table, found a seat, and sat down with his legs crossed. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even glance at Wang Suilan. The entire room fell silent. The crowd remained stunned for a long time. It's over. After saying that, Wang Suilan fainted from fright. Putting aside Han Feng's earlier address of Lin Xian as Mr. Lin, she just framed Lin Xian in front of the young lady, which is a capital offense. Brother Lin Xian, what is your relationship with Han Feng now? At this moment, Wang Yutong snapped out of her shock and looked at Lin Xian with trembling eyes. Yutong, let's talk about this after the ceremony. There are so many people here waiting for the ceremony to begin. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Good. Wang Yutong nodded and then announced the start of the ceremony. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the room remained silent. All eyes were now focused on Han Feng. Seeing this, Han Feng gestured to everyone, don't just stand there, everyone, eat and drink. Oh, great, eat and drink. Everyone responded immediately. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. However, even though they were eating, their attention was still on Han Feng and Lin Xian on the stage. Speculating about the relationship between the two. Take Wang Suilan away. Wang Yutong frowned in disgust as she looked at Wang Suilan, who had collapsed to the ground. Just now, she almost killed brother Lin Xian. She will never let this woman off easily. Young friend Lin Xian, please take a seat. Wang Tian and Wang Xian also went up on stage to greet Lin Xian, wanting to invite him to the main table. Just now, Han Feng referred to him as Mr. Lin. They knew full well the significance of this. Uncle Wang, please sit down, my seat is over there. Lin Xian politely declined. Cici and Aunt Li Wan are still waiting for him there. Young friend Lin Xian, there's no need to worry, butler, quickly go and invite the two of you over. Wang Tian immediately spoke to the butler. Yes, sir. The housekeeper quickly went to invite them. And so, at the housekeeper's eager invitation, Wang Sisi and Li Wan nervously took their seats at the head table. Those at this table were all top executives of the Wang family, as well as the man who had just been called Pavilion Master Han Feng. Although Wang Sisi and Li Wan didn't know about Jiufang Pavilion, they could sense it from the respectful attitude of everyone, especially the Wang family. The other party's identity is definitely not ordinary. And yet, this person with such a status just now addressed Lin Xian as Mr. Lin. Thinking about this, Wang Sisi and her daughter couldn't help but cast surprised glances at Lin Xian. 754, Chapter 754 Building Relationships. At this moment, it wasn't just Wang Sisi and Li Wan who were surprised. The Wang family members also looked at Lin Xian with surprise. Just before this, Lin Xian and Han Feng were like oil and water. How did things suddenly become? Hee, why are you all looking at me like that? This question should be answered by Pavilion Master Han. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian chuckled and scratched his head, then quickly passed the question to Han Feng. Han Feng immediately understood. He also understood that his behavior of addressing Lin Xian as Mr. Lin in front of everyone was a bit too high profile. However, this is already the most understated way to address it. In private, he directly addresses Lin Xian as master. The battle 2 days ago. Lin Xian's strength deeply impressed him. Now, with the addition of Lin Xian's connections, the power of the Nine Directions Pavilion has expanded 3 times compared to before. He wouldn't have dared to imagine this before. Han Feng had never admired anyone so much in his entire life. Except for Mr. Lin. He came here today with an important message to tell Mr. Lin. Actually, Mr. Lin and I became acquainted through a misunderstanding. Han Feng explained with a smile. No fight, no friendship? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise once again. Yes, back at Jiufang Pavilion, I fought against Mr. Lin and was deeply impressed by his strength. Mr. Lin is indeed a young hero. We can be considered to have mutual respect. If it weren't for the 4 war gods intervening, Mr. Lin and I would have fought hundreds more rounds, Han Feng made up a reason on the spot, and didn't forget to flatter Lin Xian. Then Pavilion Master Han and young friend Lin Xian truly appreciate each other's talents. Wang Tianlang chuckled. Lin Xian displayed astonishing strength at the Su family wedding that day. In retrospect, he had underestimated Lin Xian. This young man must have reached the mid-stage of martial emperor, or even the earthly sovereign level, to earn such praise from Han Feng. Even compared to him, they are even better. Come on behalf of the Wang family, I'd like to toast you all. Wang Tian raised his glass. He naturally wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity to befriend Lin Xian and Han Feng. Great. Han Feng raised his glass. Lin Xian also raised his wine glass. The 3 of them clinked glasses lightly and then drank it all in one gulp. The scene shocked everyone. Wang Sisi's eyes flickered. Li Wan was so surprised that her heart started pounding. Wow, her son-in-law is so amazing. Elder Wang Lin was on tenterhooks at this moment. He never expected that in the battle at Jiufang Pavilion that day, it was Lin Xian who impressed Han Feng with his own strength. He never expected that the famous pavilion master of the Nine Directions Pavilion would have this kind of relationship with Lin Xian. Thinking of his previous disrespect towards Lin Xian, and the things he said in front of the young lady just now. At that moment, cold sweat poured down his back. Wang Tian, sensing the situation, glanced at Wan Lin and said indifferently, Elder, I forgot a jade pendant at the ancestral worship site. Could you go and check it for me? Yes, master. Wang Lin's aged body stiffened. He understood the head of the family's meaning. He thought the man sitting there was too conspicuous. And he also knew that after today, his status within the family will likely plummet as a result. But all of this was his own fault. Wang Lin slumped to his feet, looking like a wilted eggplant. However, no one present paid him any attention. All eyes were on Lin Xian and Han Feng, and everyone took the opportunity to toast them, trying to build a relationship. After a few rounds of drinks. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Wang Tian looked at Wang Sisi and her daughter Li Wan and said with a warm smile, "So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and my niece Sisi has grown up so much. Cousin-in-law, please bring your family over to visit often when you have time." Families, it's only lively when there are many people. 755, Chapter 755. Does anyone still have objections? The sudden enthusiasm caught Li Wan off guard. She naturally understood what the head of the Wang family meant by bringing more family members to visit. It's to let her bring Delay and Dad along. Is it really possible? Li Wan looked at Wang Tian with a somewhat dazed expression. She even felt like she was dreaming. Of course, cousins-in-law, the Wang family welcomes you back anytime. Wang Tian said warmly. As the head of the family, he was naturally aware of the ins and outs of what happened back then. He harbored no ill will toward his cousin and his cousin's wife, nor did he object to their marriage. However, the rules were set by our ancestors. Even for him, it's not easy to change it. Unless, of course, the cousin's family can demonstrate enough strength to warrant the Wang family's attention. Otherwise, even he would not be able to make any changes. And right now, these conditions have clearly been met. He could tell the relationship between his cousin's wife's family and Lin Xian. Therefore, this is also a way of doing someone a favor. Big brother, then when I get back, I'll tell Delay and the others the good news. Li Wan was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent. Before this, she had never imagined that their relationship with the Wang family could be repaired. You're too kind, cousin. Just treat this place as your own home and come back to visit often when you have time. Wang Tian said with a smile. Thank you so much, brother. Li Wan was extremely excited. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. Wang Tiandao then tentatively asked, by the way, sister-in-law, do you have any plans to return to Yinjing? Upon hearing this, Li Wan trembled with excitement. However, she couldn't make the decision alone, so she said, Big brother, I'll ask Delay and the others about this later, but I think they'll be very happy to know. Despite the fact that the two sides had a major falling out over previous issues. But now, the two sides have put aside their past grievances. The Wang family and Delay and his family share a deep bond, thicker than blood. She believed they should be happier than anyone else to hear the news. Okay, then you can ask Xiaolei and the others later, or ask them what they want from the family. If they do, just bring it up. If they do, we'll correct it. If not, we'll strive to do better. Wang Tian laughed heartily. No, the Wang family is doing very well. Li Wan quickly shook her head. She is self-aware. She knew that she and Sisi were able to sit here now, and that Wang Tian had given them permission to return to the Wang family in Yanjing, all thanks to Lin Xian. She wouldn't dare make any more demands. Lin Xian noticed Li Wan's unease and said with a smile, Auntie, since uncle is so kind, please don't be shy, just tell me what you need. Yes, from now on, we're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Wang Tian laughed heartily, trying to get closer to him. Nor really not, the Wang family is really nice. Li Wan said. And this is what she really thinks. The fact that the Wang family has been able to stand strong in Yanjing for hundreds of years is enough to prove their excellence. Under the leadership of the current family head, Wang Tian, the family, which was originally devoid of human warmth, has become much warmer than before. They used to reject and humiliate them. It was only a very small number of high-ranking members of the Wang family. However, this does not mean that the Wang family is bad. With my cousin's wife saying that, I'm relieved. Wang Tian laughed heartily. As he spoke, he glanced at the clan elders present who had always held strong opinions against Li Wan's family, and said calmly, Today, I believe none of the other elders have any objections to my decision, right? No. Why would we have a problem with that? The clan leader is wise. The elders who were caught in Wang Tian's gaze hurriedly expressed their opinions. They have already seen the fate of the Grand Elder and Wang Xuelan. And behind Li Wan's family, there is also Pavilion Master Han Feng backing them up. If they dare to have any further objections, they're truly courting death. 756, Chapter 756 Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Yes, very good. Wang Tian nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then fell on Li Wan, Wang Sisi, and Lin Shen again, and he asked with a hint of interest, by the way, cousin-in-law, what is the relationship between young friend Lin Shen and your family? Judging from his relationship with niece Sisi, it seems a bit unusual. Big brother, you mean Xiao Xian and Sisi? Speaking of this, Li Wan's eyes lit up, and she replied, they're currently deeply in love. So your boyfriend and girlfriend. Wang Tian suddenly realized. Could it be that Lin Xian just spoke up for Li Wan's family? But he was quickly filled with astonishment. Young friend Lin Zuan, aren't you with that girl from the Su family? However, he quickly realized what was going on. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Wan Yutong, who was sitting next to her, also trembled slightly. Before this, she had already guessed the relationship between Lin Xian and Wang Sisi. However, after hearing it with my own ears, I still couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The observant Wang Sisi also noticed this. His eyes involuntarily stole glances at Wan Yutong, wondering about her relationship with Lin Xian. The atmosphere at the table became somewhat awkward for a moment. At this moment, even Wang Tian, a rough and uncultured man, noticed his daughter's thoughts. He, as a father, understood his daughter's feelings better than anyone else. 2 days ago, if it weren't for his daughter's desperate pleas, even threatening with her life, the Wang family would never have risked antagonizing the Jiufang Pavilion by sending troops to aid them. Therefore, at this moment, as a father and also as the head of the family, I have a little selfishness. He also hoped that his daughter could marry Lin Xian. Immediately, he said half-jokingly, I never expected that young friend Lin Xian and niece Sisi have this kind of relationship. They are indeed a perfect match. I wonder what Lin Xian's feelings are towards my Yutong. If it works out, it would be a double celebration, a marriage between 2 families. Dad, what are you saying? Unexpectedly, her father said that, and Wang Yutong's pretty face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She rolled her eyes at him. Li Wan and Wang Sisi were also taken aback. How could they not understand what the head of the Wang family meant? He clearly had his eye on Lin Xian too. Li Wan didn't have much of an opinion on this. She knew the rules of large families. It was perfectly normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. She also knew how outstanding her son-in-law was. This time, if it weren't for Lin Xian's influence, the conflict between them and the Wang family would never have been repaired. In the future, as long as Xiao Xian treats Sisi well and doesn't let her suffer any injustice, that's fine. Wang Sisi's hand, which was under the table, suddenly clenched into a fist. She wasn't jealous, nor was she opposed, and she wasn't angry. She was worried and afraid. She was afraid that she wasn't good enough for Lin Xian. Because every woman who appears around Lin Xian now is 100 times better than her. First, there was Su Baimo, Miss Su. Now, it's Wan Yutong, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She asked herself if she possessed that same commanding presence that she had just displayed. And Miss Wang is flawless in both looks and figure. Daughter, then tell Dad, do you like Lin Xian or not? At this moment, Wang Tian's laughter rang out again. Clearly, they also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push things along. Dad, you've had too much to drink. Wang Yutong gave a coquettish laugh. To be asked such a question in front of so many people, especially brother Lin Xian. At this moment, even the usually bold Wang Yutong hesitated and said to Wang Tian, Dad, Lin Xian and I don't have the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Isn't that so? Wang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, that's alright, feelings can be cultivated slowly. 757, Chapter 757 Thoughts. Dad, if you keep doing this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Wang Yutong blushed and scolded Wang Tian. I'm not going to say anymore, I'm not going to say anymore. Wang Tian laughed heartily. Wang Yutong immediately looked at Lin Xian and explained, Brother Lin Xian, my dad was just drunk and joking, don't take it seriously. Haha, I know. Lin Xian laughed heartily. He didn't really take it to heart. Because of his relationship with Yutong, as Yutong just said, their relationship is not the kind of romantic one between a man and a woman. Kindness. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't take it to heart, Wang Yutong felt inexplicably relieved. But at the same time, there was also a slight sense of loss. Wang Sisi sat to the side without saying a word. Similarly, they were both burdened with worries. I just rambled on a bit, young friend Lin Xian. Come, let me toast you again. Wang Tian was in a great mood and raised his glass again. Uncle, you're too kind. Lin Xian also raised his glass. After clinking glasses, the two drank it down in one gulp. After several rounds of drinks, the ancestral worship banquet was also drawing to a close. The guests rose one by one to take their leave. Patriarch Wang, thank you for the invitation today. We'll take our leave now. You're too kind, everyone. Wang Tianyi responded one by one. Everyone left. Soon, the once packed venue was reduced to only the Wang family and Lin Xian and his group. Sect leader Han, you haven't left yet? Seeing that Han Feng showed no sign of leaving, Wang Tian greeted him. Master Wang, Mr. Lin and I have a few more words to say, and we'll be leaving after we're done. Han Feng smiled in response. Then you two talk first, I won't disturb you any longer. Wang Tiandao finished speaking and looked at Wang Yutong. Yutong, Dad, and Grandpa have to go out for a while, so we'll leave this place to you for now. In a little while, you'll take your aunt and cousin to the family ancestral hall. Okay, Dad. Wang Yutong responded. After my father and grandfather left, Wang Yutong approached Li Wan and Wang Sisi and greeted them. Hello, Auntie. Hello, cousin. Hello, Ms. Wan, thank you for your help today. Li Wan repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Just now, we were really grateful to this young lady from the Wang family. You're too kind, Auntie. You can just call me Yutong from now on. Wang Yutong smiled gently, then looked at Wang Sisi and said, Hello, cousin. Hello, cousin. Wang Sisi paused for a moment, then said. For a while, being addressed as cousin by the eldest daughter of the Wang family made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if she was climbing the social ladder. My cousin seems a little nervous. Just treat this place as your own home from now on. Besides, you're Lin Xian's friend, so you're my friend too. Wang Yutong smiled gently. Her words revealed the demeanor of a well-bred lady. Wang Sisi pursed her lips and nodded. Lin Xian noticed that Wang Sisi was still a little nervous, and whispered, Sisi, just like Yutong said, you don't need to be too nervous. Don't worry, with Yutong around, no one will bully you. However, I never expected that Yutong would be your cousin. Before this, he had never thought about the relationship between Wang Sisi's family and Yutong's family. They assumed the two families simply shared the same name. After all, the former was just a small family in Sucheng. The latter, however, is a behemoth in Yanjing. No wonder Wang Sisi seemed preoccupied during our phone call yesterday. So that's why. However, now that all the problems have been solved, everyone should be happy. However, Wang Sisi was not in a good mood at the moment. Lin Xian also sensed it. Looking at Wang Sisi, who seemed to be preoccupied with something, he whispered in her ear, Why are you looking so down? Is there something else on your mind? 758, Chapter 758. Do you think I'm useless? No. Wang Sisi gently shook her head. Is it because of what Uncle Wang said just now? Lin Xian asked softly. Wang Sisi remained silent. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, so that's how it is. Excuse me, Auntie, Yutong, Sisi and I have a few words to say, so we'll take up a moment. Lin Xian said apologetically. It's alright, brother Lin Xian. It's alright, Xiao Xian, we'll wait for you. The two said. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, then pulled Wang Sisi aside. At this moment, Wang Sisi lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed to look at Lin Xian. She felt utterly useless. Not only could he not help with anything, but he also couldn't hide his emotions, always causing trouble for Lin Xian. Sisi, Are you upset about Yutong? Lin Xian asked softly. His tone was gentle. No. No. Wang Sisi shook her head. Don't worry, Yutong and I aren't in that kind of relationship. I was planning to introduce you to today, but I didn't expect what just happened. Lin Xian explained. Lin Xian, I'm really not upset about this. Wang Sisi said. Her sadness was not because of Lin Xian's relationship with Wang Yutong. To be honest, I wouldn't object to a girl as outstanding as Wang Yutong being with Lin Xian. On the contrary, they will feel happy. Although she felt that half of her affections had been taken away. But seeing that Lin Xian has another excellent partner by his side makes her genuinely happy for him. Unlike her, she always just drags things down. This is what causes her the most pain and sorrow right now. This time, after arriving in Yanjing and meeting Lin Xian, she felt Lin Xian's excellence more and more. Similarly, I increasingly felt the huge gap between the two of them. She felt that she was not good enough for Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, did not understand Wang Sisi's feelings at this moment. Looking at the dejected latter, he asked with concern, What is it that makes you sad, can you tell me? Wang Si wanted to speak, but found it difficult to bring herself to do so. After all, this kind of thing only makes her seem more useless, and it doesn't serve any real purpose. Silly girl, why are you being so formal with me? Lin Xian affectionately ruffled Wang Sisi's hair. Feeling Lin Xian's gentleness, Wang Sisi's eyes suddenly reddened. Her body trembled slightly, controlled by her emotions. Are you all right? Lin Xian panicked immediately. Fine. Wang Sisi shook her head, sniffing slightly as she spoke, her voice slightly nasal. Thank you, Lin Xian, for always thinking of me like this. Silly girl, what are you saying? You're my girlfriend. If I don't think about you, who will I think about? Lin Xian said matter-of-factly. But every time, it's you who comforts me and takes care of me, while I always feel like I'm the one holding you back. Wang Sisi said. She understands that feelings are mutual. But Lin Xian's care and devotion to her far surpassed hers. Silly girl, that's not true at all. Your care for me has always been present in the little things we do every day, you just haven't noticed it. Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head, his gaze towards Wang Sisi becoming increasingly gentle. Yeah? Wang Sisi immediately raised her head, her slightly reddened eyes staring straight at Lin Xian. Of course. Lin Xian said affirmatively. But what else came to Wang Sisi's mind? Kindness? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, waiting for Wang Sisi's reply. Booty can't help you at all right now. Wang Sisi bit her lip hard with her pearly teeth. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up her courage and asked the question that was on her mind. Lin Xian, do you think I'm useless? 759, Chapter 759. Let's explain together. How could this be? Lin Xian's heart stirred, and he answered Wang Sisi. He didn't think at all, nor did he need to think at all. Really? Wang Sisi, however, lacked confidence. That's the real reason she's sad about it. Seeing that the people accompanying Lin Xian, whether it was Su Baimo or Wang Yutong, were able to help Lin Xian in many ways, she could do nothing but worry about Lin Xian in her heart. This time, the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony became a burden, and almost implicated Lin Xian. She really felt useless. Just now, while eating, she even considered giving up. But she couldn't bear to part with it. This left her completely bewildered. At the same time, I felt increasingly inferior. Of course it's true. Lin Xian was absolutely certain, and then asked, So, Sisi, is this what's making you sad? Kindness. Wang Sisi nodded. Silly girl. A gentle light flowed in Lin Xian's eyes as he looked at Wang Sisi and said earnestly, Sisi, do you remember what I told you before? In my heart, you are unique? Remember. Wang Sisi nodded her head emphatically. She remembered every single word Lin Xian said. So don't feel sad, and don't feel useless. If it weren't for you back then, I might not be who I am today. Lin Xian spoke with a gentle expression. Seeing Wang Sisi's sadness and disappointment, he decided to stop hiding the truth about what happened 15 years ago. Ah? Wang Sisi was visibly taken aback. What is Lin Xian saying? What do you mean by saying that if it weren't for her back then, there might not be a Lin Xian today? Could it be that they met back then? But why doesn't she have any recollection of it at all? Lin Xian, I don't understand what you're talking about. Have we met before? Wang Sisi looked at Lin Xian with confusion. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Oh, we've really met before? This made Wang Sisi even more surprised. If what Lin Xian said is true, that she had met Lin Xian and even helped him, why does she have no recollection of it at all? Lin Xian, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Wang Sisi couldn't help but ask, afraid that Lin Xian had mistaken her for someone else. No. Lin Xian shook his head firmly. 5 years ago, he mistook Su Ting for Wang Sisi because of her pink butterfly hairclip, and mistook her for the girl who gave him bread and hoped to live in the freezing cold 15 years ago. But now, he is absolutely certain. Then when did we meet? I have absolutely no recollection of it. Wang Sisi looked puzzled, blinking her bright, watery eyes. I'll tell you about this later, silly girl, go on ahead, your aunties are waiting for you. Lin Xian glanced at Li Wan and Yutong, who were waiting not far away, and said gently. There's too much to say about this in a short time. Okay. Wang Sisi nodded her head emphatically. Because of Lin Xian's words, I felt a surge of strength within me. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about what Lin Xian had mentioned. Then you mustn't lie to me. I'll come find you after the ancestral worship ceremony. Wang Sisi looked at Lin Xian and said. Good. Lin Xian readily agreed. Then I'll go first. Wang Sisi said happily. After saying that, he walked towards Li Wan and Wang Yutong. As Lin Xian watched Wang Sisi's charming back, a warm and gentle smile involuntarily appeared in his eyes. My thoughts seemed to drift back to 15 years ago. We returned to that icy, snowy land. Perfect timing, let's take this opportunity to explain everything to Wang Sisi. Also, regarding the matter of living together with Su Baimo in the future. He wanted to ask Sisi's opinion. 760, Chapter 760, Amazing Intelligence. Under Wang Yutong's guidance, the three walked towards the family ancestral hall. After Wang Sisi and the others left, Lin Xian also came to Han Feng. Owner. Han Feng had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Lin Xian approaching, he immediately stood up. At the owner's request. In front of outsiders, he addressed his master as Mr. Lin. In private, they naturally address each other as master. Speak, what do you want from me? Lin Xian said, his tone regaining its sharpness. Compared to the gentleness he showed towards Wang Sisi before, he was like a completely different person. Master, this is what happened. Han Feng said, among the other 4 men in black who attacked Xiao Dai, one of them was indeed Su Sen. At that time, those thugs in the poor areas of the northwest border were arranged by Su Sen. After learning that his men had been massacred and that Xiao Dai had gone missing and her whereabouts were unknown, he contacted me immediately. However, I refused to answer his call at the time. He wants to come to Jiufang Pavilion to see me in person tomorrow night in order to verify the information with me. I think there might be other information you're looking for in him. So, I came here specifically to inform you. As expected, one of them was Su Sen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. At that time, he had already made some guesses. That's right, Master So, would you like to come along tomorrow night? Han Feng asked respectfully. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, his tone chilling. Perfect, there are a lot of accounts to settle tomorrow with Su Sen. This happened 15 years ago. The matter of Tang Lan. And Xiao Die's matter. He will make a clean break with Su Sen tomorrow night. He also wanted to ask who the powerful backer of the Su family was. Is it the former head of state, or someone else? I understand, Master. I'll go back and prepare in a bit tomorrow night. We'll trap them like turtles in a jar. Han Feng said, a cold glint also appearing in his eyes. He is now the master's man. The master's business is his business. The master's enemy is his enemy. Yes, thank you for your trouble. Lin Xian nodded. Master, you flatter me. Han Feng was filled with trepidation. Alright, you should go back now. If others see us like this, it will look like we don't get along. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, master. Han Feng clasped his hands in a fist salute and then quickly left the scene. After Han Feng left, Lin Xian casually found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for Wang Cici and the others to return. While waiting, he also received a text message from Black Emperor. Master, the investigation you asked me to conduct regarding Jiang Wan'er has yielded results. Jiang Wan'er. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. 2 days ago, Lin Xiao arrived with Jiang Wan'er and a large number of troops to lend a hand. However, he noticed a bruised handprint on Jiang Wan'er's left cheek. This handprint wasn't there when he saw Jiang Wan'er the night before. Therefore, he was also surprised. I was surprised who had slapped me. Let the Black Emperor conduct the investigation in secret. Check who Jiang Wan'er has been in contact with in the past day. Black Emperor, who did Jiang Wan'er meet with that day? Lin Xian asked. Reporting to Master, Jiang Wan'er entered Lord Zhang's private residence at dusk that day. Black Emperor replied. Mr. Jiang? Lin Xian's pupils contracted, and he immediately asked, ? Indeed, Master. The Black Emperor's path. Lin Xian was shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that his previous guess was correct? Are they father and daughter? 761, Chapter 761 Continued Investigation. Black Emperor, are you sure Jiang Wan'er went to Lord Zhang's residence that day? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Sure. The Black Emperor's path. She went to see Master Jiang? Lin Xian took a deep breath and said. This subordinate is still unknown. The Black Emperor said, all I know is that Jiang Wan'er entered Lord Zhang's residence at dusk that day, and it took about half an hour. Was anyone else with her when she came out? Lin Xian pressed for an answer. No. Black Emperor replied. I see. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, do you have any other clues? Without a master, that's all there is in that day. Jiang Wan'er had no choice but to go to the Zhang family mansion. The Black Emperor's path. Did you only go to that one place? Lin Xian murmured. Considering the bruises on Jiang Wan'er's slap. That slap must have been received when I went to the Zhang family mansion. He had no idea what Jiang Wan'er had gone through in those half hour. It's unclear whether she actually went to meet with Jiang Gong. But presumably, Jiang Wan'er and Jiang Gong are not in that kind of relationship. Otherwise, how could Jiang Gong, as a father, be so cruel to his daughter? What truly convinced Lin Xian of any father-daughter relationship between the two was that 15 years ago, Jiang Wan'er married Lin Xiao. According to the information he currently has, the upheaval that befell the Lin family 15 years ago was probably orchestrated by Jiang Gong. Otherwise, how could the Su family's influence in the war zone have grown so rapidly? All these connections prove that the incident back then was absolutely related to the former head of state. If that's the case, how could the former head of state allow his daughter to marry into the Lin family, to marry Lin Xiao? At that time, this was tantamount to pushing his daughter into a fire. Unless the old leader sent his daughter to join the Su family in order to find the key they mentioned. However, 15 years have passed, and there is still no news about the key. That group had even set their sights on Xiao Dai, who was a maid. This means that the investigation over the past 15 years has yielded no results. Furthermore, Lin Xiao and Jiang Wan'er are very much in love, and it is impossible for Jiang Wan'er to betray Lin Xiao. Therefore, the possibility is almost zero. So, what was the reason Jiang Wan'er went to the Zhang family mansion that day? Combined with the slap on her face, Could it bet hat I'm going to be punished? Lin Xian thought to himself. I still feel like I don't quite understand it. Black Emperor, hurry up and have someone investigate the relationship between Jiang Wan'er and Lord Jiang, the sooner the better. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He wanted to know the relationship between the two. If you go directly to the Lin family to ask Jiang Wan'er or Lin Xiao, they will definitely not tell you, and you will just have made a wasted trip. He had no choice but to investigate on his own. Master, I have already sent people to investigate. The Black Emperor reported. Yes, very good. Lin Xian said. During his call with the Black Emperor, he also saw Wang Sisi returning from the ancestral worship ceremony. He immediately ended the call. Black Emperor, I have something to do here, so I'll hang up now. Let me know as soon as you have any news. Yes, Master. The Black Emperor said respectfully. Lin Xian hung up the phone. Lin Xian, I'm back. At this moment, Wang Sisi walked over with a smile on her face. So fast, where's Auntie? Lin Xian's smile returned. My mom wants to stay a little longer, so I'm coming back now. Wang Sisi said. As she spoke, her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons, and she looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Now, can you tell me what happened back then? 762, Chapter 762. The boy from back then. You silly girl, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xian smiled slightly, his smile gentle. Wang Sisi smiled charmingly. My heart is filled with anticipation. She wanted to know exactly what she had done to help Lin Xian back then that made him remember it so well. Sisi, do you remember that winter 15 years ago when you met a little boy? Lin Xian spoke. 15 years ago? Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi fell into deep thought. After all, that era is quite distant for her. 15 years ago I was about 6 years old then. Wang Sisi recalled, murmuring, that winter, Xiaoting and I went to the market and bought a pair of hair clips. Memories of the past flooded back into Wang Sisi's mind. Lin Xian trembled upon hearing the word hairpin. Sure enough, that was it. That girl from back then was Wang Sisi. The reason he saw an identical hair clip at Su Ting's place 5 years ago was because the hair clips were a pair. Back then, Wang Sisi and Su Ting each had one, instead of both being with Sisi. The hair clip that fell from the girl's head at that time was not Su Ting's, but Wang Sisi's. Lin Xian, what's wrong? You seem a little nervous all of a sudden. Wang Sisi noticed Lin Xian's sudden tension and immediately asked in confusion, thinking she had said something wrong. No, I am not nervous, I'm excited. Lin Xian smiled and said. Excited? Wang Sisi was somewhat surprised. Thinking about how she had just mentioned Su Ting, she couldn't help but ask, is it because I brought up Xiaoting? After all, Lin Xian and Xiaoting had been married for many years. Even though Xiaoting changed completely afterward, she felt that Lin Xian probably still had feelings for her. No, it has nothing to do with Su Ting. Lin Xian shook his head without hesitation. From the moment I learned that Su Ting had cheated on me during my marriage, from the moment I learned her true colors, and from the moment I learned that she was not the owner of the hair clip, he no longer had any feelings for Su Ting. It has nothing to do with Xiaoting? Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi's eyes widened slightly. After thinking for a moment, she asked, is it because of the hair clip? Just now, she only mentioned Xiaoting and the hair clip. If it's not Xiaoting, then it must be a hair clip. But why was Lin Xian so excited after hearing about the hair clip? She was puzzled. But Lin Xian nodded emphatically at that moment. Yes, it's a hair clip. Ah. Wang Sisi was startled. The next second, she looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. What does our business have to do with hair clips? Besides, mine was lost a long time ago, and I don't even know where it went. Think about it again carefully. Lin Xian looked at Wang Sisi excitedly. Faced with Lin Xian's excited gaze, Wang Sisi frowned in even greater surprise. Issuing a hairpin? A frozen wasteland? Boy? Wang Sisi pondered and combined the three elements together. And at a certain moment, She seemed to suddenly realize something, and her heart skipped a beat. A boy she had met 15 years ago on the eve of New Year's Eve flashed into her mind. At that time, the boy's skin was ulcerated all over his body, and he was lying on the street in thin clothes, barely alive. Could it be that Lin Xian is the boy from back then? Thinking about this, Wang Sisi looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. Her chest heaved violently. After a long while, he finally uttered a shocked murmur. Lin Xian, could it be that you are the boy who slept on the streets back then? 763, Chapter 763 That Beam of Light. That's right, it's me. Lin Xian smiled knowingly and admitted it. How could this be? Wang Sisi suddenly covered her lips. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian was filled with trembling. That boy from back then, it was actually Lin Xian? You didn't expect that, did you? Lin Xian smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness as he looked at Wang Sisi. To be honest, I never thought I would survive back then. However, this is all thanks to you, Sisi. If it weren't for you back then, I'd probably be dead in the street by now. That night, it was freezing cold. He was poisoned, and his skin began to fester all over his body. He had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 whole days. At that time, he didn't even have the strength to move, let alone beg on the street. Passers-by avoided him altogether. To be honest, at that time, he had already given up the idea of survival. The girl's appearance was like a bright light in the darkness, illuminating his path. He will never forget the girl's clear and kind eyes back then. He will never forget that the girl gave him the only piece of bread she had, and, fearing he would get cold, also gave him the scarf around her neck. The girl's words, "You must keep going and live on, life is sweet," became his hope to keep living at that moment. If no girl appears. That night, he may have already died. He couldn't wait for his master, Mo Yuntao, to take him away and impart his unparalleled cultivation. Everything that followed was built upon the foundation of the girl's act of kindness towards him. Without this foundation, everything is zero. Lin Xian, I'm not as great as you say. Wang Sisi bit her lip at that moment and whispered, you survived because of your strong willpower. It has nothing to do with Mei didn't do anything. At that time, she only gave Lin Xian a piece of bread and a scarf. These were not enough to keep Lin Xian alive, much less to help him heal the ulcers on his body. But without those 2 things you did for me, without that word of encouragement you said to me, I wouldn't have been able to get through that night and make it to that dawn. Lin Xian, however, looked very serious. At that time, everyone avoided him. Only Wang Sisi approached him. At that moment, the girl was extraordinary in his eyes. At that moment, the girl shone like a star in his eyes. He will never forget those clear and kind eyes. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. Wang Sisi felt a little embarrassed by Lin Xian's praise and lowered her head, but actually, I did come back the following morning, and I even bought an extra basket of steamed buns, only to find that you were no longer there. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Sure enough, the girl was so kind. Silly girl, aren't you afraid of catching my disease from me? Lin Xian chuckled. My heart is filled with gratitude. I'm not afraid. Wang Sisi shook her head. At that time, I just felt sorry for you because you were all dirty and had nothing to eat. Ha, really, but I was quite pitiful back then. Lin Xian sniffed, a wave of emotion washing over him. This must have been the most tragic time of his life. However, it was precisely this tragic experience that led to. It helped him see many things clearly, and it also led him to meet the girl. He met the ray of light in his life. 764, Chapter 764 The Greatest Help in My Life. Lin Xian, can you tell me why you became like that back then? Wang Sisi sighed. Thinking back to how he looked when he first saw Lin Xian. He was clearly the young master of the Lin family, so why did he end up in such a miserable state? Back then, I was poisoned. Lin Xian said. He did not hide this from Wang Sisi. Poisoned, who did it? Wang Sisi was startled. I don't know, we haven't found out yet. Lin Xian shook his head. And what about your father, doesn't he care about you? Wang Sisi pressed for an answer. Back then, it was he who kicked me out of the family when I was suffering from the poison. When this matter was mentioned, a hint of self-deprecation appeared on Lin Xian's face. Your uncle kicked you out of the Lin family? Wang Sisi found it hard to believe. Kindness. Lin Xian responded in a low voice. My uncle is so cruel. Wang Sisi clenched her fists, her impression of Uncle Lin plummeting to rock bottom. Yeah. Lin Xian sneered, but then added, however, he probably has his reasons. After the Jiufang Pavilion incident, his opinion of Lin Xiao has changed somewhat. Perhaps Lin Xiao really had some difficulties back then. However, if he finds out that Lin Xiao was lying to him, he will definitely not forgive him. Difficult reasons, even if there are great difficulties, you can't treat him like this, you are his son. Wang Sisi gritted her teeth and said, her beautiful eyes filled with a layer of mist. Thinking of Lin Xian's miserable state back then, she felt a pang of heartache. Sisi, let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about you instead. Lin Xian changed the subject. But I'm still angry. Wang Sisi said angrily. Don't be angry, it's all in the past, and I'm fine now. Lin Xian smiled gently. Oomph, you stinky uncle. Wang Sisi snorted coldly, still feeling indignant. Silly girl. Seeing Wang Sisi's angry expression, Lin Xian's smile became even gentler. Forget it, let's not talk about that stinky uncle. Wang Sisi hummed to herself, then quickly remembered something and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what happened after that? Who saved you after that? At that time, Lin Xian's body was so weak. He survived because someone must have helped him. It's my master. Lin Xian was filled with gratitude. Master, who is he? Wang Sisi asked curiously. I'm sorry, I promised him I would keep it a secret. Lin Xian said apologetically. All right. Wang Sisi did not force him. However, considering Lin Xian's current achievements, during this period, he must have suffered a lot with his master, right? Lin Xian, those years afterward must have been very difficult for you, right? Wang Sisi asked with heartache. It's not hard at all with you by my side, it's not hard at all. Lin Xian shook his head. Huh, I'll go with you? Wang Sisi was somewhat surprised. When did she ever spend time with Lin Xian? Silly girl, your appearance and the words you said to me back then are still etched in my mind. Lin Xian pointed to his head and said. At that time, he followed his master in rigorous training. Whenever I feel like I can't hold on any longer, the image of the girl, and her words of encouragement, would always appear in his mind. These things gave him a constant source of motivation and helped him get through the most difficult time of his life. You're making me feel embarrassed. Wang Sisi lowered her head in embarrassment. It turns out that her unintentional action back then actually helped Lin Xian so much. Thinking back now, I feel a sweet and happy feeling in my heart. It turns out that Lin Xian had been remembering her for 15 years. I'm so glad that her words back then helped Lin Xian a lot. But that's just how it is. Lin Xian looked at the embarrassed girl, smiled gently, and said, So Sisi, don't always think that you will hold me back or be unable to help me. The help you gave me back then was the greatest help I could ever receive in my life. 765, Chapter 765 Would you mind? Wang Sisi's heart fluttered. Thank you, Lin Xian. She looked at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with tenderness. Why are you thanking me, silly girl? I should be thanking you. Lin Xian looked at Wang Sisi with gentle eyes. 15 years ago, if no girl had come to the aid of the dying boy, perhaps, there wouldn't be the Lin Xian we know today. Of course I'll thank you. Wang Sisi pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling slightly. Thank you for telling me all this. It was Lin Xian who told her these things, making her feel that she was still a useful person. At the same time, it also made her realize her place in Lin Xian's heart. Silly girl. Lin Xian's smile grew even more gentle. He knew what Cece was thinking, so he reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. Alright, stop overthinking, everyone has their own abilities. Yutong has her own, Baimo has his own, and you have yours too. Wang Cece nodded charmingly. My mood suddenly brightened considerably. She seemed to have suddenly figured out a lot of things. Are you still sad? Lin Xian asked softly. Wang Cece shook her head. The gentle look in Lin Xian's eyes deepened. Then, remembering something, she said, Oh, right, Cece, there's something I want to discuss with you. What's up? Wang Cece's beautiful eyes flickered. It's about Baimo. Lin Xian was a little embarrassed. After all, what he was about to talk about was the future where the three of them would live under one roof. Miss Su? Wang Cece's heart stirred, and she remembered that one of the main reasons Lin Xian came to Yanjing this time was for Miss Su's wedding. Immediately, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, by the way, Lin Xian, how is your relationship with Miss Su now? Have you cleared up all the misunderstandings between you? Yes, everything has been explained. Lin Xian nodded. That's great. Wang Cece was genuinely happy for the two of them. Back when Miss Su first came to Suzhou, she felt that Miss Su's feelings for Lin Xian were very special. However, due to many misunderstandings at the time, her relationship with Lin Xian continued to deteriorate. Afterwards, the arrival of Suan caused their relationship to plummet to a freezing point. Until the night before Miss Su's wedding. After Secretary Xiao found them and told Lin Xian everything. Only then did they fully understand Miss Su's feelings and the enormous pressure she had been under all these years. Su Baimo does love Lin Xian. On the contrary, everything she did showed that she deeply loved Lin Xian. However, due to many reasons, she had to push Lin Xian away in the most hurtful way. Only in this way can he be protected. Wang Cece was genuinely touched. As a woman herself, she understood even better what everything Su Baimo did for Lin Xian represented. One can also deeply feel Su Baimo's deep love for Lin Xian. She didn't want her love to go unrequited. Therefore, she fully supported Lin Xian's trip to Yanjing. Thank you, Cece. Looking into Wang Cece's bright eyes, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This trip to Yanjing. Wang Cece's support gave him a lot of strength. Humph, you're the fool, why are you always thanking me? Wang Cece gave a soft hum. She understood what Lin Xian meant. If she doesn't support Lin Xian, then who does she support? Lin Xian, let's not talk about this anymore. You said you wanted to discuss something with me, what is it? Wang Cece changed the subject. I mean, what if in the future? Lin Xian looked into Wang Cece's eyes and asked, if Su Baimo agrees to live with us in the future, would you mind? 766, Chapter 766 Living with so many people? Live together? Wang Cece's heart stirred. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, then asked somewhat shyly, would you mind, Cece? It's not that I don't mind. At this point, a hint of shyness flashed in Wang Cece's eyes as she asked, it's just will Miss Su agree? Actually Su Baimo has already agreed, so I am here to ask for your opinion. Lin Xian said, feeling a bit uneasy. Ultimately, in this kind of situation, it's Wang Cece and Su Baimo who suffer the most. Oh, Miss Su agreed? Wang Cece's eyes widened in surprise. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Then I have no objection. Wang Cece gently bit her lip and said. She doesn't mind the three of them living together. She was just worried that Su Baimo, with his proud personality, wouldn't be able to accept this, let alone her. Really, Cece? Lin Xian's eyes trembled with excitement. Before this, he was also somewhat afraid that Cece would refuse. After all, the idea of three people living under one roof and sharing a bed in the future seemed a bit too greedy on his part. Kindness. Wang Cece nodded slightly, but a hint of worry was evident in her heart. She asked, Lin Xian, did Miss Su really agree? She wasn't angry? No. Lin Xian shook his head. So she didn't say anything else? Wang Sisi still asked, uneasy. No, what's wrong, Sisi? Is there something you're worried about? Lin Shen noticed Wang Sisi's concerns and asked. I'm just worried that Miss Su might not be able to accept me. That's not true, Sisi Su Baimo has been praising you in front of me the whole time. She even said that if I ever bully you, she'll be the first to stand up for me. Really, Miss Su, is that really what you said? One sentence immediately dispelled Wang Sisi's concerns, and her beautiful eyes brightened again. Really, if you don't believe me, I'll have Baimo say it again tonight, ha. Lin Xian laughed heartily. That won't be necessary, I trust what you said. Wang Sisi's eyes trembled, how could she possibly accept this? However, after hearing Lin Xian's words, she was completely relieved. By the way, Lin Xian, are you living together now? Wang Sisi then asked another question. Yes, Baimo just moved in yesterday. Lin Xian said, then braced himself and asked again, Sisi, would you like to move in with us too? Me? A glint of moisture flashed in Wang Sisi's eyes, her heart skipped a beat, and then she blushed even more and said, isn't this no, I'm a little embarrassed? She and Su Baimo had only met a few times. I feel really bad that they're moving in right now. Besides, living together means that the three of them will have to sleep in one bed in the future. Thinking about this, Wang Sisi clearly felt her cheeks getting even hotter. It's alright, Sisi, there are many rooms in the villa. You and Su Baimo can each choose one. Lin Shen knew that Wang Sisi was embarrassed, so he explained. Huh, aren't you guys sleeping in the same room? Wang Sisi was surprised. Then, realizing that what she said was somewhat explicit, she immediately covered her lips. No, we each live in our own places, so Sisi, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Lin Xian replied, moreover, there are not only Baimo and me in the villa now, but also Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang, Xiao Dai and Sister Xiao Feng. You haven't met Xiao Dai and Sister Feng yet, have you? Perfect timing, I'll introduce them to you later. Lin Xian smiled broadly as he said this. Ah! Wang Sisi was stunned. The sheer volume of information left her mind blank for a moment. Lin Xuani's actually living with so many people? 767, Chapter 767 Sister? Wang Sisi slowly opened her mouth in astonishment, her mind going completely blank. The amount of information is overwhelming. Lin Xian is now not only living with Miss Su, but also with Zhao Lingshan and the others. What exactly is going on? Wang Sisi was astonished. Lin Xian realized he had forgotten to mention Yutong, so he added, oh right, there's also Yutong. Yutong lives with us now, it's so lively living together. Miss Wang is here too? This surprised Wang Sisi even more. Thinking about how decisive and efficient Wang Yutong was towards Wang Suilan, it was as if they were two completely different people when she was gentle towards Lin Xian. She could tell that Miss Wang's feelings for Lin Xian were special. Could it be that they have already? Yes, Yutong is here too. Lin Xian was unaware that Wang Sisi had completely misunderstood his meaning of living together, and said with a smile. Lin Xian, how many things are you still hiding from me? Wang Sisi couldn't help but look at Lin Xian. Her once bright eyes were now filled with a layer of moist, red mist. She can accept Lin Xian being with Su Baimo, or she can accept Lin Xian being with Wang Yutong or even Zhao Lingshan. Because each of them is very outstanding and they are all of great help to Lin Xian. However, what she couldn't accept was that Lin Xian was actually living with so many other people behind her back. Kindness? Lin Xian was taken aback when he saw Wang Sisi's reddened eyes. A moment later, he suddenly realized something and immediately explained, Sisi, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that we live together, but it's just about living together, not about cohabitation. Kindness? Wang Sisi was stunned for a moment. My emotions have calmed down a bit. That's how it is, Sisi. Lin Xian gave a wry smile and told Wang Sisi what had happened. This includes the events of Tang Lan's amnesia and Xiao Dai's torture. Such a thing actually happened. Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi felt a chill run down her spine. So much has happened these past few days. Tang Lan suffered a gunshot wound to the brain and lost her memory while protecting Lin Xian. Xiao Dai was Lin Xian's former maid, who was taken away by a mysterious person and subjected to severe torture. I'm sorry, Lin Xian, I misunderstood you just now. After learning the truth, Wang Sisi immediately felt guilty and lowered her head. Lin Xian has gone through so much these past few days, yet she still misunderstands him. Silly girl, it's my fault for not explaining this to you clearly. Lin Xian smiled wryly. It's all his fault for being too presumptuous, for speaking those words to Wang Sisi from his own perspective. He knew what he meant by living together. But when Wang Sisi heard these words, they clearly took on a different meaning. If it were him, he would also misunderstand without knowing the situation. Then theory all right now, right? Wang Sisi asked with concern. It's alright, they're all fine. No, IVE also had surveillance cameras installed around the villa. Lin Xian said. That's good. Wang Sisi breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of Wang Yutong and asked curiously, what about Miss Wang? What is your relationship with Miss Wang? She seems to treat you very differently. You mean Yutong? She's my sister. Lin Xian smiled and said. Younger sister? Wang Sisi was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. One of them is surnamed Lin. One of them was surnamed Wang. How did Miss Wang Yutong become Lin Xian's sister? 768, Chapter 768. Let mom hold the fat baby sooner. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded and told Wang Sisi about his and Yutong's childhood experiences. So that's how it is, no wonder. Wang Sisi suddenly realized. No wonder Wang Yutong's attitude towards Lin Xian is so special. So, I had this kind of experience when I was a child. However, we are both women. She could sense that Miss Wang Yutong's feelings for Lin Xian now included not only the sibling-like affection inherited from childhood, but also a touch of admiration. Of course, it's also possible that she's overthinking things. However, whether that's true or not, she doesn't care at all. Sisi, what are you thinking about? Seeing Wang Sisi lost in thought, Lin Xian asked softly. I was wondering if Miss Yutong might like you too. Wang Sisi revealed. Don't worry, Sisi, it won't happen. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Wang Sisi replied, but it's okay if I like it, I don't mind. Kindness? Lin Xian was taken aback. I thought Wang Sisi said this because she was a little jealous and angry. Just as she was about to explain again, Wang Sisi said once more, as long as you have me in your heart, that's enough, and seeing such an outstanding person as Miss Yutong by your side, taking care of you, makes me feel even more at ease. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. A wave of soreness washed over the tip of my nose. After a moment, he said, silly girl, do I deserve your tolerance? Worth. Wang Sisi's answer was without hesitation. From the moment she met Lin Xian, from the moment Lin Xian entered her heart. All of this has begun to become worthwhile. Lin Xian felt a surge of emotions, touched his nose, and said, silly girl. I'm not stupid, you're the stupid one. Wang Sisi gave a soft snort and wrinkled her delicate nose. Sisi, would you like to come back with me tonight to meet everyone? Lin Xian asked. Will they welcome me? Wang Sisi was a little nervous. Of course, they'll be very happy to find out. Lin Xian said with certainty. Okay, then I'll go back with you. Wang Sisi bit her lip lightly and said, I'll go tell my mom in a bit. Okay. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. In the time that follows, Lin Xian sat with Wang Sisi in the Wang family's banquet hall. Wang Sisi inquired about Lin Xian's recent situation. Lin Xian reported everything in detail. However, he deliberately avoided many of the dangerous aspects. He didn't want Wang Sisi to be upset about this. It was nearing dusk. Li Wan returned from paying respects to her ancestors. Wang Yutong followed beside her. Mom, come here for a second, I have something to tell you. Wang Sisi pulled her mother aside and told her that she wanted to stay in Yanjing for a few days. Li Wan naturally agreed. She knew that Cici and Xiao Xian hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the young couple wanted to reconnect. At the Wang family's warm invitation, she also planned to stay here for a few more days. She shared the good news with Delay and the others. Upon hearing this good news, Delay and his group were so excited that they immediately set off for Yanjing. This time, we really owe it all to Xiao Xian. If it weren't for him, their relationship with the Wang family would never have been restored, and the Wang family would not have treated them so warmly. Mom, then I won't be coming back to stay tonight, Wang Cici said. There was a hint of shyness in her voice when she said this. This was the first time she had said something like that in front of her mother. Upon hearing this, Li Wan was overjoyed and said, "Daughter, you'd better hurry up these next few days and try to get your mother a big, healthy baby soon." 769, Chapter 769 Was the feeling wrong? Mom, what are you saying? It's not what you think. Wang Cici blushed deeply. Silly girl, Mom is just thinking of you girls sometimes need to take the initiative. Li Wan said. Mom, Lin Xian and I haven't reached that level of relationship yet. Wang Cici blushed and her heart raced. She and Lin Xian had only held hands a few times and kissed twice. Why did you jump straight to the last step? Girl, relationships are something you two have to work on. If you don't make any progress and Xiao Xian doesn't either, then your relationship will just stay stagnant. Li Wan, speaking with the wisdom of someone who's been through it all, said earnestly, Mom can see that Xiao Xian cares about you a lot, and I can also see that he's not a particularly proactive child, so you should take the initiative. Daughter, you don't want Xiao Xian to be taken away by another girl in the future, do you? But Mom. Alright, girl, just listen to your mother. Take advantage of these next few days to get things done with Xiao Xian. Li Wan asked, by the way, girl, are you in your fertile period these days? Wang Cici nodded, but her face suddenly became as hot as if it were burning. Then you'd better hurry up, Li Wan said. Okay, Mom, I know, I'm going now. Wang Cici bit her lip hard with her pearly teeth. After saying that, he left as if fleeing. This girl. Li Wan shook her head, unsure whether Cici had taken her words to heart. Lin Xian, I've already spoken to my mom, let's go. Back home, Wang Cici's cheeks were still burning, and she didn't dare to look Lin Xian in the eye. Cici, what's wrong? What did Auntie say to you? Why is your face so red? Lin Xian asked with concern. No, just let me stay with you for a few days, and let her know in advance when I'm leaving. Wang Cici made up an excuse. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. I have a feeling that the aunt must have said something else just now. However, he didn't think too much about it, just thinking that as long as his aunt agreed, that was fine. Lin Xian, let's go. Wang Cici urged softly, afraid that her mother would suddenly catch up with her and say something strange again. Okay, sure. Lin Xian nodded, then looked at Wang Yutong in front of him and asked, Yutong, do you want to come back with us? Brother Lin Xian, you and Cici should go back first. I still have some things to take care of here. I'll be back later. Wang Yutong smiled and said. Okay, then come back early when you're done, Cici, and I will head back first. Lin Xian said. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded gently and said in a soft voice, then please be careful on your way. I'll go and get back to work. Good. After saying that, Lin Xian led Wang Cici away from the banquet hall. Wang Yutong did not leave immediately, but turned around to look at the two people's backs. After watching for a while, he finally looked away. Then, stepping on her crisp high heels, she walked towards the Wang family's main hall. No one knows what she was thinking at that moment. As if sensing something, Wang Cici suddenly paused. She glanced back at Wang Yutong, only to see that the latter had already turned and left. Could it be that she was mistaken? Wang Cici frowned slightly. Just now, she clearly felt that Miss Wang seemed to be watching them. What's wrong, Cici? Lin Xian sensed something was off about Wang Cici beside him and stopped to ask. 770, Chapter 770 The Villa's Abnormalities. No, Mabe, I'm just imagining things. Wang Cici shook her head. Feeling? What feeling? Lin Xian was taken aback. It's nothing, let's go, Lin Xian. Wang Sisi smiled slightly. Real? Lin Xian still sensed that Wang Sisi had something on her mind. Real. Wang Sisi nodded affirmatively. Okay, let's go then. Lin Xian said, without giving it any further thought. An hour later. Lin Xian brought Wang Sisi to Ziyun Manor. By this time, it was getting dark. However, the scene inside Ziyun Villa remains bustling and vibrant. Looking at the scenery that resembled a fairyland, Wang Sisi pressed her face almost against the car window. Lin Xian, you live here? She asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. The houses here must be very expensive, right? Wang Sisi took a deep breath. Although she didn't know the price of Ziyun Villa, in a place like Yanjing where land is so valuable, it was still a large villa built in the city center. The villa complex is built in a style resembling a landscape garden, a paradise on earth. It should be aiming for billions or even tens of billions, right? I don't know either, this house isn't mine. Lin Xian smiled and said. Not yours? Wang Sisi was taken aback. Yes, the house belongs to Black Emperor, he's just lending it to me temporarily. Lin Xian said. Call. Wang Sisi felt inexplicably relieved. Upon learning that the villa did not belong to Lin Xian, she felt not only not disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. This proves that she still has a chance to catch up with Lin Xian little by little. After returning to Suzhou, she must work twice as hard. After her trip to Yanjing, she saw many outstanding people around Lin Xian, and she also witnessed Lin Xian's own excellence. The fact that the pavilion master named Han Feng addresses Lin Xian as Mr. Lin is the best proof of this. Although she didn't know much about Jiufan Pavilion, she could tell from the respectful attitude of the Wang family. The other party's status must be higher than that of the Wang family. Silly girl. Lin Xian looked at Wang Sisi, who was now relieved, and chuckled. How could he not know what Wang Sisi was thinking? He lied to her because he didn't want to put too much pressure on her. I'm not stupid. Wang Sisi gave a soft hum. A gentle smile appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he looked at the villa they had arrived at and said, Sisi, we've arrived. Good. Wang Sisi's eyes flickered. My mood suddenly became tense. Because she would soon be seeing Zhao Zhanxiu and Xiao Dai. Zhao Zhanxiu and Dr. Tang were alright, they had met before. She had never met Xiao Dai and Xiaofeng before. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on them. Sisi, don't be nervous, everyone is easy to get along with. Xiao Dai is about the same age as you, or even a year or two younger. She should call you older sister. Lin Xian noticed Wang Sisi's nervousness and spoke gently. Kindness. Wang Sisi nodded gently. Despite saying that, I still felt a surge of nervousness inside. The car drove into Villa No. 1. After parking his car, Lin Xian went to the villa gate, registered his fingerprint, and opened the gate. Lin Xian led Wang Sisi into the villa. At this moment, the living room was brightly lit. However, there was no one there. Mingming had already informed Su Baimo and the others beforehand that he would bring Sisi back tonight. Baimo, Zhao Zhanxiu, Xiao Dai, we're back. Lin Xian figured everyone was probably upstairs, so he called out towards the stairwell. However, after a long time, there was still no response. The entire villa was eerily quiet. Kindness? Lin Xian, noticing something amiss, immediately frowned. My nerves were on edge. 771, Chapter 771. The person behind the curtain. Sisi, something seems to be going on at the villa. Stay close to me for a bit. Lin Xian said with a focused expression, pulling Wang Sisi behind him. Kindness. Wang Sisi nodded nervously and followed closely behind Lin Xian. The quiet atmosphere in the villa also told her something. Something must have happened here. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he scanned his surroundings. There was nothing unusual about the entire floor. Inside the villa, there were no signs of a fight, nor any footprints of outsiders wearing shoes. This suggests that the enemy likely did not come to the first floor. Could it bet they went in from the second floor? Upon realizing this, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. This is highly likely. Although he didn't know why the villa's alarm system wasn't triggered when the enemy broke in through the second floor window. But right now the entire villa is empty, which definitely means something is wrong. Cici, let's go upstairs. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his tone unusually serious. Kindness. Wang Cici followed behind Lin Xian, feeling her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. What exactly happened inside the villa? Could it be that Miss Su and the others have already been? Thinking of that bloody scene, Wang Cici's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured from her tightly clenched hands. Lin Xian's gaze was cold and stern. He moved closer and closer to the upper floor. He would pause after each step to sense if there was any suspicious killing intent leaking from his surroundings. However, nothing unusual happened. This surprised Lin Xian, and his heartstrings were undoubtedly tightened even more. If you can't sense any killing intent, there are only two possibilities. First, the assassin has already left. Secondly, the opponent's strength is roughly equal to his. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conceal the murderous intent so perfectly. However, there was one thing that surprised Lin Xian. That means the lights in the entire living room, the second floor hallway, and even the bedroom were on. Furthermore, the teacups on the living room table were still steaming. This means that at least one person was in the living room 10 minutes ago. But now, there is no one there. Could it bet Tsubaimo and the others have really encountered some misfortune? Or did they just happen to go out on something? However, Lin Xian quickly ruled out the second idea. Half an hour ago, he texted Tsubaimo and the others, saying that he was going to bring Cici back. Tsubaimo and the others also expressed their warm welcome. Logically speaking, even if he had something to do and went out, it's impossible that no one would be left in the villa, and that he wouldn't even say hello. So the most likely scenario is that Tsubaimo and the others encountered some misfortune. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. A feeling of suffocation spread up his chest. He kept moving closer to the second floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As the final step landed, Lin Xian arrived at the second floor and reached the entrance of the corridor. Now, all the bedroom doors were closed. Only Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan's room had their bedroom door open. The bedroom was pitch black. The curtains swayed gently in the breeze blowing in from the window. Lin Xian was on edge as he walked step by step toward the bedroom door. And at a certain moment, he suddenly paused for a moment. He noticed that there seemed to be a figure hiding behind the swaying curtains. Creak! He clenched his fist tightly. A deep killing intent emanated from Lin Xian's eyes. 772, Chapter 772. A little unpleasant. A chill settled in Lin Xian's eyes. He didn't know what kind of strength the other party possessed, that they could completely conceal his own killing intent. However, the thought that Tsubaimo and the others were very likely to have been brutally murdered by this guy made her even more hesitant. Lin Xian's killing intent surged forth like a raging tide. Boom! His internal energy surged violently. Lin Xian stomped his foot on the ground, intending to shoot towards the figure behind the curtain. A warm welcome to our new tenant, Wang Cici, to the villa. Just then, a series of crisp cheers suddenly came from all directions of the bedroom. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the sound of fireworks exploding rang out in front of Lin Xian. The lights in the dark bedroom suddenly came on, and bursts of fireworks shot out from the fireworks tubes, hitting Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. The women who suddenly emerged from the bedroom were taken aback when they saw that Lin Xian was alone. Tang Lan looked around, then asked in surprise, where's Miss Cici? I don't see her. Young master, didn't Miss Cici come back with you? Xiao Dai asked in confusion at this moment. 2M here. Wang Cici peeked out from behind Lin Xian. Like Lin Xian, she was still in a daze. She only snapped out of her daze when she heard someone call her name. So you're Cece. Tang Lan's eyes revealed a look of delight. After losing her memories stopped at her university days. Therefore, she naturally couldn't remember Wang Cece, but Zhao Lingshan told her that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend, and that they had met several times before. Therefore, she was really looking forward to meeting Wang Cece this time, wanting to see what the other person looked like. She is indeed beautiful inside and out. Young master, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Xiao Dai also looked excited. At this moment, Su Baimo, Zhao Lingshan, and Xiao Feng also walked over, each holding a firework tube. Seeing that Lin Xian remained silent and seemed about to explode with anger, Zhao Lingshan's eyebrows furrowed, and she said with displeasure, Lin Xian, why are you looking at us like that? Is there something you're unhappy with about our welcoming ceremony? I'm satisfied, I'm extremely satisfied. Lin Xian was on the verge of tears. He was really scared to death just now. Lin Xian, what's with that expression? Zhao Lingshan showed a displeased expression. Zhao Zhanxiao, you guys almost gave me a heart attack, please let me know in advance next time you create such a surprise. Lin Xian patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. If I told you in advance, how could it be considered a surprise? Zhao Lingshan pursed her lips and said. Then let's not create such surprises, it might actually lead to someone's death. Lin Xian could only manage a wry smile. Just now, if Zhao Lingshan and the others hadn't turned on the fireworks a second earlier, he would have already made his move. In that case, accidental injury is a minor matter, but if someone dies, the trouble will be much bigger. It's his fault too. He was so nervous after discovering the anomaly in the villa that he was only thinking about whether Su Baimo and the others had met with misfortune. He was so focused on sensing the killing intent that he didn't consider anything else. If you don't like it, fine, but why put on such an arrogant act? Zhao Lingshan had no idea what Lin Xian was thinking or feeling at that moment. Feeling reprimanded, she angrily threw down the firework tube in her hand, feeling like she had been given the cold shoulder, and stormed off downstairs. Zhao Zhanxiao, that's not what I meant. Lin Xian grabbed Zhao Lingshan's wrist, wanting to explain. Let me go. Zhao Lingshan tried her best to shake him off. Zhao Zhanxiao, you've really misunderstood Lin Xian. At this moment, seeing that the misunderstanding had escalated, Wang Cece hurriedly stepped forward to explain. 773, Chapter 773. Are you pregnant with the young master's child? Misunderstand? Zhao Lingshan paused, looking at Wang Cece, whose eyes were full of anxiety. Could it be that she really misunderstood Lin Xian? Kindness. Wang Cece nodded heavily and said, Zhao Zhanxiao, you really misunderstood Lin Xian. When we came back and found no one in the villa, he was almost frantic. Ah? Zhao Lingshan was taken aback. After a moment of reflection, I suddenly understood something. Her pretty face immediately blushed. Looking at Lin Xian, she said somewhat embarrassedly, sorry, we forgot. She forgot about the special circumstances. Tang Lan was shot. Xiao Dai was brought back from the northwestern border region by Lin Xian. This must have alerted the mastermind behind the scenes. In the days to come, the other party will definitely conduct a thorough investigation into Xiao Dai's whereabouts. Once it is discovered that Lin Xian took Xiao Dai away, they will definitely send people over. Just now, they were trying to surprise Lin Xian and Wang Cece. They turned off the bedroom lights and everyone hid without making a sound. When Lin Xian returned home and found the villa empty, he was bound to be anxious and think the worst. I was too hasty just now and didn't speak to you in a nice tone. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile and said, you mean well, but don't do this again. A surprise might actually turn into a fright. If you hadn't set off the fireworks just now, I probably would have accidentally injured the person standing behind the curtain. He knew that Zhao Lingshan and the others meant well. However, what happened just now was really too dangerous. I'm sorry. Zhao Lingshan blushed. It turned out that this was what made Lin Xian angry and worried. Lin Xian, how did you see someone behind the curtains just now? Zhao Lingshan asked again. Clearly, they all hid it very well. I saw it when the curtains were blowing. Lin Xian said, then asked, so, who was standing behind the curtains just now? It's me. Su Baimo then stepped forward. Her voice carried a hint of innate coolness, as well as a touch of embarrassment. Like Zhao Lingshan and the others, she only thought about creating surprises for Lin Xian and Wang Sisi, but she didn't think about these things. This was indeed something she overlooked. By Mo, you're just going along with their nonsense. Lin Xian gave a bitter smile. He almost heard Su Baimo just now. That's because I didn't consider that. Su Baimo bit her lip, feeling a little embarrassed. Alright, let's not talk about this, Anna Marie. It's good that no one got hurt. Lin Xian exhaled again, no longer wanting to discuss this topic. Long live understanding. Little Butterfly raised her little hand. You little rascal. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Unexpectedly, a huge blunder almost happened today. By the way, young master, can you now introduce your third sister-in-law to us? Xiao Dia's face regained its excitement. Xiao Dai, don't talk nonsense. Lin Xian was startled and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He looked at Wang Sisi. Sure enough, he saw Wang Sisi's eyebrows furrow in surprise as she looked at him. The third sister-in-law? Miss Su is one. She is one. Who is the other one? Well. Lin Xian's expression stiffened slightly. He forgot to explain the situation to Sisi beforehand. Just as I was thinking about how to answer. Xiao Dai looked at Wang Sisi and said, yes, one is Sister Su, and the other is Sister Yutong. They are all pregnant with the young master's children. Sister Sisi, what about you? Are you pregnant with the young master's child? 774, Chapter 774, Reliving the Tenderness. She's pregnant? Wang Sisi was suddenly startled. Shock appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. In less than half a month, Lin Xian and Miss Su's relationship had already. Moreover, Miss Su was pregnant with Lin Xian's child. And Miss Yutong. How come Shay is also pregnant with Lin Xian's child? Didn't Lin Xian have no relationship with her in that way? This is what Lin Xian told her personally at the ancestral worship ceremony just now. What exactly happened? At this moment, Wang Sisi's mind was in complete chaos, and she was completely confused about the situation. She looked at Lin Xian with surprise, then glanced at Su Baimo. Su Baimo felt Wang Sisi's gaze directed at her, and a slight blush appeared on her pretty face. Clearly, the pregnancy story was just something she and Yutong had made up. Miss Su blushed? Wang Sisi, who was completely unaware of the situation, found it even more unbelievable. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong, Xiao Dai? Xiao Dai looked at Wang Sisi, who was completely shocked, and asked in surprise. No, it's just that there's a lot of information at once, please allow me to process it. Wang Sisi rubbed her temples. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally looked at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, what exactly is going on? I'll explain it to you later. Lin Xian turned around and winked at Wang Sisi. He couldn't reveal the truth to Xiao Dai right now, for fear of affecting her emotions. Good. Wang Sisi nodded. She could tell from Lin Xian's eyes that there was more to the story. She believed that Lin Xian was not the kind of person who was lustful. Besides, no matter how desperate you are, you can't get two people pregnant at once. Call. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Sisi believed him. Young master, why are you so nervous? Xiao Dai looked puzzled. Could it be that you're keeping the fact that Sister Su and Sister Yutong are pregnant a secret from Sister Sisi? No, would your young master be that kind of person? Lin Xian turned around and said to Xiao Dai. 2. Xiao Dai nodded thoughtfully. Young master, let's go downstairs, everyone hasn't eaten yet. Xiao Dia will cook noodles for you. Xiao Dai said with a smile. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so let me do it. Lin Xian smiled and said. Let the young master come, that would be too much of a burden. Xiao Dai looked embarrassed. She was a maid, and Lin Xian was a young master. It's inappropriate for a young master to serve a maid. You are a patient now, you can take care of me after you have recovered. Lin Xian said, not wanting Xiao Dai to feel guilty. Okay, then Xiao Dai needs to heal her injuries as soon as possible. Xiao Dia's eyes lit up, and she said, but the ointment that young master prepared for me is truly amazing. After only 1 day of use, the scars on my body have faded a lot. Ah, really, it's good that it works. Lin Xian chuckled and said, let's go downstairs, I'll cook noodles for you. Okay. Everyone went downstairs. Lin Xian went to the kitchen to cook noodles for everyone. The group sat around the table and introduced themselves to Wang Sisi. Everyone quickly became friends, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. And after eating noodles, the others went upstairs to rest, while Wang Sisi stayed behind to help Lin Xian wash the dishes. Lin Xian originally wanted Wang Sisi to go upstairs to rest as well. However, the latter insisted on staying. And so, amidst the meaningful gazes of the other women, Wang Sisi stayed behind, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xian also planned to take this opportunity to explain the pregnancy matter to Sisi. Incidentally, in this world of two, let's relive those tender moments. 775, Chapter 775. No way. Lin Xian, let me help you wash. In the kitchen, Wang Si wanted to help. No need, Sisi, it's just a few bowls, they'll be washed quickly. Lin Xian smiled gently, then thought of what Xiao Dai had just said about pregnancy, and said, Sisi, don't take what Xiao Dai said about pregnancy to heart, there's no such thing. I didn't take it to heart, but Lin Xian, what exactly is going on? Wang Sisi expressed surprise. She never doubted Lin Xian from the beginning. But what exactly is the story behind Miss Su and Miss Yutong being pregnant with Lin Xian's child, as Xiao Dai mentioned? This is what happened. Lin Xian explained the reason for the matter to Wang Sisi. Such a thing actually happened. Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that something like this would happen to Xiao Dai. How could those guys be so cruel to a girl? So, that's why Bai Mo and Yutong said that in order to awaken Xiao Dai's will to live. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, Lin Xian, have you found out who did it? Wang Sisi was filled with hatred. I wish I could arrest those guys and torture them severely, so they could taste the pain that Xiao Dai suffered. Not yet. Lin Xian shook his head. But in my heart, I already had someone I suspected. Excluding Han Feng and Su Sen. The former head of state is the prime suspect. As for the next two, it should be related to two of the four great families of Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Li. After all, these four families seem to have been involved in the upheaval that befell the Lin family back then. Lin Xian, what are you going to do next? What if the murderers come looking for us? Wang Sisi asked with concern. Those people will definitely not let Xiao Dai off so easily after their failure. If they find out where Xiao Dai is and that Lin Xian rescued her, they will definitely cause trouble. Don't worry, Sisi, Black Emperor has already taken care of this for me. Lin Xian brought up the Black Emperor as an excuse. Lord Black Emperor has made his appearance? Wang Sisi's heart stirred. Kindness. Lin Xian said, so don't worry, I'll be fine. Really, you're not lying to me? Wang Sisi was still somewhat worried. Real. Lin Xian said seriously. Oh well. Wang Sisi finally felt relieved. Okay, the dishes are washed. Just then, Lin Xian finished washing all the dishes. Lin Xian dried his hands with a clean towel and turned to look at Wang Sisi. Let's go upstairs then. Wang Sisi said gently. Wait a minute, Sisi. Lin Xian called out to Wang Sisi. Kindness? Wang Sisi looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. It's quiet here, let's stay here for a while. As Lin Xian spoke, he gently rubbed his hands together, and then, taking advantage of Wang Sisi's unpreparedness, he gently placed one hand on her shoulder. My shoulder was touched. Wang Sisi's body stiffened slightly. Then, she seemed to suddenly understand what Lin Xian meant. A glistening moisture welled up in her beautiful eyes, and she lowered her head shyly, saying, "Lin Xian, if Miss Su and the others come down later, they'll see us." "No, Cici, Su Baimo and the others are already resting upstairs," Lin Xian said softly. "Besides, even if they go downstairs, we'll definitely hear their footsteps later." And while they were talking, his hand, which had been on Wang Cici's shoulder, slowly moved toward her waist. 776, Chapter 776, A World for Two. "Lin Xian, what are you doing?" In the kitchen, Wang Cici felt Lin Xian's restless hand, bit her lip, and let out a soft scolding. However, because her voice was so soft and shy, it had no intimidating power at all. On the contrary, it fueled the burning passion in Lin Xian's heart. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. He and Wang Cici hadn't seen each other for almost half a month. At this moment, the two of them finally had a little private space of their own, and Lin Xian naturally found it hard to suppress his pent-up desire. "Cici, I've noticed you've become even more beautiful in the 2 weeks since I last saw you," Lin Xian whispered in Wang Cici's ear. The gentle voice, coupled with the warm breath from her mouth, made the fine hairs on Wang Cici's ear stand up immediately. At the same time, it also made her delicate body feel slightly weak. She gently braced herself against the kitchen countertop to keep her balance. At that moment, Lin Xian's hand happened to touch Wang Cici's waist. The supple touch stirred Lin Xian's heart. Wang Cici's delicate body felt increasingly weak and limp, and she breathed softly, "Lin Xian, take your hand away." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian not only did not remove his hand, but also gently stroked Wang Cici's waist. This caused Wang Cici's delicate body to tense up instantly, and her beautiful eyes welled up with tears. "Lin Xian, it really won't work." She reached out a hand, trying to remove Lin Xian's hand. But Lin Xian grabbed him without warning. Wang Cici's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xian then stepped to the side and came to stand in front of Wang Cici. The two stood facing each other. Their eyes met, and they were very close. Their breaths seemed to lap against each other's faces. This made Wang Cici even more shy. Her heart trembled violently. She shyly tried to cover her face with her hands, but Lin Xian grabbed her wrist and gently moved it away. "Lin Xian, don't look." Their eyes met, and Wang Cici shyly turned her head away. The shimmering light in his eyes now resembled water droplets, as if they were about to overflow at any moment. "With such a beautiful girlfriend, how could I not look at her?" Lin Xian grinned, his gaze fixed on Wang Cici with a hint of aggression, watching her shy face. "You're annoying." Wang Cici gave a soft reproach. However, there was no blame in her voice. Instead, it sounded more like she was being coquettish. Lin Xian's eyes burned even brighter. Such a voice was irresistible to him. He took a step forward, getting even closer to Wang Cici. At this distance, the two were only about half a fist's width apart, their noses almost touching. I could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Wang Cici. Lin Xian's heart grew increasingly hot. As Wang Cici felt the masculine aura emanating from Lin Xian, her head became slightly dizzy, and her eyes became slightly unfocused. Both of them were somewhat moved. Their lips drew ever closer. Their hot breaths splattered on each other's faces. Wang Cici gently closed her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian gently kissed him. A burning aura permeated their hearts. Wang Cici's body went from being tense and stiff at first to gradually relaxing, and finally she gently wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck. Lin Xian was also tempted. The hand that was originally on Wang Cici's waist began to move restlessly, eventually slipping inside her clothes. 777, Chapter 777 Really? Lin Xian wrapped his arms around Wang Cici, looking at the mist in her eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in his own. The two of them were like opening Pandora's box. The flames in his heart spread rapidly, filling Lin Xian's eyes until they turned faintly red. His hand began to reach behind Wang Cici, trying to remove the obstruction. Click! Just then, the sound of a door opening came from the direction of the living room. Her work, Wang Yutong returned from outside, carrying some things in her hands. Hiss! The sudden sound of the door opening startled the two of them. Their eyes instantly regained their senses. Wang Sisi pushed Lin Xian away forcefully and quickly straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes. Lin Xian's lips twitched violently. Why did they have to come at this time of all times? Lin Xian was filled with grief. A little later, he could. Is anyone in the kitchen? At this moment, Wang Yutong, who was completely unaware of what was going on, saw the kitchen light on after changing into her slippers and couldn't help but ask a question. Have. Lin Xian replied. There was a clear hint of bitterness in his voice. Brother Lin Xian? Wang Yutong sensed the bitterness in Lin Xian's voice and walked towards the kitchen with a hint of surprise in her heart. Yutong, you're back. Lin Xian forced himself to stay alert and looked at Wang Yutong as she approached. Miss Wang, you're back. Wang Sisi also greeted Wang Yutong, her eyes trembling slightly. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded yet. Kindness? Wang Yutong frowned slightly in surprise. Judging from the way Lin Xian and Sisi looked, it felt like they were just in the kitchen. Yutong, why are you looking at us like that? Lin Xian asked a question, feeling a little guilty. Brother Lin Xian, were you guys there just now? Wang Yutong asked cryptically. A hint of mischief flickered in her beautiful eyes. No, Yutong, what are you thinking? We just finished eating, and Sisi and I were tidying up in the kitchen we just finished and were about to go upstairs. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly made up an excuse. Real? Wang Yutong, however, did not believe it. His gaze fell on the two of them, scrutinizing them more and more. 778, Chapter 778. Still worried? Certainly. Lin Xian's eyes twitched, and he quickly said. Then why are you so nervous, brother Lin Xian? Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian with a meaningful expression. Look, anyone would be a little nervous if you suddenly asked that question. Lin Xian quickly came up with a pretext. Oh. Wang Yutong nodded. I'm feeling a little unhappy. Kindness? Lin Xian noticed a slight change in Wang Yutong's mood, raised an eyebrow, and asked with concern, is something on your mind? Without. Wang Yutong's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, I'm a little tired after a busy day, so I'll go upstairs to rest first. After saying that, he picked up his things and turned to walk upstairs. His back view showed a hint of disappointment. Kindness? Lin Xian couldn't help but frown. I felt that Yutong's behavior just now was a bit strange. However, perhaps it was because they were really tired. After all, holding a family ancestral worship ceremony is a rather busy affair. Wang Sisi is sensitive and perceptive. At this moment, it was obvious that Wang Yutong's emotions were abnormal. Lin Xian, Miss Yutong, could it be that she found out we were here and that's why she's angry? Wang Sisi couldn't help but ask softly. Surely no way? Lin Xian thought about it and felt that this was unlikely to be the reason. Yutong knew about his relationship with Sisi. Even if she really guessed that he and Sisi were in the kitchen, she wouldn't be angry. At most, she would just tease him a bit. And this is in line with Yutong's personality. You know, he's been teased quite a bit at Yutong's place these past few days. But why do I feel like Yutong is angry? Wang Sisi frowned slightly. I'll ask Yutong again tomorrow morning, don't worry, she shouldn't be doing this because of us, she was perfectly fine during the ancestral worship ceremony today. Lin Xian said. All right. Wang Sisi nodded. Perhaps she really is overthinking things. Lin Xian looked at Wang Sisi again. Thinking about what just happened. A renewed passion rekindled in his eyes. Lin Xian, I'm going upstairs now. Wang Sisi naturally sensed it, and her face immediately turned red again as she prepared to slip away. I'll stay with you. Lin Xian quickly followed. He followed Wang Sisi into the bedroom. Wang Sisi's bedroom was chosen next to Su Baimo's, and it was also the one closest to the end of the corridor. After entering the room, Lin Xian closed the door behind him. Seeing Lin Xian close the door, Wang Cici's beautiful eyes trembled slightly with shyness. She bit her lip and said, "Lin Xian, why are you closing the door? I'm going to take a shower, you should go back now." "Cici, shall I stay with you tonight?" Lin Xian rubbed his hands together and said shamelessly. "Ah." Wang Cici was startled. The next second, her face flushed again, and she said shyly, You should go back. It wouldn't be good if Miss Su and the others found out you were here." Besides being shy, Wang Cici also had some concerns. Wang Yutong's reaction just now was deeply imprinted in her mind. She was terrified they would be angry if they found out. "Cici, don't worry about that, Baimo won't be angry," Lin Xian assured him. He knew Su Baimo very well. The latter had already accepted Wang Cici in his heart back in Suzhou. As for things that have already been accepted, Su Baimo is never petty or angry. Then what about Miss Yutong? Wang Cici then asked another question. She was still worried. 779, Chapter 779. Let's get married. Yutong? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a laugh and said, "Cici, the relationship between Yutong and me is really not what you think." "But didn't you think she was a little angry when she saw us alone in the kitchen just now?" Wang Cici bit her lip lightly, still thinking about Wang Yutong's reaction when she saw them. Angry? No, I don't think so. Lin Xian thought about it carefully, but couldn't sense that Yutong was angry at all. Aside from did look a little disappointed. According to Yutong, she was just tired after a busy day. The most crucial point. Yutong's relationship with him was merely that of a brother and sister, and Yutong would never get angry about this. Furthermore, Yutong never got angry after learning about his relationship with Su Baimo. Instead, she often teased him. Therefore, Lin Xian concluded that Yutong couldn't possibly be angry about this. Even if he's angry, it's about something else, definitely unrelated to his relationship with Cici. Perhaps it's something that happens within the family. He'll ask her properly tomorrow morning after Yutong has rested. Thinking to himself, Lin Xian said again, "Cici, don't overthink it. I'll ask Yutong tomorrow. I think she's just too tired, or maybe she's encountered some other troubles." "All right." Wang Cici pursed her lips and stopped thinking about it. Everything will be clear after Lin Xian asks Wang Yutong tomorrow. "Cici, let's talk about our business first." Lin Xian returned to the main topic, rubbing his hands together excitedly. What could possibly happen to us? Wang Cici's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Deep within his eyes, ripples of water quietly rose. "Of course, it's my job to stay and keep you company." Lin Xian grinned. "No way." Wang Cici blurted it out. But it was clear that he was being somewhat hypocritical. To be honest, it was her first time living in an unfamiliar environment, and she and Lin Xian hadn't seen each other for quite some time. She also really wanted Lin Xian to stay and keep her company. But, thinking about what had just happened between the two of them in the kitchen. If Lin Xian stays tonight, between them, that taboo might really be broken. Thinking about this, her heart began to pound. The words her mother had said to her after the ancestral worship ceremony kept popping into her mind, urging her and Lin Xian to have a child as soon as possible. The more she thought about it, the faster her heart pounded, and her mind went completely blank. All she wants right now is to take a shower. "Cici, please let me stay with you." At this moment, Lin Xian became somewhat shameless, displaying a thick-skinned spirit. "Lin Xian, I've noticed that you've become quite shameless since I last saw you." Wang Cici's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Lin Xian with a hint of shyness and reproach. Well, reminded by Wang Cici, Lin Xian suddenly realized what was going on. It seems he wasn't like this before. Maybe it's because I haven't seen Cici in a long time. Moreover, his relationship with Cici is now confirmed as boyfriend and girlfriend. In the future, he will certainly not let Cici down. Therefore, my thoughts also changed. His original plan was to return to Suzhou and propose to Cici after he finished dealing with the Lin family's affairs. Unexpectedly, he met Cece ahead of time this time. Thinking about this, Lin Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. Looking at Wang Cece, he said, "Cece, let's get married after I've finished dealing with things in Yanjing." 780, Chapter 780. Promise me, okay? Get married? Wang Cece's heart suddenly trembled. She looked up, staring at Lin Xian with a surprised expression. Before this, she had never imagined that these words would come out of Lin Xian's mouth so soon. Yes, let's get married. Lin Xian nodded emphatically, his face serious. I actually wanted to talk to you about this before, but I just couldn't bring myself to say it, and what? Wang Cece pressed for more information anxiously. She didn't want to hear any bad news. Besides, I'm not entirely confident that I can return safely from Yanjing this time, so I don't want to hold you back. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said everything that was on his mind. To be honest, he knew he was facing a very powerful force when he came to Yanjing this time. He wasn't entirely confident about this either. He was afraid that if he said such a thing, it would ruin Wang Cece's life. The phrase "I'm afraid of holding you back" also touched Wang Cece's heartstrings. Her heart trembled violently. She looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes slightly red. "You always call me a fool, but I think you're the biggest fool. Lin Xian, you'll be alright, okay? If anything happens to you, I'll be the first one to come down and be with you." When she said this, Wang Cece did not think at all, and her eyes were extremely solemn and serious. It was as if she had thought about this idea countless times before. "Cece, you." Lin Xian's expression froze. My heart was also shaken. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If I don't come back, you'll just have to live a good life in Suzhou by yourself." Lin Xian looked reproachful and said, "At that time, President Wang and the others will also take care of you in business." "I don't want to." Wang Cece shook her head firmly. Her tone was unusually firm, despite her usually gentle nature. "Silly girl, stop fooling around." Lin Xian frowned, his tone unusually stern. "I'm not joking." Wang Cece looked at Lin Xian with a stubborn gaze. "You?" Lin Xian's lips moved, but no sound came out. He knew the determination the girl had made at that moment. Moreover, this determination had probably already taken root in her heart long ago. He knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't shake the girl's resolve. The sternness in his eyes gradually turned into gentleness. Lin Xian stopped trying to persuade her, reached out and ruffled Wang Cece's hair, and sighed, "Silly girl, was it worth it for you to do this for me?" Worth. Wang Cece did not hesitate. "Well." Lin Xian sighed heavily, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "If I had known you were this stubborn, I should have stayed far away from you in the first place." "Humph, it's too late to say all this now. I am already yours, and you can't get rid of me even if you want to." Wang Cece hummed to herself. However, she quickly realized that what she said was too explicit, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Lin Xian was also visibly taken aback. Before this, he had never imagined that these words would come out of Cece's mouth. The gentle light in his eyes grew even stronger. At this moment, Lin Xian could deeply feel Wang Cece's affection for him. And the more he thought about it, the less he wanted the girl to do something foolish for him in the future. "Cece." Lin Xian spoke softly. "Kindness?" Wang Cece responded softly. "Promise me, if something really happens to me one day, you won't do anything foolish, okay?" Lin Xian's eyes were full of tenderness. Wang Cece's heart was shaken. At that moment, she didn't answer Lin Xian, but suddenly hugged Lin Xian's head with both hands. Then, he stood on tiptoe and kissed her forcefully. 781, Chapter 781. The Straight Man. Lin Xian opened his eyes wide. He never expected that Wang Cece would take the initiative to kiss him. The latter's lips are very soft. A sweet fragrance quickly spread between the lips and teeth. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Xian quickly recovered. His dangling hands tightly embraced Wang Cece's slender waist, ready to respond passionately. At that moment, drops of warm water suddenly and gently landed on Lin Xian's lips. The taste is salty. They are tears. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened his eyes. What I saw was Wang Cici, her eyes gently closed, tears streaming down her face. Startled, Lin Xian quickly separated from Wang Cici and asked anxiously, "Cici, why are you crying?" "I'm fine." Wang Cici opened her eyes at that moment and wiped away her tears with her sleeve. But the tears had just been wiped away. Soon, new tears welled up at the corners of my eyes and then slid down my cheeks. Wang Cici couldn't control her emotions. More tears flowed. To prevent Lin Xian from seeing her current appearance, Wang Cici quickly turned her body away. "Cici, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Was I too harsh on you just now? Don't cry." Wang Cici's crying immediately threw Lin Xian into a panic. He quickly ran to Wang Cici to comfort her. Wang Cici then turned her body to the other side. Now, Lin Xian was even more anxious, like a headless fly. He could only stomp his feet in frustration. "Cici, don't cry, we can talk about anything. Did I yell at you just now? I take back what I said." "You idiot." Wang Cici spoke at this moment. She wiped away her tears while lowering her head, not wanting Lin Xian to see her current appearance, which must be very ugly and unsightly. "Yes, I am an idiot, so Cici, don't be sad." Lin Xian berated himself. But a nonsensical and incoherent curse made Wang Cici suddenly burst out laughing. "You smiled." Seeing Wang Cici stop crying and start smiling, Lin Xian grinned. "You big idiot, I'm not blaming you, why are you scolding yourself?" Wang Cici wrinkled her nose, wiped away all her tears, and then looked up at Lin Xian again. "Ha, you're not blaming me?" Lin Xian was completely stunned. Wasn't it because his tone of voice was a bit harsh, making Wang Cici angry and upset? Humph, what a complete idiot, such a clueless straight man, no wonder he never had a girlfriend before. Wang Cici hummed. She wasn't crying because she was sad. She cried because Lin Xian, that big idiot, was still thinking of her even though he was in such a difficult situation himself, so she was a little touched. Combined with the pent-up emotions she had been holding back, she suddenly broke down in tears. Looking back now, it's really embarrassing. Well, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, completely bewildered. How did he become a straight man? And why is it that he deserves to not be able to find a girlfriend? Look at you, you clueless straight man, you don't understand women's feelings. That Ali really don't know how Miss Su got together with you before. Wang Cici looked at Lin Xian's silly and simple-minded appearance, and pouted her lips again. This maybe it's due to my personal charm? Lin Xian thought about it and also felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. Wang Cici was amused by Lin Xian's words again, and a cute snot bubble popped out of her nose. 782, Chapter 782. That's not what I meant. Cici, you look so cute right now. The sight of snot bubbles popping out of his nose made Lin Xian laugh. Don't look. Wang Cici immediately lowered her head, her pretty face burning. She knew she must have looked terrible just now. My Cici is so cute and pretty, of course I have to take a few more glances at her. Lin Xian, however, looked very serious. You idiot, I hate you. Wang Cici gently punched Lin Xian's chest with her small fist. The fist was soft and didn't hurt Lin Xian's chest at all, instead, it made him grin even wider. This means that Wang Cici is no longer sad. You and I need to go to the restroom first. Wang Cici covered her face with her hands, then turned and ran to the bathroom after speaking. She didn't want Lin Xian to see her face covered in tears, it would look terrible. Splash! Soon, the sound of running water from a faucet came from the bathroom. Wang Cici splashed water on her cheeks. A little over a minute later, he came out of the bathroom. Her eyes were still a little red because she had just cried. However, the tear stains have been washed away. That cute snot bubble from before is gone. Lin Xian looked at Wang Cici at this moment and chuckled. Don't laugh at me. Wang Cici pouted, looking coquettish. She must have looked really embarrassing just now. I just think our Cece is so cute. Lin Xian made no attempt to hide his praise. Cute, she was clearly hideous just now. Thinking about how she had not only cried in front of Lin Xian, but also had a snot bubble come out of her nose, Wang Cece immediately bit her lip, looking ashamed. That's not true at all, she's obviously very cute. Lin Xian said something. This time, he wasn't just comforting Wang Cece, he was speaking from the heart. Wang Cece looked so cute just now. Real? Wang Cece was somewhat skeptical, thinking that Lin Xian was just trying to comfort her. Certainly. Lin Xian answered without hesitation. All right. Wang Cece's eyes flickered slightly. Cece, can you tell me now what made you sad just now? Lin Xian looked at Wang Cece, whose emotions had calmed down, and asked with concern. It's nothing, I am just a little touched because you're so nice to me. Wang Cece bit her lip and whispered. Huh? Lin Xian was stunned. So he was wrong all along? Wang Cece didn't cry because she was angry or sad. Wang Cece naturally noticed Lin Xian's surprise at that moment, rolled her eyes at him, and said, That's why I said you're a total straight man. Well. Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed. Now that I think about it, it seems that it is indeed true. Okay, Lin Xian, so you don't need to worry about me, I am really not sad or angry. Wang Cece's eyes softened as she spoke. I'm glad you're alright. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Kindness. Wang Cece nodded gently. Suddenly remembering something, a glint of tears flashed in her eyes as she said, Lin Xian, I'm going to take a bath now, you can go back first. Huh? Are you trying to kick me out again? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately turned sour. He had only been with Cece for a short time, why did he have to go back? And, when Cece kissed him just now, I did not mean that. Wang Cece spoke softly at that moment. As she spoke, she gently bit her lip with her pearly teeth. Lin Xian saw it all. As if suddenly enlightened, his spirits lifted. 783, Chapter 783 Encountering Yutong. Cece, you go take a shower first, I'll go back and take a shower too. Lin Xian was in high spirits. He knew what Cece meant just now. Wang Cece responded softly, a shy, watery look flashing across her eyes. I'll be going now, text me when you're ready, I have something for you. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Thing? Wang Cece was a little curious. You'll find out soon enough, I'm leaving now. Lin Xian grinned, then left somewhat impatiently. He's now just waiting for Cece to finish her shower and send him a message. That thing that he had treasured for 15 years should be returned to its rightful owner. Lin Xian thought to himself. After returning to my room, I quickly took a shower. After drying his hair, Lin Xian changed into a bathrobe, then went to the wardrobe and opened the bottom drawer. Inside, there was an old wooden box. Lin Xian opened the wooden box. The wooden box was filled with love letters written to him by princesses and noble women from various countries. However, this was not Lin Xian's main concern. All he could see now was the pink butterfly hairclip placed on top of all the love letters. This hairclip was the one that fell from Wang Cece's head all those years ago. He has treasured it all these years. She accompanied him for a full 15 years. Now, this hairclip should be returned to its original owner. Lin Xian took out the hairclip, then closed the wooden box and placed it back at the bottom of the wardrobe. He sat down on the edge of the bed, waiting for Wang Cece to send him a text message after she finished showering. A surge of excitement welled up inside me. And it is said that waiting is the most anxious thing. Although less than 5 minutes had passed, it felt like more than an hour to Lin Xian. His eyes remained fixed on the phone screen. During this time, a text message notification from 10086 made Lin Xian's body tremble with excitement. Depend on. However, upon seeing that the text message came from 10086, he was so angry that he almost swore. Another minute has passed. 2 minutes. 10 minutes passed. Lin Xian appeared to be scrolling through news on his phone. But his mind wasn't on those news headlines at all. Bite. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian's phone received another text message notification. Lin Xian then straightened up excitedly and immediately opened the text message. This time, the text message was sent by Wang Cici. The content is very simple. This stirred Lin Xian's heart with excitement. I'm done washing, come over here. Good. Lin Xian simply typed a single character, then picked up the butterfly hair clip beside him, opened the door, and went out. Ta-da! Just then, footsteps sounded outside the room. The moment Lin Xian pushed open the door, he saw Wang Yutong, who was wearing a nightgown and had also just finished showering. Wang Yutong was holding a glass of water when she saw Lin Xian walking out in a bathrobe, and she paused for a moment. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Seeing that Wang Yutong was clearly preparing to go downstairs, he asked softly, "Yutong, are you going downstairs?" "Okay, I'll go downstairs to get a glass of water and watch some TV while I'm at it," Wang Yutong said. Actually, she was feeling very down and wanted to go downstairs to the living room to sit for a while and have some more spacious surroundings. "Okay, then go ahead." Lin Xian, unaware of Wang Yutong's current mood, smiled gently. "Brother Lin Xian, where are you planning to go?" Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian, who had also come out of the room, and asked him gently. As she spoke, her gaze also fell upon the pink butterfly hair clip in Lin Xian's hand. 784, Chapter 784 tonight. Well, I am going to find Cici. I happen to have something to give her. Lin Xian smiled and said. The thing, is it the hair clip you're holding? Wang Yutong's eyes flickered, and she asked softly. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Is this a gift for Cici? Wang Yutong was surprised, but still asked a question. Because this butterfly hair clip is clearly something only little girls would wear. Oh no, this originally belonged to Cici. Lin Xian replied. It originally belonged to Wang Cici? Wang Yutong was stunned. Could it be that brother Lin Xian and Wang Cici used this butterfly hair clip as a token of their love when they were children? Yutong? Lin Xian noticed Wang Yutong's sudden daze and waved his hand in front of her. Oh, brother Lin Xian is alright. If you need to find Cici, you can go ahead and do your thing. I am going downstairs. Wang Yutong snapped out of her daze, a hint of sadness flashing deep in her beautiful eyes, and said. Okay, I'll go now. You should get some rest too, don't stay up too late. Lin Xian asked a question, unaware of Wang Yutong's unusual emotional state. In his view, Wang Yutong wouldn't care about this matter. Good. Wang Yutong gently pursed her red lips. After saying that, she put on her slippers and walked downstairs. But in my heart, I felt even more depressed. Why can brother Lin Xian accept everyone but not her? He could treat Subaimo as a lover, and Wang Cici as a lover, but he only treated her as a younger sister. She was really sad and felt so depressed. She even considered leaving this place, leaving Yanjing for a while. On the other side, Lin Xian was completely unaware of Wang Yutong's low mood at that moment. He arrived at Wang Cici's bedroom door and gently knocked. Wang Cici knew that the person knocking was Lin Xian, and replied softly, the door isn't locked. Lin Xian immediately pushed open the door and went inside. Then, while closing the door, lock it from the inside to prevent anyone from disturbing you. He looked into the bedroom. At this moment, Wang Cici was wearing a light yellow nightgown and leaning against the bed. She was covered with a thin blanket, and her long, beautiful black hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her swan-like, long, and snow-white neck. A faint blush graced her cheeks. I don't know if it's because I just took a shower or because I'm shy. The moment Lin Xian saw Wang Cici, his eyes lit up, and he grinned, praising, Cici, you look so beautiful right now. Wang Cici's eyes trembled slightly, she bit her lip, and lowered her head a little shyly. She had never faced such a situation before. Therefore, for a moment, besides her heart racing, she was so nervous that she could hardly speak. Admittedly, she had slept in the same bed with Lin Xian before. But the situation then was completely different from now. At the time, the two had just met and were sleeping in separate beds. But things are different now. If Lin Xian stays tonight, they'll probably. Thinking of what had just happened in the kitchen, Lin Xian put his hand inside her clothes. The shyness in Wang Cici's eyes caused her to tremble even more violently. Hey Lin Xian, you said you were going to bring me something, what is it? Wang Cici found a topic to try to ease her shyness and nervousness. Oh, it's this. After being reminded by Wang Cici, Lin Xian immediately shifted his gaze away from Wang Cici's face. He walked to the bedside and went to Wang Cici's side. Then she held the pink butterfly hair clip in her hand in front of Wang Cici and said with a light laugh, "This is for Cici." 785, Chapter 785, returning the item to its rightful owner. This is me hair clip? Wang Cici's beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked at the pink butterfly hair clip in front of her. Kindness. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, equally excited. Sure enough, this butterfly hair clip belongs to Wang Cici. Lin Xian, how did you end up with this hair clip? Wang Cici took the hair clip from Lin Xian's hand in surprise, and then looked at Lin Xian. That day, when the nanny carried you away, the hair clip just happened to slip off your head, and I happened to pick it up. Lin Xian answered. So that's how it is. Wang Cici said, no wonder I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked. When Xiaoting asked, I could only say guiltily that I had left it at home. At the time, this butterfly hair clip was a token that witnessed their friendship. At that time, Su Ting was equally lively and kind. I never imagined that Su Ting would turn out like this. Thinking of this, Wang Cici couldn't help but sigh deeply. I wonder how Xiaoting is doing now. What's wrong, Cici? Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Lin Xian looked at Wang Cici, who seemed a little down, and asked her with concern. No, I just suddenly thought of Xiaoting. I wonder how she is now. Wang Cici said. Although Xiaoting heard her before, they had a relationship that lasted for so many years, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't miss her. You mean Su Ting? She's working at Su Baimo's company now. We ran into her when we had dinner last time. Lin Xian said that in order not to worry Wang Cici, he also told her about the situation. Xiaoting is at Miss Su's company. Miss Su has forgiven her? Wang Cici was startled. I remember back then, it was Miss Su who ordered Xiaoting to be blacklisted in Suzhou. I guess so. Lin Xian said, then added, moreover, Su Ting seems to have realized her mistake back then. No one is perfect, everyone makes mistakes. Although there is no longer any affection between him and Su Ting. But seeing that she realized her mistake and started her life anew, he was happy for her. After all, not everyone has the courage to start over. Lin Xian, have you forgiven her? Wang Cici's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. When you're free another day, could you take me to meet Xiaoting? There are a few things I've always wanted to say to her. Wang Cici said, gently biting her lip with her pearly teeth. I felt a little embarrassed to make this request in front of Lin Xian. No problem, I'll take you to see her in a couple of days when you're free. Lin Xian didn't care. Okay, thank you, Lin Xian. Wang Cici readily agreed. Silly girl. Lin Xian smiled gently, then handed the hair clip to Wang Cici. This hair clip has been with me for 15 years now. I'm returning it to you. It's like returning it to its rightful owner. Okay. Wang Cici happily accepted it. Then she quickly got out of bed and went to the dressing mirror to put it on. As Wang Cici got up, her entire nightgown was now displayed before Lin Xian. The light yellow nightgown just covered her hips, revealing two slender and eye-catching long legs. And because Wang Cici was putting on her hair clip in front of the mirror, her body arched slightly, and her pert buttocks under her nightgown drew a wave-like arc in the air. Lin Xian saw this and immediately felt a burning sensation on the tip of his nose. His eyes also became intense. 786, Chapter 786, Flames. Lin Xian, is it pretty? At this moment, Wang Cici put on her butterfly hair clip and turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still captivated by Wang Cici's graceful figure. When he saw her turn around, he immediately looked away and said, "Beautiful, absolutely beautiful." "Humph, just going through the motions." Wang Cici gave a soft hum. Lin Xian wasn't even looking. Without Cici, it's really beautiful," Lin Xian hurriedly said. When his gaze fell on Wang Cici again, he saw her entire front view, which was covered by her nightgown. Her full breast stretched out in an arc at the neckline of her nightgown, revealing a hint of her snow-white cleavage. Perhaps because Wang Cici was getting ready for bed, the hem of this nightgown was a little short. But it is precisely because it is short that it is even sexier. It's as if you just lift the skirt up slightly, you could see her underwear. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly involuntarily. "Where are you looking?" Wang Cici felt the burning passion in Lin Xian's gaze and immediately let out a coquettish cry. However, given Wang Cici's current attire and her soft voice, this moment felt more like an allure. The burning sensation in Lin Xian's heart intensified. "Sadder." Wang Cici rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, but her pretty face was flushed with embarrassment. Actually, she brought a total of 3 nightgowns with her this time. However, she thought this nightgown was the best looking and the one that best showed off her figure. She's usually too embarrassed to wear it at home. "I only tried it on once after buying it. But today, for some reason, she chose to wear this nightgown. Well, that's because my Cici is too beautiful and has too good a figure." Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. As he spoke, he swallowed again, feeling a dryness in his throat. "Oomph, glib tongue." Wang Cici gave a soft hum, but secretly she was delighted by Lin Xian's praise. "Looks like she made the right choice with this dress. Cici, meet's getting late, why don't we get some rest?" Lin Xian looked at Wang Cici, who was incredibly charming at the moment, and said with some excitement, "A pervert." Seeing Lin Xian's obviously impatient look, Wang Cici gave another coquettish sigh. A glint of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Hey hey." Lin Xian did not deny it and smiled at Wang Cici. "Fool. Fool." Wang Cici looked at Lin Xian's silly expression, her pretty face blushing with shyness. Lin Xian walked towards Wang Cici step by step. As Wang Cici watched Lin Xian approach her, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart pounded. After taking a few steps, Lin Xian arrived in front of Wang Cici. Wang Cici subconsciously took a step back, feeling a bit intimidated. His body suddenly touched the edge of the table. She then realized that there was a table behind her. She raised her shy eyes and looked at Lin Xian. What I saw was the latter's pair of eyes, which were now filled with aggression. His gaze trembled even more violently immediately. At this moment, Lin Xian felt as if a flame was burning in his heart. He stretched out his strong arm, grabbed Wang Cici's slender waist, and then silenced her with a kiss before she could even open her mouth. Wang Cici's mouth was suddenly and forcefully sealed. Her body tensed up quickly. At that moment, she felt as if Lin Xian were a burning flame, overwhelmingly enveloping her. 787, Chapter 787. No. Wang Cici quickly melted away, and then succumbed to despair. My body gradually relaxed. Her hands gently encircled Lin Xian's neck. The two embraced tightly. Their lips and teeth were so close together that not even a piece of paper could fit between them, as if they wanted to melt into each other. Wang Cici closed her beautiful eyes slightly, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and she breathed softly. Lin Xian's hand slipped through Wang Cici's nightgown and gradually moved upwards. Wang Cici's delicate body suddenly tensed up. Realizing what Lin Xian was about to do, she quickly and gently pushed him away, saying shyly, Lin Xian, could you turn off the light first?" Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood Wang Cici's meaning. He quickly went to the door and pressed the switch. Suddenly, the entire bedroom went dark. Wang Cici quickly burrowed into the covers. Lin Xian also sneaked in under the cover of darkness. He reached out to hug Wang Cici, but because he couldn't see, he touched an itchy spot on her waist. "Lin Xian, it itches." Wang Sisi immediately let out a clear, bell-like laugh. Sisi, your skin is so smooth. Lin Xian whispered in Wang Sisi's ear. Ugh, stop talking now. Wang Sisi gave a soft reproach. The bedroom quickly fell silent. About 10 seconds passed. In the darkness. Itch. Lin Xian, you're so annoying, where are you touching me? Not there. It really won't work. Wang Sisi's voice trembled noticeably. With Lin Xian's touch. Her pretty face flushed red and felt hot. His eyes were like pools overflowing with spring water, as if water droplets were about to spill out. Fortunately, the lights are off now, so I can't see anything. Otherwise, Wang Sisi really felt that she was too embarrassing in her current state. However, she is currently lying on her side with her back to Lin Xian. It seems like she's made herself feel safe. And it won't let Lin Xian's hand. Then, she forgot that this position actually makes it easier to stimulate a man's nerves. Therefore, when Wang Sisi chose to lie on her side, the flames that were already churning in Lin Xian's heart burned even more fiercely. He hugged Wang Sisi from behind. Ah! Wang Sisi let out a soft cry, her ears turning bright red in an instant. Lin Xian, you touched me. Wang Sisi noticed something was wrong. However, she immediately realized what was going on. Her eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly said, no, Lin Xian won't do. However, Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and he was no longer listening to anything. Wang Sisi's words only made him hug her tighter, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Lin Xian held her tightly in his arms. Wang Sisi also felt a sense of confusion. The body's struggles gradually subsided. But then she quickly remembered something and struggled violently again. No, Lin Xian, today is a dangerous period. She remembered her current physical condition. If it really were Lin Xian, it would be very easy. However, Lin Xian held Wang Sisi tightly and wouldn't let go. He longed to have a child with Sisi. At that moment, he slightly raised his neck and whispered in Wang Sisi's ear, Sisi, let's have a child. 788, Chapter 788 Secretary Xiao. A soft whisper. At that moment, it was like a thunderclap in Wang Sisi's ears. Wang Sisi's delicate body suddenly stiffened. He uttered a surprised sound, Lin Xian, are you serious? Before this, she had never imagined that Lin Xian would want to have a child with her so soon. After all, he has so many outstanding women around him. Having children means having ties. Of course, Sisi. Lin Xian's answer was full of affirmation. At that moment, desire failed to take over reason. He said this while he was fully conscious. Then what about Miss Su and Zhao Zhanxiao? Wang Sisi asked uncertainly. Bayamo certainly has no objections. As for Zhao Zhanxiao and the others, they should be very happy that we want the child, as their friends, right? Lin Xian thought for a moment and then said. That's not what I meant, if Zhao Zhanxiao and the others also like you, and we have a child, wouldn't that mean? Silly girl, don't overthink it. Zhao Zhanxiao and I are just friends. Lin Xian interrupted gently, saying, besides, if they really like me, they'll definitely like our child too. Of course, this assumption is definitely not true. Putting aside everything else, Zhao Zhanxiao used to want to shoot me every day, how could he possibly like me? Thinking back to when he first met Zhao Lingshan, he was almost shot by her several times. At the time, he called Zhao Lingshan Mother Tyrannosaurus. Booty feel like her impression of you has changed. Wang Sisi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Impossible. Lin Xian said confidently, then added, alright, Sisi, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's have a baby soon, shall we? You're so annoying, you're just a lustful lecher. When the topic came up, Wang Sisi immediately blushed again, feeling a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and apprehension. After all, in that area, she was like a blank sheet of paper. Hey! Lin Xian grinned shamelessly and hugged Wang Sisi tightly again, one hand slowly reaching down to lift her skirt. Wang Sisi realized Lin Xian's intentions. At that moment, she bit her lip tightly with her pearly teeth, and a trembling moisture welled up in her dark eyes. This time, she didn't stop him, but let Lin Xian slowly lift her nightgown up. Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. She was about to remove her last piece of clothing. Day. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Lin Xian and Wang Sisi tensed up instantly. However, the two still showed no intention of separating. On the contrary, I felt an extraordinary thrill and my heart raced even faster. It must be Yu Tong who came up. Lin Xian whispered in Wang Sisi's ear. Wang Sisi nodded gently, her breathing slightly constricted. Although it was in a room, it was only separated by a door and a wall. Therefore, she was also afraid that the noise in the room would be heard by Miss Wang who was passing by. Wouldn't it be incredibly awkward if we met again? After a series of footsteps. The owner of the footsteps finally stopped at the door of the room. I initially thought Wang Yuton had gone upstairs. Young miss, I'm sorry I'm late, something came up at home and I've brought you everything you asked for. However, the knocking sound from next door and the slightly familiar female voice immediately stirred something in Lin Xian and Wang Sisi's hearts. It's Secretary Xiao. 789, Chapter 789. Everyone's here. Secretary Xiao has arrived. Lin Xian uttered a low cry. How could he forget that Xiao Mei is coming today too? Click. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from the next room. Su Baimo's cool voice rang out with a hint of joy. Xiao Mei, you've come, thank you for your hard work. Miss, it's not tiring at all. Xiao Mei stood at the door, dragging her suitcase, and asked, Miss, which room will I be staying in? You should ask Lin Xian, he shouldn't be asleep yet, I'll go wake him up. Su Baimo said. Yes, miss. Xiao Mei followed Su Baimo toward Lin Xian's bedroom. Oh no! Lin Xian gasped upon hearing the conversation between the two people outside the door. He's still in Cici's room. However, Secretary Zhao's arrival was far too untimely. Lin Xian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Although I still longed to stay in bed, I had no choice but to get out at this moment. Cici, I'm going out for a bit. Lin Xian said awkwardly. I'll go with you. Wang Cici lightly bit her lip and sat up from the bed. If Lin Xian goes alone, wouldn't it be easier for Miss Su and the others to misunderstand and think that they are the ones who are? Although they are indeed. Moreover, when Xiao Mei arrived, she remained silent in her room and didn't even greet her, which was very impolite. Good. Lin Xian had also thought of this, and said, then I'll turn on the lights now. Kindness. Wang Cici nodded slightly. Lin Xian turned on the light. The sudden illumination made the two, who were used to the darkness, squint, feeling a bit dazzled. After adjusting for a moment, I opened my eyes. Wang Cici said shyly, I'll go put on a coat first, wait for me. After saying that, she took out a long white sheer coat from the wardrobe and draped it over her shoulders. The coat covered just above her thighs, concealing her graceful figure. Let's go, Lin Xian. After that, Wang Cici pursed her lips and walked out of the bedroom with Lin Xian. At this time, Su Baimo and Xiao Mei stood at the door of Lin Xian's bedroom. They had been calling at the door for a long time, but there was still no response from the person inside. The commotion attracted Wang Yutong, who was watching TV downstairs. That's strange, Lin Xian was just here a moment ago? Su Baimo looked surprised, then asked Wang Yutong, Yutong, have you seen Lin Xian, did he go out on something? Brother Lin Xian, when I went downstairs just now, I saw him go to Cici's room, has he come back yet? Wang Yutong was somewhat surprised. Almost 10 minutes have passed since she came downstairs. Lin Xian's brother initially only said he was going to deliver a butterfly hairclip to Cici, but thinking that brother Lin Xian was only wearing a bathrobe at the time, and that he obviously hadn't returned from Cici's room yet, her mood became even more depressed. She had dressed so sexily to go see Lin Xian, but he had been avoiding her. But now, ever since Cici moved in, brother Lin Xian has been so proactive and so eager. This shows that Lin Xian wasn't abstinent in that area, but rather that she wasn't that attractive to him. Otherwise, how could this be? Well. Thinking to herself, Wang Yutong couldn't help but sigh with a sense of melancholy. Lin Xian went to Wang Cici's room? Su Baimo's eyes flickered slightly. I wondered what Lin Xian might be doing there. In order not to disturb the two of them, he suggested, Xiaomei, why don't you go to my room and sit for a while? Yes, miss. Xiaomei instantly understood what the young lady meant. He was just about to follow the young lady back to her room. At that moment, the door to Wang Cici's bedroom suddenly opened. Lin Xian led Wang Cici out of the bedroom. Seeing the three people standing at his room door, he greeted them with a somewhat awkward smile. What's everyone here? I'm Secretary Xiao, it's been a long time. 790, Chapter 790 Wang Yutong's Abnormal Emotions. Lin Xian, it's been a long time. Xiaomei smiled and looked at Lin Xian. She was still wearing her signature business attire, with long legs in black stockings. As for Lin Xian, she clearly had a great deal of affection for him. Not only because this guy saved her when she was in Suzhou, but also because Lin Xian appeared at the young lady's wedding half a month ago. He didn't, he let the young lady down. Secretary Xiao, why didn't you give me a heads up before you came? Lin Xian chuckled, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. After all, the fact that he was wearing a bathrobe as he walked out of Wang Cici's room was bound to spark some speculation. Xiaomei had obviously thought of that as well, and immediately gave Lin Xian a meaningful smile. Did I interrupt your good time with Miss Wang? Oh no, I just went to Cici's room to sit for a while. Lin Xian answered, but he was clearly a little guilty. We all understand. Xiaomei nodded knowingly. As he spoke, he also cast a glance at Wang Cici. Upon seeing this, Wang Cici blushed and lowered her head. Now, Xiaomei was even more certain. Well. Lin Xian's lips trembled slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. I'll take you to choose a room instead. Secretary Xiao, I heard what you and Bai Mo were saying at the door just now. Did you hear that? You're not here? Xiaomei was a little surprised. No, we were really just chatting. Lin Xian quickly said. All right. Xiaomei pursed her lips, not thinking too much about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it exists. Let's go, Secretary Xiao. Lin Xian helped Xiaomei choose a room. Xiaomei chose the last bedroom on the second floor. As a result, the entire second floor was filled with people. Zhou Lingshan, Tang Lan, Su Baimo, Wang Yutong, Wang Cici, Xiaomei, and Lin Xian himself. A room full of beautiful women, but only one man. This would be a fantastic thing for any man. However, Lin Xian felt a bitter taste in his mouth at this moment. The second floor is now full of people. If he and Cici make any noise in their room, won't it be easy for them to be heard? I don't know if the soundproofing in this room is actually good or not. After all, Lin Xian hadn't tried it either, so it still needs to be verified. In particular, Cici's neighbor is Su Baimo, and Su Baimo's neighbor is Cici. These are the two rooms he will be frequently visiting in the future. I feel a little guilty. Moreover, if when he goes to find Bai Mo or Cici, Yutong and Xiaomei in the opposite room suddenly come out of their room, or hear some noise, the scene will be somewhat awkward. Just thinking about it made Lin Xian feel incredibly embarrassed. However, he will definitely overcome it. What happened tonight must never happen again. Otherwise, we'll never be able to take this crucial step. Secretary Xiao, you're here too. At this moment, Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan, notified by Lin Xian, also came out of the room and greeted Xiaomei. Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang, it's been a long time. Xiaomei greeted her with a smile. Xiao Dai and Xiaofeng also rushed over from downstairs. Lin Xian took this opportunity to introduce the other party. With Xiaomei's arrival, the villa was filled with the sounds of women singing sweetly. The atmosphere became even more lively. But in this lively atmosphere, Wang Yutong seemed somewhat downcast. You guys chat first, I'm a little tired, I'm going back to my room to rest. After saying hello, she turned around and went back to her room to rest. Lin Xian noticed it. His brow furrowed slightly. 791, Chapter 791 The Sour Scent of Love. Lin Xian frowned slightly. At that moment, he sensed that something was wrong with Yutong's emotions. Xiaomei naturally sensed it too. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and asked with a strange expression, "Lin Xian, did you bully Miss Wang behind her back? Why does she seem to be ignoring you?" "How could this be?" Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Yutong is my sister, how could I bully her?" "Huh, little sister?" Xiaomei was taken aback for a moment, then her expression became even stranger. "What kind of younger sister?" "What do you think? Of course, it's the kind with the purest relationship." Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "What kind of person does Secretary Xiao think he is?" "Oh, but I've heard that many boys like to use the guise of being an older brother to get close to their younger sisters." Xiaomei's lips curled into a smile of interest. His eyes held a hint of mockery. "You're overthinking it." Lin Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Hee, okay, I was just kidding. I believe you're not that kind of person." Xiaomei patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said, "Besides, if you really dare, my young lady will be the first to deal with you. She'll really teach you a lesson." As she spoke, Xiaomei made a scissor gesture towards Lin Xian. He. Lin Xian's lips trembled slightly, and he glanced at Su Baimo. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you really dare, I'll really give it to you." Su Baimo glared at Lin Xian with a cold expression, but her pretty face clearly flushed slightly at that moment. Clearly, she felt that such words were somewhat explicit. "Baimo, why are you following Secretary Zhao's nonsense? You know about my relationship with Yutong." Lin Xian gave a wry smile. Unexpectedly, the usually composed Su Baimo would. However, this version of Su Baimo is becoming more and more down-to-earth. I don't care, men's words can't be trusted." Su Baimo gave a light snort, but showed no anger whatsoever. Everyone knows that Su Baimo was joking. The atmosphere instantly became even more harmonious. In a short time, Su Baimo had already become one of the group. She was no longer the cold and aloof Su Baimo who always took things seriously. She gets angry sometimes, she jokes occasionally, and she can be a little temperamental at other times. All of this was because she met Lin Xian and everyone else. Here, she is not a high and mighty young lady. She doesn't need to use the same combination of kindness and severity as she does with her clansmen. Here, she doesn't have as much pressure or worries. She felt more relaxed than ever before, both physically and mentally. Most importantly, Lin Xian was with her here. Thinking of this, Su Baimo's gaze gradually softened. Lin Xian also felt the gentleness in Su Baimo's gaze at this moment, and was unconsciously infected by it, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "By Mo." Lin Xian spoke softly. What's up?" Su Baimo's eyes flickered. "No, I just suddenly wanted to call your name." Lin Xian's gaze was gentle. "Ha!" Everyone immediately let out a loud "eh." At this moment, I felt that the air was filled with the sour smell of love. Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but tease, "TSK. This display of affection really caught everyone off guard." Su Baimo rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, as if to say, "There are so many people watching. And Cici is there too. Is it okay to show off your love in front of her like this?" Well, Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed. He was so engrossed in his own world that he forgot there were so many people around him. However, Wang Cici didn't care. Instead, a faint smile appeared in her eyes. She began to feel some anticipation. The future holds the days of living with Miss Su and everyone else. 792, Chapter 792 Yutong needs care. Then you two can stay here and be all lovey-dovey. Weary going back to sleep. Zhao Lingshan yawned, a hint of smugness in her eyes. Young master, we're going back too. Xiao Dai said with a grin, giving Lin Xian a look that suggested he hold on tight. You. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. After everyone returned, only Su Baimo, Xiaomei, Wang Cici, and Lin Xian remained in the corridor. Subaimo looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said with a slight reproach, "Look, you've scared him away." "Ha, it's my fault, it's my fault." Lin Xian scratched his head and laughed heartily. Subaimo rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then said, "Xiaomei and I will go back to our room first. She has some work to report to me. You and Cici can chat for a while." At this point, she gave Lin Xian a meaningful look. "Well?" Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly. "Lin Xian, take it easy on yourself if you can't go on. Come find me for some goji berries later. I brought some especially for you to make tea." Xiaomei teased Lin Xian. However, she did bring goji berries. Of course, it wasn't prepared specifically for Lin Xian, but rather brewed and drunk during the preparation process. Of course, she now feels that Lin Xian needs him more than she does. "Secretary Xiao, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for that." Lin Xian gave a wry smile. "Hee, you should start taking care of your health as soon as possible." Xiaomei chuckled and said, "Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. Miss and I are going back to our room first, but if you really need goji berries, you can ask me for some. I brought quite a lot with me anyway." After saying that, he dragged his suitcase into the room. Subaimo followed them inside. Bang! The bedroom door was closed. Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head. "This Secretary Xiao." "Lin Xian, well, I'll head back. No, it's getting late, you should get some rest." Seeing that everyone had gone back to their rooms, Wang Cici also prepared to go back. Cici, shall we stop?" Seeing that Wang Cici was about to leave, Lin Xian, for reasons unknown, suddenly blurted out a sentence. These words made Wang Cici's pretty face flush red. She lowered her head and said, No, I'm a little tired. You should go and ask Miss Yutong what's wrong. She seems to be in a bad mood." Thinking about what had just happened, Wang Cici was really embarrassed. How could she possibly agree to Lin Xian's request to have a child? And just now, she almost. At that moment, Lin Xian had already lifted her nightgown up, only the final step remained. Thinking of this, Wang Cici felt an overwhelming shyness, and her whole body felt as hot as a furnace. Okay, alright. Lin Xian knew that Wang Cici was very shy, and that these things couldn't be forced. Once you've missed that initial feeling, it's obviously much harder to recreate it later. He was indeed somewhat worried about Yutong's condition. Since returning home tonight, he has sensed that Yutong has been acting strangely. Could it be that something happened to the Wang family? He decided to have a serious talk with Yutong and ask her about it. Okay, I'll head back now. Good night. Wang Cici said good night to Lin Xian. Good night. Lin Xian's gaze was gentle. Wang Cici looked up at Lin Xian one last time before returning to her room. After Wang Cici returned to her room, Lin Xian took a deep breath. After composing himself, he went to Wang Yutong's bedroom and gently knocked on the door. Yutong, are you free now? 793, Chapter 793. Wang Yutong makes a decision. Brother Lin Xian, I'm tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. From the bedroom came Wang Yutong's tired voice. Lin Xian was taken aback. He had never encountered this situation before. No matter how tired she was, Yutong would always talk to him and confide her troubles to him. This left Lin Xian somewhat at a loss. After pausing for a while, he finally said, Yutong, you're making me very worried. Has something happened in the family? Without brother Lin Xian, I'm really tired, and I've already taken my clothes off. Wang Yutong responded. Then let's chat on WeChat. When Lin Xian heard that Wang Yutong had already taken off her clothes, he decided not to disturb her any further. After saying that, he returned to his room. After returning to the room, Lin Xian opened WeChat, typed a message and sent it. Yutong, what's wrong with you today? You've been acting strange since you came back. Are you feeling unwell, or has something bothering you? Previously, messages would be replied to instantly. This time, Lin Xian waited for more than a minute before Yutong replied with no. This made Lin Xian even more certain that Wang Yutong must have something on her mind. He made a voice call to Wang Yutong. Wang Yutong refused. Lin Xian was taken aback, then dialed again. This time, Wang Yutong answered the phone. Lin Xian asked worriedly, Yutong, why did you reject my call just now? Without brother Lin Xian, I'm just too tired and want to sleep. Wang Yutong answered. Lin Xian could clearly sense that Wang Yutong on the other end of the line wasn't in a very good mood. He asked with even greater concern, Yutong, don't sleep yet, tell me what happened. Trust your brother Lin Xian, no matter how big the problem is, I can definitely help you, don't keep it to yourself. Whether it's internal matters of the Wang family or pressure from the Su family or other forces, he can help Yutong resolve them. Upon hearing this, Wang Yutong fell silent. My nose started to sting a little. She knew that her brother Lin Xian cared about her very much. However, this matter originated from brother Lin Xian. She knew Lin Xian's feelings for her, and he always treated her like a younger sister, caring for and protecting her. However, she no longer wanted to be Lin Xian's sister. She also wanted to be like Su Baimo and Wang Sisi, to accompany Lin Xian as his other half. But she knew it was impossible. After spending these days together, she realized how much Lin Xian felt for her. Especially the scene just now when I saw Lin Xian wearing a bathrobe going to find Wang Sisi. At that moment, she finally understood that brother Lin Xian only saw her as a younger sister. Otherwise, why would she have been so restrained when she dressed so sexily and flirted with Lin Xian both nights? Perhaps, in Lin Xian's heart right now, she's just a promiscuous woman. He was simply too embarrassed to say it outright because of his sister's identity. Thinking of this, Wang Yutong's eyes welled up with tears of grievance. She felt that she would find it very difficult to face Lin Xian again in the future. It's time to leave this place. Wang Sisi sighed inwardly. Despite her reluctance and her desire to stay by Lin Xian's side, she knew that Lin Xian no longer needed her. Su Baimo and Wang Sisi were by his side. And also Zhao Lingshan, Xiao Dai, and the others. Her presence seemed somewhat superfluous. Moreover, she is now not only unable to help, but has also become someone who causes trouble for brother Lin Xian. Thinking about this. At this moment, Wang Yutong also made up her mind. I've decided to leave. Go to a new place and live there for a while. 794, Chapter 794. Can't you sleep either? Yutong, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that there was still no response from the other end of the phone, Lin Xian's tone became even more worried. Tell me what's wrong, don't keep it to yourself, everything can be resolved. Thank you, brother Lin Xian, thank you for your concern, but I'm really fine. I am just too tired after a busy day, and I'm feeling a little down. Wang Yutong responded. Her voice was still as gentle and soft as ever. However, at this moment, her eyes were already red. The thought of leaving her beloved Lin Xian filled her with reluctance. Lin Xian had no idea what Wang Yutong was thinking at that moment. Seeing that Yutong was reluctant to speak, he could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Brother Lin Xian, don't sigh, Yutong is really fine, what could possibly be wrong with her, she's just a little tired. Wang Yutong said gently. If you're tired, do you need me to come over and keep you company, give you a massage to relax? Your brother Lin Xian here has some pretty good massage techniques. Lin Xian said. Let's do it tomorrow, brother Lin Xian, I am not wearing any clothes right now. Wang Yutong politely declined. In the past, she would have been overjoyed to hear Lin Xian say that. But now. Okay, then you should get some rest, we can talk about it tomorrow. Lin Xian did not force him. I was thinking of finding out more about the situation in front of Yutong at breakfast tomorrow. Now, I won't disturb her rest. Okay, then brother Lin Xian should get some rest too, Yutong should go to sleep first. After saying that, Wang Yutong hung up the phone. At that moment, she broke down emotionally and curled up into the blankets. A soft sob was heard. But at this moment, no one knows. Well. After putting down his phone, Lin Xian let out another deep sigh. He had no idea what Wang Yutong was feeling at that moment, nor what she was thinking. He just felt that something must have happened to Yutong. However, we'll find out tomorrow. He will definitely ask Yutong for an explanation. He wouldn't let Yutong bear such pressure alone. Lin Xian puts down his phone. I was lying in bed, intending to rest. However, the sudden thought about tomorrow night made him instantly wide awake. The Su family. Su-sun. Sitting up in bed, Lin Xian clenched his fists tightly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It's not just because of what happened to the Lin family 15 years ago. Tang Lan's matter, and Xiao Dai's matter. He's going to settle accounts with Su-sun one by one. And he needs to know. Who was the mastermind behind it all back then? Is that matter related to the former head of state? He wanted to get all the answers from Su-sun tomorrow. A chill lingered in my heart. Unable to fall asleep, Lin Xian decided to go to the balcony for some fresh air. He opened the door and walked towards the end of the corridor, only to run into Xiaomei there. At this moment, Xiaomei stood alone on the balcony, her hands gripping the railing, looking at the night view outside. A black uniform enveloped her delicate body, outlining her graceful curves, and her long legs in black stockings were particularly eye-catching. That silhouette alone was enough to stir the hearts of countless men. Lin Xian's gaze was also drawn to it. However, he only glanced at it before looking away and walking towards the balcony. At that moment, Xiaomei heard footsteps and turned around to look. Seeing Lin Xian walking towards her, a gentle smile appeared on her charming face as she said, "Can't you sleep either?" 795, Chapter 795. My heart is beating a little fast. Yeah, I can't sleep. Lin Xian chuckled and nodded, then looked at Xiaomei. You too? Yeah, it's my first day here, so I'm not used to it yet. Xiaomei spoke softly, her smile as gentle as the night sky. Shall we talk? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Kindness. Xiaomei nodded slightly and stepped aside, allowing Lin Xian to pass. Lin Xian came to Xiaomei's side, his hands also bracing against the railing. He looked up at the soft night sky. A gentle evening breeze blew by, ruffling their hair. Lin Xian recalled Xiaomei's visit to Suzhou half a month ago and said with some emotion, "Secretary Xiao, thank you for telling me about Baimo that night." That night, if Xiaomei hadn't run to Su's city and told him about Su Baimo's feelings for him and the truth about everything, then he and Su Baimo will forever remain misunderstanding each other. Baimo will marry Suan and become his bride. Don't flatter yourself. Xiaomei snorted lightly and said, "I'm doing this only for Miss. But to be honest, I didn't expect you to actually come and even stop the wedding." Xiaomei changed the subject, a gentle expression appearing on her face. Under those circumstances, even if Lin Xian hadn't come, no one would have blamed him. Because he was facing the Su family, a behemoth in Yanjing. But in the end, he still showed up. With fearlessness and decisiveness, he appeared at the young lady's wedding. From that moment on, her impression of Lin Xian completely changed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian turned to look at Xiaomei beside him. Under the cover of night, her face was serene and gentle. Lin Xian smiled slightly and said, "Secretary Xiao, it seems I haven't disappointed you. However, I am truly grateful to you for telling me the truth that day." Xiaomei's heart stirred. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, he turned his head to look at the latter. Their eyes met. Looking at Lin Xian's angular face, Xiaomei's smile softened even more. "Now you do look much more pleasing to the eye than before." Lin Xian didn't expect Xiaomei to say that so suddenly. After a moment of stunned silence, he laughed and said, "Ha, really, so what kind of person was I in your eyes before?" "In the past." Xiaomei pondered for a moment and said, "In the past, I thought you were not only incompetent, but also stubborn and arrogant. Not only did you disappoint my young lady, but you were also an annoying peeping Tom." Peeping Tom? Lin Xian was taken aback. He then recalled what happened in the locker room and chuckled to himself, "That was a misunderstanding, Secretary Xiao." Who knows if it is or not? Xiaomei gave a soft snort. Thinking back to how this guy saw her changing her stockings in the dressing room, a blush crept onto her pretty face. However, she quickly calmed down and said, "But now I know you're not that kind of person." Really, that's good. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Xiaomei looked at Lin Xian, her smile growing even gentler. At that moment, the evening breeze blew, just enough to disperse the clouds that were obscuring the moon. The moonlight poured down, shining on the two of them as if they were draped in a light veil. Lin Shen looked down at the moonlight on his body, then looked at Xiaomei again. His eyes were clear and bright, which made Xiaomei's eyes tremble slightly at that moment. Her heart suddenly started beating a little fast. 796, Chapter 796 Massage. Lin Shen. Xiaomei spoke softly. Kindness? Lin Shen looked at Xiaomei with a smile. Nothing. Xiaomei suddenly turned her gaze away, no longer looking at Lin Shen's face. What's wrong, Secretary Xiao? Lin Shen asked with concern. Nothing much, just a bit sore back after a busy day. Xiaomei said, her gaze slightly avoiding Lin Shen's eyes as she spoke. "You'll go back and lie down first." Kindness? Lin Shen looked at Xiaomei, whose expression had suddenly become a little strange, and asked again, "Are you really alright?" "No, it's just that standing for too long has made my shoulders and other muscles sore, so I want to go back and lie down for a while," Xiaomei said. In order not to arouse Lin Shen's suspicion, he deliberately raised his shoulder slightly. However, this doesn't mean she's lying. She's been sitting still for too long lately, and her shoulders and back are indeed a bit sore. That's easy, I'll give you a massage in a bit, and I guarantee you'll feel completely relaxed. Lin Shen grinned. If it was just shoulder pain, he could relieve Xiaomei's problem in no time. Real? Xiaomei raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Lin Shen with some disbelief. However, deep down I still had expectations. Certainly. Lin Shen confidently sniffed and said, "The real deal. Then I'll have to try it and see if it's as miraculous as you say." Xiaomei's interest was piqued. But what she was even more looking forward to was Lin Shen giving her a massage later. "Come on, let's go to your room, I'll get you something done." Lin Shen looked very energetic. However, the unintentional remark, "let's go to your room," caused a slight blush to flash in Xiaomei's eyes. Kindness. She nodded slightly, turned around and went back to her room in her high heels. Since the room is right next to the balcony, it's just a few steps away. After entering the room, Lin Shen closed the door behind him. "Lin Shen, would you like some water?" Xiaomei pointed to the water glass on the table and asked. "I'm not thirsty." Lin Shen shook his head. Good. Xiaomei nodded slightly, then asked with a hint of shyness in her voice, "In a moment, should I sit or lie down?" "Lie down, it's more convenient that way." Lin Shen smiled. "I need to massage Xiaomei's entire upper body, and a bit it's more convenient if she lies down, and the person being massaged can also be in a relaxed state. Achieve twice the result with half the effort." Xiaomei's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. As Lin Shen instructed, she took off her high heels and lay flat on the soft Simmons mattress. Since Xiaomei hadn't showered yet, she was still wearing the white uniform shirt she wore during the day, along with a black pencil skirt and sexy black stockings. She lay there languidly, her back curving out. Especially her long, model-like legs in black stockings were particularly eye-catching. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Shen looked away. He sat down on the edge of the bed and whispered, "I'm about to begin." Kindness. Xiaomei nodded gently. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, this was the first time she had ever had a man massage her. Just as Xiaomei was feeling nervous, Lin Shen placed his hands on her shoulders. A faint aura of true energy swirled around his fingertips, and then he precisely pressed down on the acupoints on Xiaomei's shoulder. Instantly, a comfortable feeling spread through Xiaomei's body, instantly relaxing her previously tense body. This was a feeling she had never experienced before when she went for massage to relax. Just as Xiaomei was feeling amazed, Lin Shen pressed down with his fingertip once again. This time, I applied a little more force. Xiaomei couldn't help but open her mouth. A comfortable hum escaped its lips. 797, Chapter 797. Should we continue now? A melodious humming sound filled the bedroom. Lin Shen paused slightly. As this comfortable humming sound rang out, Xiaomei's face immediately turned crimson. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her delicate body suddenly tensing up. She didn't expect that she would subconsciously make that kind of sound. She never expected that Lin Xian's massage technique would be so comfortable. This was so much more comfortable than when she went to the massage parlor before. The masseur massaged her, even though he was pressing the same meridians and acupoints. But compared to Lin Xian, that feeling only stayed on the surface. Furthermore, each time you press down, it causes a feeling of soreness and distension. But Lin Xian is different. Lin Xian's finger technique involves pressing, creating a sensation that reaches deep into the body. Furthermore, she couldn't feel any of the soreness or distension that comes from pressing on her meridians. On the contrary, as Lin Xian pressed her fingers, the meridians in her shoulders, which had been sore and congested, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. This feeling spread throughout my body. That's why she couldn't help but make that sound just now. Secretary Xiao, just relax. What happened just now is normal. Lin Xian sensed the tension in Xiao Mei's body and knew that she was embarrassed by the strange sound she had made earlier. However, these are all normal reactions. When people feel enjoyment and comfort, their brains will spontaneously produce corresponding responses. Xiao Mei's reaction just now perfectly proved the precision and just the right amount of force in his technique. Lin Xian, who did you learn your massage techniques from? To ease the awkwardness, Xiao Mei deliberately changed the subject. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and her beautiful eyes were still watery, like ripples on water. After all, that sound just now was really. Moreover, it was posted right in front of Lin Xian. Following my master, it's actually very simple. The main thing is to find the acupoints and use the corresponding techniques. Lin Xian answered. Your master even taught you this? Xiao Mei couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Xian, her gaze carrying a strange look. This is a type of traditional Chinese medicine, not the kind you're thinking of. Lin Xian knew what Xiao Mei was thinking and explained it to her. Xiao Mei's pretty face also flushed red, and she said, it's clearly your own impure thoughts. Did I just say which kind? Isn't it just that kind? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Xiao Mei's gaze just now clearly indicated that she considered his massage technique to be improper, something he used specifically to harass women. But this is the most authentic traditional Chinese medicine acupoint massage. I didn't say that, it's you who's being indecent. Xiao Mei gave a soft snort, her pretty face flushing slightly. Just now, she had a slightly distorted idea. However, she certainly wouldn't admit it. Otherwise, wouldn't she become the kind of person with impure thoughts that Lin Xian was talking about? Her thoughts are very pure. She's never even been in a relationship, never even held a man's hand. Well, Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, women are the most unreasonable creatures in the world. Just now, Secretary Xiao clearly misunderstood. He figured it out. Lin Xian, what kind of look is that? Are you doubting me? Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Xiao Mei's face flushed even more, and she was about to sit up and ask a question. Nothing like that, it's me who's impure. When Lin Xian saw that Xiao Mei was about to get up, he quickly took the blame. Upholding the fine tradition of the Xia people that a good man does not fight with a woman. Humph, that's more like it. Xiao Mei gave a soft hum, and her impression of Lin Xian improved even more. She lay back down. Thinking of the comfort Lin Xian's massage technique had brought, she praised, you really did a great job, much better than those masseuses outside. If you ever lose your job, you can open a massage parlor. Secretary Xiao, thank you so much. Lin Xian chuckled. Okay, I was just kidding. Xiao Mei pursed her red lips, partly to ease the awkwardness from earlier. Lin Xian also knew this. After chuckling, he asked, shall we continue now? 798, Chapter 798. Relax, Secretary Xiao. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Xian continued to place his hands on Xiao Mei's shoulders and gently massage them. Having learned from the previous experience. This time, Xiao Mei was clearly prepared. She gently bit her lip to prevent herself from making that strange humming sound. Lin Xian's fingertips rippled with a faint flow of true energy, which seeped into Xiao Mei's skin pores little by little. Xiao Mei felt very comfortable. There seemed to be a warm current flowing through my shoulders. Her body gradually relaxed. Her eyelids were slightly closed. As her long eyelashes fluttered, a faint sense of drowsiness spread through her mind. Lin Xian continued massaging. I massaged my shoulders for about 2 minutes. Feeling that it was about right, Lin Xian gradually moved his hand down to Xiao Mei's back. His fingering remained gentle. But it is firm within its gentleness. A faint flow of true energy surged from her fingertips into every inch of Xiao Mei's skin and every meridian on her back. Xiao Mei felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The body also adopted a lazy and relaxed posture. Lin Xian continued to gently touch the acupoints on Xiao Mei's back with his fingertips. The acupoints on her back were slightly blocked compared to those on her shoulders. However, these are common problems among white-collar workers. As Lin Xian pressed with his fingertips and his true energy continued to flow in, the blockages in the meridians were gradually dispersed. Next, all that's left is the waist. Lin Xian placed his hand on Xiao Mei's waist. The gaze also shifted downwards. But what happened next made him instantly uneasy. His gaze landed precisely between Xiao Mei's waistline and hip line. Her slender waist beneath the white shirt, and the way it was accentuated by the black pencil skirt. The bodycon skirt just covers the top of the thighs, extending the alluring curves. The skirt seemed so loosely lifted that it would reveal her undergarments. And beneath the bodycon skirt are a pair of long, black-stockinged legs that could drive countless men wild with desire. Lin Xian only glanced at it before feeling a slight burning sensation on the tip of his nose. After all, he is now in almost direct contact with him. With just a slight downward movement of the palm, one can touch those pert, delicate buttocks. If you go further down, you'll see those long legs that are the envy of countless people. The feel of it is absolutely amazing. Just thinking about it made Lin Xian's mind wander. However, he quickly stopped himself, preventing the thought from continuing to linger in his mind. He shifted his gaze from Xiao Mei, and with his skillful technique, located the acupoints on Xiao Mei's waist, then gently pressed them down. At this moment, Xiao Mei's body was in a very relaxed state after the massage. The waist is usually a sensitive area for everyone. Therefore, with Lin Xian's finger pressing down gently this time. Xiao Mei almost unconsciously let out a hum. Xiao Mei immediately realized what was happening. She immediately covered her mouth tightly, and her delicate body tensed up again. Relax, Secretary Xiao, otherwise it will be difficult for you to get a massage. This time, Lin Xian was mentally prepared, so he remained relatively calm. He offered a soft reminder. Kindness. But Xiao Mei was incredibly shy. She took a deep breath, allowing her tense body to relax again. Lin Xian continued. It is unknown whether this is due to Xiao Mei's past sensitivity in her lower back. As Lin Xian gently pressed down with his fingertips, she couldn't help but let out a hum once again. And this time, the sound was even more enjoyable and seductive than before. 799, Chapter 799 The Shy Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei's body stiffened slightly. She didn't know why she was making that sound out of control. As Lin Xian pressed down with his fingertips, a feeling she had never experienced before quickly spread across her waist and reached her heart. She wanted Lin Xian to stop. However, she found that she seemed unable to do it at all. Another wave of comfortable sensation, accompanied by an electric-like tingling, spread from the acupoint on Lin Xian's waist. Xiao Mei slightly raised her neck, and once again let out that captivating humming through her nostrils. Moreover, the voice became increasingly sweet and urgent. In the end, it sounded like she was moaning in bed. These soft moans reached Lin Xian's ears. It was as if a flood had poured in. Lin Xian's heart trembled violently twice. In my lower abdomen, I couldn't suppress the rising of a wicked fire. He could look away from Xiao Mei's body without using his eyes. However, he couldn't control his ears from listening. Immediately, the fingers he pressed on Xiao Mei's waist trembled slightly. Xiao Mei's soft moans continued. Her voice was sweet and seductive, with a magnetic allure. Lin Shen felt as if his scalp was about to explode. This absolutely cannot continue. Secretary Xiao, could you please hold back a little, it'll be over soon. Lin Shen looked embarrassed and could only bite the bullet and give a reminder. Otherwise, he was really afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Amidst those continuous moans, he was already beginning to react. Upon hearing this, Xiaomei's pretty face instantly burned as hot as a furnace. She knew the sounds she was making were strange, and she knew how Lin Shen would react when he heard them. She didn't know why she couldn't control herself at all. She really wanted Lin Shen to stop. But now she's even more afraid to open her mouth. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, the sound would suddenly become louder and more uncontrollable. That would be incredibly embarrassing. Even now, Xiaomei was still so ashamed that she wanted to disappear. With no other option, she reached for a pillow in front of her and buried her head in it. Only then did the tempting voice diminish somewhat. Call. Lin Shen breathed a heavy sigh of relief and quickly sped up his work, massaging away the bruises on Xiaomei's waist acupoints. Oof. The whimpering continued. However, it felt much lighter because a pillow was placed on top of it. About a minute later. Phew, all done. With a sigh of relief that he had accomplished his mission, Lin Shen finally succeeded. Lin Shen removed his hand from Xiaomei's waist. Xiaomei's moaning finally stopped. At that moment, her tense body suddenly relaxed. He lay flat on his stomach like a lump of mud, his head buried deep in the pillow, too ashamed to lift it up to face anyone. Because what just happened was so embarrassing. Lin Shen also got up at this moment. He looked at Xiaomei's back as she lay flat on the bed. From a bird's eye view, the contours of everything are highlighted even more beautifully. Lin Shen felt a surge of heat rise in his heart after just one glance. He immediately looked away. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat awkward. To ease the tension, Lin Shen took the initiative to say, Secretary Xiao, why don't you get up and move around a bit, you must feel much better now than before. Let's talk about it later, I want to lie down for a while, thank you. Xiaomei responded. Her voice, filled with shyness, came through the pressed pillow. 800, Chapter 800 Obstacles. Hearing Xiaomei's shy voice, Lin Shen's heart stirred. Clearly, Xiaomei was still embarrassed by what had just happened. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Shen could only bite the bullet and say, Secretary Xiao, that what happened just now was actually a normal physiological reaction, you don't need to be embarrassed. His intention was to make Xiaomei feel more relaxed after hearing this. However, after hearing these words, Xiaomei's pretty face turned even redder. Doesn't that just prove she's the kind of promiscuous woman? Otherwise, why would she have been unable to stop making those strange noises just now? Lin Shen, you go back first, I'll be done in a bit. Xiaomei tried her best to keep her voice calm. Okay, then you should rest first. Lin Shen also felt awkward. It seems that what he just said was somewhat ambiguous. However, given the current atmosphere, staying any longer would be inappropriate and would only exacerbate the awkwardness between the two of them. Therefore, after saying this, Lin Shen left Xiaomei's room and gently closed the door behind him. Bang! The sound of the door closing rang out. The next second, Xiaomei removed the pillow and sat up in bed. At this moment, her face was flushed, as if she had just experienced the nourishment of love. She looked towards the doorway, biting her lip so hard it almost bled. Thinking back to what just happened. She didn't know what kind of woman Lin Shen would think of her. Xiaomei's beautiful eyes trembled, and she sat on the bed for a long time with her legs bent. At one moment, a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. She reached for the pillow beside her and buried her face in it again. On the other side. Lin Shen was unaware of Xiaomei's shy feelings at that moment. After returning to his room, he lay down on the bed. I looked up at the ceiling above me. The image of Xiaomei's alluring and sexy back in her professional attire flashed through his mind. Especially her long legs encased in black stockings. Without an ounce of excess fat, perfectly rounded and slender, full of firmness. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian shook his head vigorously a few times, quickly shaking off the erotic thoughts in his mind. However, just as he was clearing those images from his mind, the next second the alluring moans from before popped into his head again. Immediately, a fiery glint appeared in his eyes once again. But he quickly suppressed it again. I remember the awkward atmosphere before he left. To avoid putting Xiaomei on a psychological burden, Lin Xian picked up his phone and asked with concern, Secretary Xiao, are you feeling any better? My explanation just now was a bit ambiguous, I hope you don't take it to heart, that's not what I meant. I did not receive a reply immediately after sending the text message. After waiting for a while, Xiaomei replied, okay, I understand, I do feel much better, thank you for earlier. It's good that you feel relaxed, get some rest. Yes, you too. Lin Xian looked at the reply and assumed that Xiaomei had recovered from her earlier mood. He stopped thinking about it. He got up and turned off the light, also preparing to go to sleep. Bite. Just then, his phone suddenly rang with a text message alert. Lin Xian picked it up and saw that it was sent by the Black Emperor. My spirits lifted immediately. Lin Xian opened the text message. The content is as follows. Master, we have encountered some hidden obstacles in your continued investigation into the relationship between Jiang Wan'er and the former head of state. 801, Chapter 8012 Conjectures. Obstacles? Lin Xian frowned and immediately called Black Emperor. The call was answered instantly. The Black Emperor's respectful voice rang out, Master. Black Emperor, who is preventing you from investigating this matter? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. It's not clear at the moment. The Black Emperor replied, but whenever my men are about to uncover some clues, a mysterious force always blocks them. Mysterious power? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that mysterious force from back then, or perhaps, it's the old head of state obstructing things from behind? Based on Black Emperor's answer just now, the first person that came to Lin Xian's mind was the former head of state. And now, he has even further speculation. That was the mastermind behind that mysterious force back then, and it's very likely that it was the former head of state. Otherwise, why would the Black Emperor encounter so many obstacles when investigating clues related to the former head of state? Before this, there had been no such resistance, not even when investigating the Su family. Master, I don't know yet, but the possibility is probably not low. The Black Emperor said in a deep voice. His guess was the same as his master's. Do you have any other clues? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked. No. The Black Emperor's path. I see. Lin Xian asked, then inquired, how are the preparations for tomorrow going? Master, everything is ready, we're just waiting for Su Sen to walk right into our trap. The Black Emperor reported. Yes, very good. Lin Xian nodded, a chill settling in his eyes. He believed that Su Sen had the answer he wanted. Everything depends on his personal questioning of Su Sen tomorrow. Master, this is what I wanted to say. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Do you have any other instructions? The Black Emperor inquired respectfully. No, thank you for your hard work. You should go and get some rest too. Lin Xian said. Master, you should get some rest too. The Black Emperor said solemnly. Okay, I'll hang up now. After saying that, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Lying in bed, Lin Xian recalled what the Black Emperor had just said. When the Black Emperor sent people to investigate the relationship between Jiang Wan'er and Jiang Gong, he encountered numerous obstacles. Logically speaking, given the intelligence-gathering capabilities of dark web members, things like investigating identities and relationships shouldn't be discovered. But this time, the other side was clearly on guard. In his view, there are only two possibilities. The first type is the mysterious force that almost destroyed the Lin family back then, which possesses even more terrifying counter-surveillance capabilities than the dark web. And let's assume this conjecture is true. Then the power behind this mysterious force must be incredibly powerful. Because the dark web is powerful enough to dominate the world. 1,000 supreme beings, 10,000 grandmasters. Such strength is enough to destroy any country. The only thing Lin Xian could imagine that could rival the dark web was the hermit sects of the Great Xia Kingdom, which had a history of 5,000 years or even longer. However, due to certain checks and balances, members of hermit sects are not allowed to dabble in the mortal world, much less interfere in its affairs. Otherwise, you will suffer extremely severe backlash. This backlash could even lead to the annihilation of an entire sect. The second conjecture that Lin Xian had in mind. The one who fueled or instigated the events of that year was none other than the former head of state. His recent frequent actions have alarmed the former head of state, which is why he has taken precautions against him. This conjecture is the closest and most likely one. Similarly, this is the last thing Lin Xian wanted to see. Because the other party was a former king of a country. 802, Chapter 802. There's definitely something they're hiding. Lin Xian felt heavy-hearted. Sometimes, he would rather choose the fact that the tragedy of the Lin family was instigated by the hermit sect. That way, at least he'll find it easier to accept. Otherwise, how dark must this country be? Even the ruler of a country is like that. For a single key, an entire family can be slaughtered. Before that, in his memory, the former head of state was always a kind and benevolent old gentleman. He devoted himself to the country, working tirelessly and dedicating most of his life to it. Hopefully, there are other possibilities. Lin Xian let out a deep breath. Everything should be revealed tomorrow. The Su family was the one who benefited the most from it back then. Su Sin must know who the mastermind behind the events of that year was. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to rise from an insignificant force to become the most prominent family in Yanjing. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the heavier his mood became. The rise of the Su family's power stemmed from the war zone. The war zone, in particular, has the most direct connection with the former prime minister. Hopefully, this is not the case. Lin Xian prayed silently. The night was long, passing by leisurely. The next morning, Lin Xian got up very early in the morning. I recalled Yutong's unusual mood last night. Lin Xian thought he would ask Yutong for the reason in person when he had breakfast. However, Xiao Dai told us that Yutong left the villa early in the morning, before dawn, and went back to the Wang family. Therefore, Lin Xian's plan also failed. I'll have to ask again next time I have the chance. Because he also has something very important to do in a little while. Lin Xian, why didn't Miss Yutong come down for breakfast? Wang Cici held the sandwich Lin Xian had made in her hand and asked with a surprised look. Yutong seems to have left early this morning. Lin Xian said. Going out, where to? The Wang family. All right. Wang Cici said. Perhaps Wang Yutong is genuinely concerned about the Wang family's affairs. Wang Cici thought to herself. Xiao Mei, standing to the side, was clearly keeping her head down and remained silent. Thinking about what happened last night, she was too embarrassed to look up at Lin Xian, so she could only keep her head down, munching on her sandwich and drinking milk. Su Baimo noticed Xiao Mei's unusual behavior. Moreover, last night, she seemed to hear Lin Xian and Xiao Mei talking on the balcony. Could it bet had Lin Xian bullied Xiao Mei? Thinking about this, Su Baimo frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, did you bully Xiao Mei last night? Huh, I bullied Xiao Mei? One sentence immediately took Lin Xian by surprise. No. Su Baimo frowned. How could that be? Why would I bully Secretary Xiao for no reason? Lin Xian gave a wry smile. Why has Xiao Mei kept her head down ever since she saw you? Su Baimo was surprised. This. Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He couldn't very well say it was because he gave Xiao Mei a massage to relax last night, and then. Isn't this damaging to the girl's reputation? When Xiao Mei heard the young lady bring up this matter, her eyes trembled violently. She quickly raised her head and explained, Young lady, Lin Xian didn't bully me, didn't sleep well last night and was a little distracted just now. She absolutely cannot let the young lady know about what happened yesterday. Because it's too embarrassing. Kindness? Upon hearing this, Subaimo frowned even more deeply. One clearly had something to say but didn't, while the other was eager to come forward and explain. Her intuition told her that these two people were definitely hiding something from her. 803, Chapter 803. Last night Subaimo's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed. Her intuition told her that something was going on between the two of them. However, she could rule out the possibility that Lin Xian had bullied Xiaomei last night. Otherwise, Xiaomei wouldn't have been in such a hurry to explain. Since Wang Cici and Zhao Lingshan are both here now, Subaimo did not ask any further questions. After breakfast. After everyone went upstairs, Subaimo found Lin Xian alone and said, "Come to my room later, I have something to ask you." Well, Lin Xian knew what Subaimo meant by those words. His face immediately turned bitter. I had so much bitterness in my heart that I couldn't express. Xiaomei remained standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. Hearing that the young lady downstairs wanted to question Lin Xian, her beautiful eyes immediately welled up with emotion. If she had known this would happen, she would have acted more normally earlier. Now things are really messed up. What if the young lady finds out what happened last night? Just as Xiaomei was pacing back and forth anxiously, Subaimo was just about to go upstairs. As she took her first step up the stairs, she looked up and saw Xiaomei standing at the top of the stairs. Immediately, Lu Mei frowned slightly. A slightly cold voice came from her mouth, "Xiaomei, come to my room later too." Ah! Xiaomei let out a startled exclamation. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian, who was washing dishes, came to Subaimo's room. However, when he entered Subaimo's room, he also saw Xiaomei. At this moment, Xiaomei placed her hands in front of her, appearing somewhat awkward. Seeing Lin Xian come in, she immediately gave him a secret wink. "What's going on with you two?" At this moment, Subaimo spoke, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing the two of them. "IMO, there's really nothing between Secretary Xiao and me." Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "Yes, Miss, Lin Xian and I have nothing going on." Xiaomei quickly echoed her sentiment. "Do you two really think I'm a 3-year-old? Subaimo glared at the two guys, then looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Lin Xian, you speak first." "IMO, we really have nothing going on. UVE misunderstood us. What could Secretary Xiao and I possibly have?" Lin Xian gave another bitter smile. Firstly, there really wasn't anything between him and Xiaomei. Secondly, such matters do concern a girl's reputation. Even if Xiaomei hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have said anything. "I don't suspect you of doing anything, I just feel that you two are hiding something from me," Subaimo said coldly. She had no doubt whatsoever about the relationship between Lin Xian and Xiaomei. She was curious about what the two of them talked about on the balcony last night. Why did Xiaomei act so strangely this morning? It's said that women are like cats, with a strong sense of curiosity. Subaimo was no exception. "IMO, we really have nothing to hide from you." Lin Xian gave another bitter smile. "Okay, shut up." Subaimo rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then looked at Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, tell me the truth, did Lin Xian bully you?" "No, miss, he didn't bully me." Xiaomei shook her head in denial. "So what exactly happened to you? Tell me honestly, you know I don't like being lied to." Subaimo's gaze turned slightly serious. Being stared at by the young lady with such a serious gaze, Xiaomei suddenly felt uneasy, and her hands in front of her unconsciously clenched tighter. It felt just like being lectured by the headmaster in high school. "Young miss, However, knowing the young lady's personality, she also knew that if she didn't tell the truth, the young lady would really get angry. However, she really found it difficult to talk about such things. Just when Xiaomei didn't know what to do, Lin Xian noticed Xiaomei's predicament. After taking a deep breath, I decided to go all out. "IMO, let me tell you actually, last night 804, Chapter 804. There's more to say. Actually, I gave Secretary Xiao a body massage last night. Lin Xian took the initiative to admit it. Body massage? Su Baimo raised her eyebrows slightly. Xiaomei's beautiful eyes trembled violently. Really? In the end, I still couldn't help but bring that matter up. That's right, it's a body massage. Lin Xian said, last night, Secretary Xiao and I couldn't sleep, so we chatted on the balcony for a while. Secretary Xiao said that her shoulders and back were a little sore, so I gave her a massage to relax them. As you know, I studied traditional Chinese medicine and I know a lot about acupoints. Then what? Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian with great interest. She wanted to know what Lin Xian did to Xiaomei next. Seeing the young lady staring intently at Lin Xian, Xiaomei knew that this matter could no longer be kept secret. Immediately, she couldn't help but bite her lip, and a shy ripple quickly appeared in her eyes. She had assumed that Lin Xian was going to tell everyone about her outburst the night before. However, Lin Xian said, then, when I was massaging Secretary Xiao's lower back, my hand accidentally touched Secretary Xiao's buttocks. Lin Xian paused for a moment, then finally forced himself to speak. Did you touch Xiaomei's butt? Upon hearing this, Su Baimo was momentarily stunned. Even Xiaomei, who was standing to the side, was clearly taken aback. She never expected Lin Xian to say that in the end. That's right, I just bumped into it accidentally, so Secretary Xiao was a little embarrassed. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. At this point, that's all he can say. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get past Su Baimo at all. I wonder if Baimo will be angry with him when she finds out. However, at least Xiaomei's reputation was preserved. So, you did it on purpose? A mischievous glint appeared in Su Baimo's beautiful eyes. Of course not, Baimo, it was really an accident. I was massaging my fingers, and the heel of my palm accidentally pressed against it. Feeling the mischievousness in Su Baimo's eyes, Lin Xian's scalp tingled. Su Baimo glanced at Lin Xian, then his gaze returned to Xiaomei, and he said, Xiaomei, was he really careless? If that guy took advantage of you, tell me, and I'll be the first to stop him. Miss, Lin Xian really didn't mean it. Xiaomei hurriedly clarified for Lin Xian, saying, it's also my fault. I moved my body a little erratically at the time, so. Young miss, Lin Xian really didn't do anything to me, and there's absolutely nothing between Lin Xian and me, swear it. I have no doubts about you. Su Baimo's gaze softened, and he said, I was just worried that you might have been bullied or wronged in some way. Thank you for your concern, Miss. Lin Xian didn't bully me, he's a very nice person. Xiaomei said softly. It wasn't just because Lin Xian's act of taking all the responsibility had deeply moved her. Similarly, she felt warmed by the young lady's concern for her. Well, it's good that you weren't bullied. Su Baimo nodded. His tone was unusually gentle. Go back and rest if you feel tired, take a few days off to relax. I'm not tired, miss. Xiaomei shook her head. She wasn't tired at all working for the young lady. Alright, go ahead. Su Baimo smiled and said. Okay, miss, I'll head back now. Xiaomei gently pursed her lips. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian smiled gently. After Xiaomei left, he also prepared to leave. Baimo, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room now. Lin Xian, wait a minute, I have a few more questions for you. Su Baimo called out to Lin Xian. 805, Chapter 805. Do you like Xiaomei? Kindness? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Did Su Baimo have something else to ask him? Lin Xian, do you like Xiaomei? Su Baimo parted her red lips slightly and asked what was on her mind. You like Xiaomei? Lin Xian almost choked on Su Baimo's words. He stared at the latter with wide eyes, then shook his head with a wry smile. Baimo, you really misunderstood my relationship with Xiaomei last night. She and I really didn't do anything. That's not what I meant. Su Baimo said, his tone filled with trust. I know you and Xiaomei didn't do anything last night. I am just asking you, do you like Xiaomei? Or rather, do you have feelings for her in that way? No. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes fixed on Su Baimo with certainty. I see. Su Baimo nodded. The next sentence, however, shocked Lin Xian. Actually, if you like her, I won't mind too much. Ha! Lin Xian's eyes widened even more. Before this, he never dreamed that these words would come out of Su Baimo's mouth. Is she still the aloof CEO he knows, the jealous one? Baimo, are you alright? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask with concern. They wondered if Su Baimo had suffered some kind of shock, which was why he said that. I'm fine. Su Baimo maintained his calm tone. Lin Xian didn't believe it and couldn't help but reach out and touch Su Baimo's forehead, muttering, no fever. Lin Xian, I told you I'm fine. I am talking to you seriously now. Su Baimo frowned slightly. But this doesn't sound like what you said at all. Lin Xian smiled wryly. That's because Xiao Mei is a special case. Su Baimo said. Special? Special? Lin Xian blinked, somewhat puzzled. Kindness. Su Baimo said, Xiao Mei had no one to rely on since she was a child. When she was a teenager, she came to my Su family and has been following me ever since. Over the years, they have sacrificed a lot for me. To some extent, I've come to regard her as my own sister. Therefore, I don't want her to get hurt in any way. Su Baimo spoke his mind. This is why she was worried and serious when she saw Xiao Mei's unusual expression. So that's how it is. After hearing Su Baimo's words, Lin Xian suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Su Baimo was so serious just now. Don't worry, Baimo Ive always considered Secretary Xiao a friend. How could a friend let his friend be bullied? Lin Xian spoke. Su Baimo's beautiful eyes flickered, and she raised her head to look at Lin Xian. The two locked eyes. They exchanged a knowing smile. At this moment, it seemed as if we were telepathically connected. Okay, I understand. Su Baimo nodded slightly. Then I'll head back now? Lin Xian smiled slightly and then said, I have some things to take care of later, so I won't be back for dinner tonight. Do you need my help? Su Baimo asked. She roughly guessed that Lin Xian was probably referring to the Lin family's affairs back then. No need, I can handle this. Lin Xian grinned. Good. Su Baimo pursed her red lips slightly. Then I'm leaving. Lin Xian smiled gently. By the way, when are you coming back? Su Baimo asked with concern. Soon, no later than midnight. Lin Xian said. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian with gentle eyes. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. He returned to his room. Bite. Just then, a text message notification sounded. Lin Xian picked up his phone and saw that it was a text message from Xiao Mei. 806, Chapter 806 The First Strike. Lin Xian opened the text message. Lin Xian, thank you so much for keeping it from the young lady earlier. I am so sorry. Did the young lady give you a hard time? Just now, I saw that she kept you here again. No, Baimo didn't make things difficult for Mei He, just wanted to confirm whether I had bullied you or not. Lin Xian replied. Oh, Miss still doesn't believe what we're saying? Xiao Mei replied instantly. No, it's because your young lady is too worried about you. Lin Xian relayed what Su Baimo had just told him to Xiao Mei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's heart trembled violently. So I am that important to the young lady? Xiao Mei replied. To be honest, she always knew that the young lady was very good to her and had always taken good care of her. But to her surprise, the young lady had always treated her like a younger sister. Yes. Lin Xian sighed, but you're also very good to your young lady. You must have taken a great risk of being blamed to come and tell me the truth, right? At that time, Su Baimo must have instructed Xiao Mei to keep the secret strictly. In the end, Xiao Mei still risked being blamed by Su Baimo and came to Su City alone to tell him everything. From that moment on, he knew that Xiao Mei's feelings for Su Baimo were far more than just those of a secretary and a mistress. It's not that I don't want to see Miss continue to be misunderstood by you and continue to suffer. Xiao Mei said. So, your feelings are mutual. However, thank you for your companionship with Su Baimo over the years. She must have been very lonely without you by her side. At one point, Lin Xian suddenly sighed. He understood Su Baimo's personality and knew that she never had any real friends, or even a single person she could talk to. It was Xiao Mei's appearance that accompanied Su Baimo through these 7 years, always putting herself in Su Baimo's shoes and thinking of her needs. Lin Xian, when did you become so sentimental? Xiao Mei teased. Hasn't it always been like this? Lin Xian laughed and tapped his fingers on the screen. Xiao Mei could sense Lin Xian's feelings even through the screen, and a smile appeared on her lips as she said, Okay, I won't hit you anymore. Thank you so much for what happened earlier. It's no big deal. Lin Xian replied with a smile, then I'll go take care of my business first. Just let me know if you need anything if I'm not home. Just ask Zhao Zhanxiu and the others. They're all very nice and easy to get along with. Okay. Xiao Mei replied. Lin Xian looked at the text message, a gentle smile appearing in his eyes. Bite. At that moment, his phone rang again with a text message alert. This time, it was sent by the Black Emperor. Lin Xian opened the text message. The content is as follows. Master, everything is ready. Jiufang Pavilion will be waiting for you at 6 o'clock tonight. Kindness. Lin Xian replied. He could sense the solemnity in the Black Emperor's tone. His gaze, too, instantly sharpened. Tonight is the night for him to finally settle things with the Su family. Haven't the Su family been trying to deal with him all this time? Tonight, let him use the Su family as the first target. Tell them that Lin Xian is not someone to be trifled with. Similarly, it also tells those forces that drove his mother to her death back then. Lin Xian has returned for revenge. 807, Chapter 807 Celestial Pavilion. 5 o'clock in the evening. Jiufang Pavilion. The 9th floor, a pavilion in the heavens. The entire pavilion was filled with glittering jewels. The surrounding sandalwood display cases are filled with all sorts of rare and precious treasures. This is Han Feng's private collection. Similarly, it is also a large museum. Countless industry experts who love rare and precious treasures come here to admire their splendor. To enter this celestial pavilion, one naturally needs an extremely high status. Each of them needs to have a prestigious reputation in the industry and possess enormous assets. Otherwise, no one may enter. Those who violate this rule will be executed immediately. At this time, within the celestial pavilion, a group of highly accomplished individuals who had come seeking fame and fortune had already gathered. Some of them held magnifying glasses, while others wore glasses, and they were all carefully observing. Every now and then, someone would get tired and stop to rest, sitting at one of the square mahogany tables in the middle, ordering a cup of tea, and taking a short break. The tea here is of the highest quality. The service is also top-notch. This is solely to reflect the title of Jiufang Pavilion, which is Pavilion Beyond the Heavens. After arriving at the heavenly pavilion, Lin Xian casually found an empty seat and sat down. He had no interest in the rare and exotic treasures displayed in the surrounding showcases. He is waiting for Su Sen's arrival. He had too many questions he wanted Su Sen to answer. Tonight, he will use Su Sen as the first blow on his path of revenge. Neither Han Feng nor He Di showed up. They are currently making all the necessary preparations. Lin Xian closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, calmly waiting for the Su family to arrive. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairwell. A familiar laugh reached Lin Xian's ears. Mr. Qin, it's been a long time. You're as healthy as ever. Young Master Su is too kind. I never expected to meet you here today. Are you also here to appraise rare treasures? No, I am just here with my father to take care of some business. I wonder if young Master Su could reveal a little something? It's alright. My father has arranged to meet with Pavilion Master Han at 6 o'clock. Pavilion Master Han is here today as well? Exactly. As expected of young Master Su, as expected of the Su family, they actually managed to arrange a meeting with Pavilion Master Han. Grandpa Qin gave a thumbs up. Suan felt a surge of pleasure, and a smug look appeared on his face. After all, not everyone is qualified to meet Han Feng. And the Su family was one of them. Mr. Qin, I'll go in and sit down first. Su Andao. Today, my father and Han Feng arranged to meet at 6 o'clock. Having just recovered from his injuries, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to come to the Heavenly Pavilion and meet Pavilion Master Han Feng. Therefore, she came with her father. However, father happened to run into the Grand Elder of Jiufan Pavilion downstairs, so he went to catch up with him. Having nothing else to do, he naturally came upstairs to sit for a while. Young Master Su invites you, so I will not disturb you any longer. Master Qin said. You're too kind, Mr. Qin. Suan nodded, but the arrogance in his eyes was undeniable. The Qin family is nothing more than a third-rate aristocratic family. And he is the eldest son of the Su family, the most prestigious family in Yanjing today. In his view, greeting the other party is always a way of giving them face. Suan walked inside. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Why is it this kid? Suan frowned immediately. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching. Lin Xian, who had been dozing, slowly opened his eyes. 808, Chapter 808. A strength to show off. Their eyes met. Lin Xian's expression remained calm. A ferocious look suddenly appeared on Suan's face. I was thinking about what happened at the wedding 2 weeks ago. Remembering how that guy made him lose face in front of all the guests. Thinking back to the time he spent lying in bed unable to move for a full 2 weeks. A surge of boundless rage rose in Suan's eyes. He walked towards Lin Xian step by step. A deep voice came from his mouth. Kid, what are you doing here? Why can't I? Lin Xian countered with a calm expression. Suan's eye twitched. This kid actually dared to treat him like that. Do you know who you're talking to? Suan said in a deep voice. Is your injury healed? A faint chill appeared on Lin Xian's lips before he looked up at Suan in front of him. Boy, are you trying to provoke me? Suan's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. You can understand it that way. Lin Xian responded calmly. You. Suan was so angry that his body trembled, and his jaw clenched tightly together. To be looked down upon by someone who was once considered an ant. How could the proud and arrogant Suan tolerate this? When has he ever been treated like this? Good, very good. Suan laughed in anger, his eyes fixed on Lin Xian with a cold and venomous gaze. Boy, I admit you have some tricks up your sleeve. However, do you think that just because you managed to beat me last time through some underhanded means, you've truly surpassed me and are now qualified to be my equal? On equal footing? Lin Xian sneered inwardly, looking at Suan. When have we ever been equals? You know the difference in status between you, a lowly commoner, and me. Seeing Lin Xian suddenly become sensible, Suan's arrogant sneer reappeared in his eyes. In his view, this kid seemed to have realized the gap between them as well. Yes, he is the eldest young master of the prestigious Su family of Yanjing. That kid is nothing but a nobody from Suzhou, a discarded son of the Lin family. Lin Xian looked at Suan's arrogant expression, but a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Young Master Su, I think you may have misunderstood me? What do you mean? Suan's gaze darkened. What I mean is, I have never considered you an opponent. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. In his eyes, he never regarded Suan, a guy with only the strength of a martial venerable, as an opponent. Opponent. Only those of similar strength or status can be considered rivals. But from any perspective, Suan does not fit the criteria. What did you say? Suan's face suddenly fell. Suan, was humiliated by a nobody from a lowly village. With a fierce look in his eyes, Suan glared at Lin Xian and said, Kid, I don't know who gave you the courage to say such things to me. If you're only relying on your luck last time, then I regret to inform you today that your life will come to a complete end here. Because this place is the Nine Directions Pavilion. And my father is friends with Han Feng, the head of the Nine Directions Pavilion. As long as I inform Pavilion Master Han about this, I can make sure you die here immediately. Ha, is that so? So this is the source of your confidence, young Master Su? Lin Xian smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. However, young Master Su, after saying so much, it seems that none of this reflects your own strength? Young Master Su, besides relying on the Nine Directions Pavilion and the Su family behind you, what other strengths do you have that you can boast about? 809, Chapter 809 The Lowly. You. Suan gritted his teeth, anger flashing across his face. However, he quickly realized something, and a mocking sneer appeared on his lips. I know, you're just jealous of me, aren't you? You're jealous of my powerful background and connections, while you have nothing and can only struggle alone in this bustling metropolis like a nobody. I'm jealous of you? Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head, saying, I really don't know which eye you used to see that. Isn't that so? Suan's lips curled into a sneer. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. In this world, what matters is connections and strength. What you can use is your strength. Unlike some people, who can do nothing but sit there and be jealous. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled calmly and said, then I also have something to say to you. Sometimes, people shouldn't be blindly confident. Sometimes what you call connections may not actually be yours. Furthermore, in order to gain the respect of others, in addition to relying on so-called connections and background, one must also have sufficient strength. But in my opinion, you don't have that ability. What did you say? Suan suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with hostility. Do you really think that just because you defeated me last time with some tricks, you have the right to talk back to me? You are nothing but an ant in front of me. When my father arrives and sees you, he will naturally crush you to death. So, young Master Su, you're too afraid to fight the ants you're talking about, you need to wait for someone else to come? Lin Xian looked up at Suan, a hint of mockery in his eyes. You. One sentence immediately made Suan's face turn bright red. Yes, he really didn't dare to fight Lin Xian. He wasn't sure what Lin Xian's true strength was, or whether he had actually consumed rare and precious herbs to enhance his power. If things continue like last time, he will still be completely outmatched. He finally recovered, and today is the first day he can get out of bed and walk around. He doesn't want to go back to lying down. Given up? Lin Xian curled his lips, his eyes filled with even more mockery. You little rascal! Suan blared fiercely at Lin Xian. But at this moment, he didn't dare to actually make a move. Young Master Su, who is this kid? He looks unfamiliar and dares to openly defy you. At that moment, an aged voice rang out. The one who said this was none other than Qin Jiu, the old master of the Qin family. He was eager to curry favor with the Su family, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to curry favor with Suan. Ha, just a country bumpkin from Suzhou. Suan sneered. The wedding, which took place 2 weeks ago, was attended by top social elites invited by the Su family. Third-rate forces like the Qin family are not within the scope of the Su family's invitation. Therefore, Qin Jiu had never met Lin Xian. From Suzhou? Upon hearing that Lin Xian was from Suzhou, Qin Jiu felt a surge of superiority as a local, along with disdain for Lin Xian. How can someone from a second-rate city be qualified to enter the heavenly pavilion of the Nine Directions Pavilion? Young Master Su, could that kid have sneaked in? Elder Qin, your words have reminded me. Upon hearing this, Suan's eyes lit up immediately. He immediately looked at Lin Xian, a deep sneer appearing on his lips. Kid, I forgot, this is the heavenly pavilion of the Nine Directions Pavilion. Is this a place where a lowly commoner like you can come? 810, Chapter 810 The Commoner and the Dog. Untouchables? Lin Xian laughed in response to Suan's mockery. He felt no anger rising within him, only a mocking look as he asked Suan, if I am a lowly commoner, then what are you, a defeated opponent of a lowly commoner? Then aren't you even worse than a commoner? Who are you calling less than a lowly commoner? Suan was so angry that he almost lost his temper. If he hadn't realized that he was now inside the Nine Directions Pavilion and needed to be mindful of his status, the table in front of Lin Xian would probably have been smashed to pieces by him. This country bumpkin from Suzhou actually dared to insult him, saying he was even worse than a lowly commoner. He's the eldest son of the Su family. The person at the very top of this food chain. Hee, I think you've just recovered from a serious illness, so you should take it easy, otherwise, you might accidentally get a heart attack and end up in bed for another 10 days or 8 months. Lin Xian smiled faintly. You. One sentence immediately enraged Suan so much that he clutched his chest and almost spat out blood. At the wedding 2 weeks ago, the palm strike Lin Xian delivered to his chest shattered his ribs and internal organs. Even though the doctor was highly skilled and performed surgery on him afterwards, some lingering health problems still remained. One of the root causes of this chest ailment is this. Thinking of this, Suan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, until his knuckles turned white. At this moment, Xinjiu, who was standing to the side, immediately said, "Young Master Su, we don't need to argue with such petty people. It's not worth getting angry and hurting your precious health. He's unhappy with his life, so he needs to find a sense of existence, and others we just don't need to pay attention to him." What Master Qin said is very true. Suan smiled faintly, looked at Lin Xian, and regained his arrogance. "I really don't know how a lowly commoner like you managed to sneak into the Nine Directions Pavilion. You're really polluting the air here. In my opinion, we should suggest to Pavilion Master Han that he put up a sign at the entrance of this heavenly pavilion. The sign reads, 'No untouchables or dogs allowed.'" Young Master Su is right. Xinjiu quickly began to flatter him. "So, what are you, a lowly commoner, a lapdog, still doing here?" Lin Xian looked at the two of them indifferently. "If we're going to purge, we should purge these two people first. You little brat, who's the simp?" One sentence immediately made Xinjiu's face turn red with anger, and his eyes glared fiercely. "Who else could it be but you?" Lin Xian smiled faintly. You. Xinjiu was so angry that his old bones trembled and he almost fainted. He had lived to a ripe old age, and this was the first time in his life he had been so humiliated by a junior. "What, you've lived this long and this is all the pettiness you've got? You only allow yourself to criticize others, but you can't stand it when others say something to you?" Lin Xian looked at Xinjiu with a slightly cold gaze. He never provoked this old guy from the beginning. But this old guy repeatedly helped Suan scold him. Then naturally, he didn't need to be polite anymore. You. Xinjiu's fingers trembled violently, his old bones shaking so badly that they seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. "Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Get out of here." Xinjiu roared angrily, his beard bristling and eyes wide. "Get out?" Lin Xian smiled. Looking at Xinjiu, he said with a hint of coldness, "Even Han Feng doesn't dare to tell me to get out, so what are you?" 811, Chapter 811. It was him all along. One sentence silenced the entire celestial pavilion instantly. At this moment, it wasn't just Xinjiu and Suan who were shocked by Lin Xian's words. Even the people around him were all looking at Lin Xian with shock. Even Han Feng isn't qualified to let him leave? Does this kid know what he's saying? Does this kid know Han Feng's status and position? That was a true overlord of the entire Yanjing. After a brief moment of shock, Xinjiu gradually came to his senses and couldn't help but let out a thick sneer. What an arrogant brat, as expected. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He doesn't even know who Pavilion Master Han Feng is, yet he dares to spout such nonsense here. Oh. Suan couldn't help but sneer at this moment, looking at Lin Xian with a strong sense of sarcasm. "Kid, you only dare to say that because you know Pavilion Master Han isn't here right now, right? Do you dare say that to Han Feng's face?" Even Han Feng's father held him in high esteem. Who does this kid think he is? "I dare say, but he might not dare to listen." Lin Xian said calmly. That's a great line, you might say, but he might not dare to listen. Upon hearing this, Suan burst into laughter. "You really think you're something special? Don't forget, just 2 days ago you were being hunted down by Pavilion Master Han Feng. If the situation hadn't alarmed the higher-ups, who sent the 4 great war gods to mediate, you'd probably be a corpse hanging on the city gate of Jiufang Pavilion by now, wouldn't you?" Now, they've actually gotten a good deal and even installed it. Don't I know my own limitations? Su Jia's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. Young Master Su, is there really such a thing? Certainly. Suan said sarcastically, you probably don't know that kid's name yet, right? That kid is Lin Xian. So it was him. Qin Zhou suddenly realized. So he's the kid who caused such a stir 2 days ago. At that time, Pavilion Master Han Feng personally ordered the hunt down and kill this person. It's him, a good-for-nothing who survived by sheer luck and now boasts about his abilities. Suan sneered, his tone vicious. In my opinion, we should break his legs and throw him out of the heavenly pavilion now, so that he can stop lording it over people here. Qin Zhou stroked his white beard and sneered. No need. Suan raised his hand to stop him. Does young Master Su have a better idea? Qin Zhou asked, adopting the demeanor of a sycophant. Because Pavilion Master Han Feng will appear at the Heavenly Pavilion in less than half an hour. Su Andao. What? Minister Han is going to personally visit the Heavenly Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhou's old bones trembled with surprise. That's right, he wants to meet with my father to discuss important matters. Su Andao. As he said this, he arrogantly raised his chin. In his view, there are only a handful of people in Yanjing who are qualified to meet with Pavilion Master Han Feng. And his father was one of them. Wow, the old man is really something. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhou gasped in shock, then proceeded to shower Qin Zhou with praise once more. I thought they were just meeting in private, but I never expected it to be in this towering building. Furthermore, there are still important matters to discuss between the two parties. This is enough to demonstrate the absolute strength of the Su family's current status. It's just a so-so. Suan smiled modestly. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Xian again, filled with a hint of arrogance and smugness. 812, Chapter 812 Free Food and Drink. To discuss important matters? Facing Suan's smug look, Lin Xian smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, in my opinion, the actual situation might be that your father shamelessly begged them to meet you? You. Suan's face twitched violently. Because that's the truth. In the past 2 days, his father has repeatedly tried to meet with Han Feng, but has been refused. It was only yesterday that Han Feng finally agreed. But how did this kid know? It must have been pure luck. That must be it. Su Wanxin made a decision. Because of this situation, only he, his father, and Han Feng knew about it. Unless Han Feng tells Lin Xian about this situation. But obviously, it's impossible. Young Master Su, don't bother with this country bumpkin, is just a petty person. Qin Zhou said at this moment. After learning that Suan's father would be meeting with Pavilion Master Han Feng soon, he became even more determined to climb up the Su family's coattails. Even if the Qin family can only play the role of a follower in the future, it is still a promising future and it is incredibly prestigious to talk about. Didn't I hear Su Shao say that his father and Pavilion Master Han Feng had important matters to discuss? This signifies that the relationship between the Su family and Jiufang Pavilion will become even closer in the future. The Su family is already a dominant force in the Yanjing war zone, and with the added power of the Nine Directions Pavilion. In the future, Yanjing may be completely ruled by the Su family. What Master Qin said is very true. Suan sneered, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Su, this kid is just jealous. Qin Zhou fawned and mocked, I've seen too many people like this in my life that usually achieve nothing and live their whole lives in the shadow of others. Upon hearing this, Suan immediately felt a surge of relief. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian merely glanced at Qin Zhou and said indifferently, Old man, I've seen plenty of sycophants like you in my life, they often end up with nothing after licking the boots. What did you say? Qin Zhou's face immediately turned bright red. Do I need to repeat myself? Lin Xian spoke calmly. You. Qin Zhou's eyes widened in anger. Master Qin, we don't need to argue with those kinds of people. Those street urchins are best at taking advantage of others with their words. Suan then sneered. He, what young Master Su said is very true. Xinjiu also suppressed his anger, glanced at Lin Xian coldly, and said disparagingly, people like this are only good at talking big for a moment. I've seen him come to the Heavenly Pavilion for quite a while now. Apart from sitting here after coming in, he hasn't shown any interest in appreciating the rare treasures in the Heavenly Pavilions, just sitting here drinking tea. In my opinion, he has no knowledge of appreciating rare treasures at all. He just came here to freeload. After all, the tea leaves from this celestial pavilion are selected from the finest quality in the world, and cannot be bought anywhere else. And most importantly, all the tea here is free. When he said the last sentence, Xinjiu's eyes reflected a strong sense of pride, as if he had seen through Lin Xian's thoughts. Oh, so you're just here to freeload. Upon hearing this, Suan couldn't help but sneer. I think what Xinjiu said is very reasonable. This kid has neither power nor knowledge of rare treasures in Yanjing. What else can you do here besides freeloading and saving face? Could it be that he, like his father, came to see Han Feng? But that's obviously impossible. 813, Chapter 813. Am I qualified to sit? Suan chuckled and shook his head. I felt absurd for my own thought just now. Lin Xian is a country bumpkin from Suzhou. Let's not even talk about the fact that he couldn't possibly have this kind of relationship with Han Feng. Don't forget, just 2 days ago Han Feng ordered the latter to be hunted down. If it weren't for the intervention of the 4 great war gods, it's uncertain whether this kid would be sitting here now. However, the rules of the Heavenly Pavilion are very strict. How did this kid sneak in? Upon hearing this, Suan frowned. Young Master Su, what are you thinking about? Xinjiu noticed that Suan seemed preoccupied and couldn't help but ask. I'm wondering how this kid managed to sneak in. Su Andao. Young Master Su, it's simple, he must have gotten in touch with someone. Xinjiu answered. After learning that this person was Lin Xian, he also knew that the kid had the world's richest man, Black Emperor, backing him up. With the Black Emperor's wealth, helping this kid enter this Heavenly Pavilion wouldn't be particularly difficult. Master Qin, your words have reminded me. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Clearly, they had the same idea as Xinjiu. He immediately looked at Lin Xian with a mocking expression. Kid, you only managed to sneak in here with the help of the Black Emperor, didn't you? Black Emperor? Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. There's no need to trouble him with this kind of thing. You're quite the show-off. Suan looked at Lin Xian, who was pretending to be calm, and his sneer deepened. Besides relying on the Black Emperor, who else can you rely on? Rely on Su Baimo? Ha! All you know how to do is rely on women and live off them. At this point, Suan felt a surge of jealousy. Why would Su Baimo fall in love with such a man? Clearly, this man is far inferior to Suan in every aspect. Young Master Su, are you jealous of me? A faint smile appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Why would I be jealous of you? Suan clenched his fist tightly. Despite saying that, he was indeed burning with jealousy inside. He. Lin Xian smiled coldly, then looked away after glancing at the time. He didn't bother to pay any more attention to the guy. It's going to start in 10 minutes. Lin Xian ignored him. Suan was undoubtedly even more annoyed at this moment. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and he said to Lin Xian in a deep voice, Kid, don't think that just because you got in here with the help of the Black Emperor, you can act tough in front of me. What right do you, a lowly commoner, have to sit here? Oh. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Creak. Suan was so angry at Lin Xian's feigned indifference that he gritted his teeth. Xinjiu seized the opportunity and angrily rebuked Lin Xian. Kid, did you hear what young Master Su said? This is not a place for you to sit. Get up and give young Master Su your seat. Give him your seat, I'm afraid he's not worthy of it. Lin Xian shook his head with a cold smile. You. Xinjiu frowned. This kid is way too arrogant. Suan's face was also ashen with rage. Look, every in its pavilion Master Han Feng. It's Pavilion Master Han Feng. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose inside the heavenly pavilion. Then, a man dressed in a magnificent white robe slowly walked out of the inner chamber and headed straight for Lin Xian's location. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xian raised his head and looked calmly at Suan and Qinzhou in front of him, saying, "Didn't you say I wasn't qualified to sit here? Now that Han Feng is here, you can ask him if I am qualified to sit here." 814, Chapter 814. You'll have to ask them about that. One sentence caused Suan and Qinzhou to freeze in shock. They looked at Lin Xian's calm expression. Could it bet had he entered the heavenly pavilion through Han Feng? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suan immediately denied it. Not to mention that Han Feng, as the head of the Nine Directions Pavilion, is someone that a lowly commoner like Lin Xian could not possibly come into contact with. Given their irreconcilable conflict just 2 days ago, it's impossible that Han Feng invited Lin Xian over. Therefore, this kid must be pretending to be calm. He thought that after the Black Emperor gave his instructions, no one could do anything to him. Suan thought to himself. At this moment, under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, Han Feng walked towards Lin Xian. Upon learning that his master had arrived at Jiufang Pavilion ahead of schedule, he immediately came out from the inner chamber to pay his respects. And Han Feng and Qinzhou happened to be in the direction he was heading. Qinzhou naturally assumed that Han Feng was walking towards Su Shao. Immediately, the old man excitedly whispered to Suan, "Young Master Su, look, Pavilion Master Han is coming this way." One sentence brought Suan's thoughts back to reality. Seeing Han Feng walking towards him, he understood that Han Feng must have seen him and was coming over to say hello. After all, he knew about the relationship between his father and Pavilion Master Han. Although his status is 10% lower than Han Feng's. However, because of that power and because of that important figure, they could also be considered friends. Therefore, it was only natural for Han Feng to come over and greet him. Han Feng's journey. Seeing this, Suan extended his hand to greet him, saying, "Hello, Pavilion Master Han." However, Han Feng simply ignored it. Throughout his journey, he paid no attention to Han Feng. He stopped in front of Lin Xian, then put on a respectful smile, "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." What? The words "Hello, Mr. Lin" startled Suan and Qinzhou, causing them to freeze in place. At that moment, the two of them were as if struck by lightning, their faces turned pale, and their eyes were completely blank. Pavilion Master Han Feng, you actually addressed Lin Xian as Lin Mr. Lin just now? Qinzhou thought he was hallucinating. Suan's outstretched hand froze in midair. The two of them remained stunned for a long time. A buzzing sound filled my mind. At this moment, the other people inside the heavenly pavilion were just as shocked as they were. Just now, they clearly heard Pavilion Master Han Feng respectfully address the young man in front of them as Mr. Lin. Before this, they had never seen Pavilion Master Han address anyone in this way. Just who is this kid? Thinking about this, everyone's eyes, filled with deep shock, fell on Lin Xian and Han Feng. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Han Feng looked at Lin Xian respectfully and said, "Mr. Lin, why didn't you tell me you were coming ahead of time? Since I was just lazing around at home, I decided to come over." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Understood." Han Feng understood, and then he remembered that when he walked over earlier, he saw Suan and the unfamiliar old man in front of him speaking to Mr. Lin in a rather unfriendly tone. Immediately, he frowned and asked, "Mr. Lin, were these two people making things difficult for you just now? You'll have to ask them about that." Lin Xian chuckled softly. As he spoke, he looked up at Suan and the other person. And then Lin Xian's gaze fell upon him. Their bodies stiffened instantly. 815, Chapter 815. Dogs Fighting Dogs. What did you all say to Mr. Lin just now? Han Feng frowned, looking at the two people whose bodies were stiff at the moment. "No, it's nothing, we didn't say anything." Suan hurriedly shook his head. Qinzhou was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could things have turned out like this? Shouldn't Pavilion Master Han Feng be here to greet young Master Su? Moreover, didn't young Master Su just say that his father and Pavilion Master Han Feng had arranged to meet at the Heavenly Pavilion to discuss important matters? Nothing? Are you sure you didn't say anything? Han Feng's face immediately darkened. We. Suan stammered. Faced with Han Feng's overwhelming aura, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and said with a pale face, we just said that Lin Xian is not qualified to sit here. What? A surge of anger suddenly rose on Han Feng's face. If Mr. Lin is not qualified to sit here, then who is? Sect Leader Han, we really didn't know about your relationship with Lin Xian. Suan looked terrified and said, You issued a kill order 2 days ago to destroy Lin Xian, so that's why we thought of avenging you, Pavilion Master Han. Avenge me? What business is it of yours to interfere in my affairs? Han Feng, his face full of anger, said in a deep voice, Besides, it was just a misunderstanding between Mr. Lin and me. Misunderstand? Suan's eyes widened. At this moment, I felt worse than if I had eaten shit. So, the kill order issued by Han Feng 2 days ago was just a misunderstanding? They must be 4 war gods. That's right. Right, it must be because Han Feng was giving face to the 4 war gods. Thinking back to how this matter had alarmed the 4 war gods of their great Xia kingdom. After that, things calmed down. Now that Han Feng is addressing Lin Xian as Mr. Lin, it is clear that he has reconciled with Lin Xian out of respect for the 4 war gods. What incredible luck this kid had! Suan was furious. How come this kid always seems to get all the good things? However, he obviously cannot lash out right now. Faced with Han Feng's questioning, he could only shift the blame onto Qinzhou, Sect Master Han, the one who said Lin Xian wasn't qualified to sit here wasn't me, it was Master Qin, he was the one who said it. Kindness? Qinzhou was clearly caught off guard when Han Feng suddenly pinned the blame on him. After realizing what had happened, he immediately rushed to Suan and said in a panic, Young Master Su, I didn't say anything like that. You were the one who said I was just agreeing with you can't do that. Master Qin, I think you've lost your mind, have you forgotten what you said so quickly? Suan blared fiercely at Qinzhou. It means, you take the blame for this first, and I, Suan, will reward you handsomely another day. Young Master Su, I can't take the blame for this. However, Qinzhou refused with a look of panic and revealed Suan's intention to make him take the blame. He now completely sees through Suan's character. They take on the good things themselves, but when trouble comes, they shift all the responsibility to the other party. In the end, he not only lost everything but also ended up with a mess. What generous reward! If he really takes the blame, he might not get the reward, and his Qin family will be the first to be wiped out. Master Qin, what did you say? Who asked you to take the blame? Seeing Qinzhou blurt it out, Suan was so angry he jumped up and down. Is this old guy trying to kill him? Is that not what young Master Su meant? At this moment, Qinzhou, who had seen through Suan, also let out a cold laugh. 816, Chapter 816 The heart is trampled. Qinzhou, what do you mean? Faced with Qinzhou, who exposed him, Suan angrily called out his name. Young Master Su, I didn't mean anything by it, but how can I admit to something I didn't say? Qinzhou. In order to completely absolve himself of responsibility, he hurriedly said to Han Feng, Sect Leader Han, I absolutely did not say such a thing just now. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others here, they can all testify for me. Qinzhou, you. Suan's face turned completely gloomy. Qinzhou ignored the threatening look in Suan's eyes. Although he knew that by saying those words today, he had undoubtedly offended Suan completely. But compared to offending Suan, offending Han Feng is obviously a much more terrifying thing. Judging from the current situation, it remains to be seen whether Suan can safely leave Jiufang Pavilion. Despite his advanced age, he still possesses a remarkably keen ability to read people's expressions and moods. Judging from Han Feng's completely different attitudes toward Lin Xian and Suan, it is clear that Han Feng will definitely make trouble for the Su family today. As for what Suan just said about his father meeting with Han Feng today, it's probably all fabricated. There may indeed be something between the two sides that needs to be discussed. But it is definitely not the cooperation that Suan mentioned. That guy only said those things because he was too proud. He almost got himself killed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to join in the fun. I didn't get any benefits and I ended up with a lot of trouble. Lin Xian sat in his chair, watching the two who had gone from being in cahoots to fighting like dogs, and shook his head indifferently. He wasn't interested in that kind of thing. I just felt that it was too noisy around me. Han Feng, who was standing to the side, saw Lin Xian shake his head and realized what Mr. Lin was thinking. Immediately, he frowned deeply and impatiently interrupted Suan and the other man's argument. You two stop arguing, it doesn't matter who said that, quickly apologize to Mr. Lin and get out of here. Yes, Pavilion Master Han. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhou immediately apologized to Lin Xian without saying a word. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I was blind, please forgive me. Lin Xian merely glanced at the old man indifferently and did not speak. Upon seeing this, Qin Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. He was so frightened that he immediately knelt down before Lin Xian and kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Bang bang bang. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 more times with great force. It was clear that Qin Zhou was truly afraid of death. He slammed his fists down with tremendous force, leaving bloody marks on the ground. Never mind. Lin Xian relented, not wanting to lower himself to the level of such a person. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Qin Zhou quickly thanked him and shakily got up from the ground. Seeing that Mr. Lin had forgiven the other party and did not pursue the matter further, Han Feng turned his cold and sharp gaze to Suan. Suan trembled slightly when Han Feng looked at him. He looked at Lin Xian, whose face was now filled with coldness. He saw the latter's indifference as a smug display of pride towards him. He couldn't help but clench his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. He was the eldest son of the prestigious Su family, pampered and arrogant since childhood. Today, he actually has to apologize to some nobody from Suzhou. He was still a nobody whom he had always regarded as an ant. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely trampled on. 817, Chapter 817. Make him disappear directly. Suan, do you even dare to disobey the words of this pavilion master? Seeing Suan's defiant expression, Han Feng's tone suddenly turned somber. I wouldn't dare. Suan's eyes flickered. Under the oppressive aura of Han Feng, he dared not disobey. Then hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Han Feng shouted sharply. The deep shout startled everyone around, making their hearts skip a beat. At the same time, it also made Qin Zhou, who had just stood up, tremble violently. They had never seen Pavilion Master Han treat an outsider like this before. Just who is this kid? Shouldn't he just be an abandoned son of the Lin family? But why would a discarded pawn have such power that it would make Pavilion Master Han Feng personally step forward for him? Everyone was shocked and speculated endlessly about Lin Xian's identity. At this moment, Suan was completely blinded by his strong sense of self-esteem and lost his judgment. In his view, why should he, the eldest son of the prestigious Su family, apologize to a nobody, and even be forced to kneel down to apologize? He took a deep breath, his gaze towards Han Feng now carrying a hint of ferocity. Sect Master Han, you can ask me to apologize to him, but asking me to kneel down, isn't that a bit too much? Don't forget, my father is. Kneel down. Han Feng's deep voice interrupted Suan. At this moment, facing Suan who repeatedly went against his wishes, he was clearly annoyed. Suan was taken aback. The next second, the ferocity on his face intensified. Sect Leader Han, don't forget the relationship between my father and you. Ha, are you trying to teach me, Han Feng, how to do things? Han Feng sneered, his eyes filled with intense anger. Today, not only you, but even if your father comes later, you'll have to apologize to Mr. Lin. What? Suan's expression suddenly changed. Hiss. The people around gasped, their eyes filled with undisguised surprise and disbelief. Qin Zhou, with his old bones, trembled violently, his hands and feet turning ice cold. Thinking about his disrespect towards Mr. Lin just now. Fortunately, Mr. Lin was magnanimous and did not hold it against him. Otherwise, even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. Han Feng, kneel down right now. In the silence that followed, Han Feng's cold, sharp voice, heavy with annoyance, rang out once more. Su En's heart skipped a beat, and he came back to his senses, looking at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with resentment. At this moment, Lin Xian, seeing the unwilling look in Su En's eyes, said calmly, "No need to apologize." Han Feng paused, somewhat not understanding what Mr. Lin meant. The others were also taken aback. What's going on here? Why did this young man suddenly refuse Su En's apology? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su En's lips curled into a smug, cold smile. In his view, Lin Xian was afraid of the Su family's power and feared future retaliation, which was why he said such a thing. Admittedly, that kid is now under the protection of Pavilion Master Han Feng. But after leaving Jiufang Pavilion, will Han Feng still protect him? If it is not one's own power, it will never be of one's own use. If it weren't for the sake of the 4 war gods that day, would Han Feng have been so polite to that little bastard Lin Xian? Kid, you're smart to know your place. Su En looked at Lin Xian smugly. Lin Xian simply shook his head indifferently. The next sentence that came out of his mouth instantly plunged the scene into a deathly silence. Han Feng, just make him disappear. 818, Chapter 818. Let's do it. The entire venue fell into a sudden, deathly silence. Su En's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Xuanhe actually wants him to disappear from this world? Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Feng nodded. There were no surprises regarding Lin Xian's instructions. Because today, Mr. Lin was going to use the Su family as the first target. The Heavenly Pavilion is temporarily closed to the public today. Everyone must leave within 1 minute. Han Feng spoke. His tone was indifferent, as if a chill had swept through everyone's heart. Yes, Pavilion Master Han. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Without daring to linger any longer, he quickly grabbed his things and left. Just half a minute later. The once popular Heavenly Pavilion was now only occupied by Lin Xian, Han Feng, and Su En. The venue was deserted. The atmosphere, however, was unusually tense and oppressive. Su En, his face trembling, looked at Han Feng, who was now showing murderous intent towards him, and said, "Sect Master Han, I am the eldest young master of the Su family. If you kill me, not only will my father not let it go, but the entire Su family will not let it go either." At this moment, facing Han Feng, whose strength far surpassed his own, Su En had no choice but to bring up the Su family. He never dreamed that Han Feng, who originally had a fairly good relationship with the Su family and a close friendship with his father, would actually kill him with just 1 sentence from Lin Xian. What exactly happened? At this moment, Han Feng, who had been gripped by fear, finally came to his senses completely. Wake up from that false sense of pride. Han Feng's attitude shows that the reason the latter called Lin Xian Mr. Lin was not because of the 4 war gods. 2 days ago, the battle took place at Jiufang Pavilion. Something absolutely unexpected happened to him. Let's get started, Han Feng. As Su En was deeply shocked, Lin Xian's indifferent voice slowly rang out. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Feng accepted the order and walked towards Su En. Gurgle. Su En's Adam's apple bobbed violently. A chill ran straight to my heart. His legs trembled weakly, and his eyes trembled as he looked at Han Feng, who was walking towards him step by step. He wanted to back away. But at this moment, it was discovered that his legs had gone so weak that he was completely powerless. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, utterly powerless. No, don't kill me, I apologize. Su En trembled all over and could not speak coherently. It's too late. Han Feng responded indifferently and walked up to Su En. Don't want. Su En's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, the fear of death swept over him like a tidal wave, chilling him to the bone. He looked at Lin Xian in terror, pleading for mercy. Mr. Lin, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. If you spare me today, I promise I will never oppose you again and will never appear before you again. Lin Xian remained indifferent and did not respond. Compared to living people, He believed that the dead would never cause him any trouble. Moreover, after Tang Lan lost her memory, it was that bastard Suan who instructed Zhao Xiaodong to take the opportunity to get close to Tang Lan. He has yet to have a chance to settle this score with Suan. Let's settle it all together today. Mr. Lin, I beg you, please don't kill me. Suan was truly terrified at this moment, and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. I'm asking you, after Tang Lan lost her memory, wasn't it you who instructed Zhao Xiaodong to come and find her? Lin Xian then spoke. Suanxin felt a chill run down his spine. But he could only grit his teeth and admit, yes, it was me, but... Then there's nothing to explain. Lin Xian interrupted indifferently, a deep killing intent appearing in his eyes. Han Feng, make your move. 819, Chapter 819 Suan's shock. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Feng stepped forward. The immense pressure caused Suan's face to change drastically, and his heart to pound wildly. Sect leader Han, my father is downstairs. If he comes up and sees me dead, he will absolutely not let you go. Suan appeared fierce but was actually weak. But his trembling voice betrayed his inner fear. It just so happens that he came today. Mr. Lin intends to make sure he doesn't leave alive. Han Feng gave a cold laugh. What? Suan's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Lin Xian, then at Han Feng with a look of utter disbelief. You mean, it was that kid's idea to have my father meet with us at Jiufan Pavilion today? That's right. Han Feng said with a mocking look, otherwise, why would you think that I, the pavilion master, would see you? Suanxin was shocked again. Only at this moment did he understand. It turns out that Han Feng agreed to the meeting not because of his father, but because of Lin Xian. However, this kid was just an abandoned son of the Lin family. When did he acquire such power that he could actually make Han Feng work for him? Hanin Pavilion Master, you're not joking, are you? Suan found it hard to accept what was happening before his eyes. Do you think I look like I'm joking with you? Han Feng's eyes were icy cold. Gurgle. Suan's Adam's apple bobbed heavily. He then took a deep breath and said, but why is this happening? Just 2 days ago, you issued a kill order, ordering the entire city to hunt down Lin Xian. Is this also part of your plan? These are all true. Han Feng responded. Real? Suanxin was even more horrified. My brain is in complete disarray. What exactly happened? 2 days ago, Han Feng ordered the hunt for Lin Xian. Now, however, they follow Lin Xian's lead? What exactly happened in those 2 short days? Why did things turn out this way? Could it be because the 4 war gods intervened? Suan then asked. This is the only explanation he can think of right now. 4 war gods? Han Feng laughed. I admit they are strong, but they are not enough to make me submit. Not 4 war gods? Suan's pupils contracted sharply again. The next second, as if remembering something, he was suddenly horrified and gasped. His gaze trembled violently. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with shock that surged like a tidal wave. Could it be that kid has won you over? That's right. Han Feng admitted it without hesitation, a deep sense of pride surfacing in his tone. It was as if being impressed by Mr. Lin's strength was not something shameful, but something to be proud of. How could this be? Suan's pupils contracted sharply again. His face was extremely pale, his body was trembling violently, and his mind was in complete chaos. He has lost the ability to think. He had no idea what was happening. It should be noted that Han Feng, as the pavilion master of the 9 Directions Pavilion, possesses the strength of a mid to late stage martial emperor. His strength was second only to the 4 war gods of their great Xia kingdom, and surpassed that of his father. Lin Xian was only 27 years old. He admitted that the kid did have some skill. But no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Han Feng? No matter how strong he is, at his age, can he really reach the late stage of martial emperor? 820, Chapter 820 My dad is Su Sen. Impossible. Absolutely not. Suan desperately denied it in his heart. a 27-year-old late-stage martial emperor. In his view, this was simply a fantasy. Not to mention that reaching the early stage of martial emperor at this age is already a monstrous talent. Throughout the thousands of years of Chinese history, only a handful of such individuals have ever been born. Late period of Emperor Wu's reign. Even among reclusive sects, he is a super genius. However, due to numerous constraints, hermit sects cannot interfere in the affairs of their worldly lives, nor can they easily get involved. Otherwise, it will trigger a terrible heavenly tribulation. At that time, under the heavenly tribulation, even a powerful expert as strong as a late-stage martial emperor will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Therefore, Sun concluded that Lin Xian could not possibly come from a hermit sect. Moreover, everyone in their extended family knew that this kid was an abandoned son of the Lin family back then, which completely ruled out such an extremely low possibility. Sect Master Han, you must be hiding something from me, right? Did you reach some kind of agreement, which is why you're helping that brat against my Su family? Sun questioned. He didn't believe Lin Xian had the ability to subdue Han Feng. Similarly, he didn't believe that Lin Xian possessed the power to subdue Han Feng. Jiufang Pavilion has stood in Yanjing for hundreds of years. The strength of its ancient martial arts masters is comparable to that of the 8 great families combined. Such a force is one that even if the Su family were to give it their all and mobilize all the Marines in the war zone, they would still be unable to contend with it. How could Lin Xian possibly defeat the 9 Directions Pavilion with the power behind him? That kid's only support is the Black Emperor. Although the Black Emperor is the world's richest man with immense wealth. But in their great Xia kingdom, they still only had wealth but no power. At the wedding last time, they mobilized those troops to help out. They must have exhausted all their resources. Could those troops alone shake the 9 Directions Pavilion? Could they win Han Feng's respect? That's obviously impossible. Therefore, Sun concluded. There must be some kind of secret conspiracy between Lin Xian and Han Feng. Han Feng was just playing along with Lin Xian's act. You can think of it that way too. Faced with Sun's questioning, Han Feng didn't bother to explain. Firstly, he is someone who doesn't like to explain himself. Secondly, what's the point of explaining something to a dying person? Thinking to myself. Han Feng took another step forward, standing only 1 meter away from Sun. Sun's body trembled violently, and shock surged through his eyes like a tidal wave. You can't kill me, my dad is Su Sen. He screamed. Han Feng remained expressionless. Swish. The next second, a slap imbued with surging true energy struck Han Feng's face with lightning speed. Snap. The slap was so fast that Sun couldn't react at all before his face was slapped hard, making a crisp sound. Put. Han Feng slapped Sun with tremendous force, causing Sun's face to contort violently and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he was lifted off the ground and flew backward like a propeller, crashing heavily into the metal wall behind him. His teeth were scattered all over the ground, several ribs were broken, and he fainted on the spot. So easily defeated? After slapping Sun unconscious, Han Feng seemed unsatisfied and shook his hand, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. Don't think that just because your father is Su Sen, he's the head of state, I'd still slap him without hesitation. 821, Chapter 821. Please talk to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, this guy is still alive. What are your plans for dealing with him next? Han Feng withdrew his hand, turned to look at Lin Xian, and his face returned to respect. We'll deal with it together when Su Sen arrives. Lin Xian said calmly. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Feng understood. Just then, from the top of the stairs in the towering building, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Sen, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked up. His face was filled with a gloomy expression. Just now, when he was talking to the elder of Jiufang Pavilion, the other party was so impatient with him. This annoyed him, and he also wanted to ask Han Feng if Jiufang Pavilion had no intention of having any further business dealings with the Su family in the future. Su Sen arrived at the Heavenly Pavilion. However, when he saw what was happening in front of him, he was instantly stunned. He even wondered if he was seeing things, so he shook his eyes hard again and stared intently. Boom! The next second, an astonishingly fierce aura, almost like a torrent, surged out of Su Sen's body and instantly enveloped the entire heavenly pavilion. He saw it, Honor, who was beaten half to death. He saw it, Han Feng with a cold expression. And, his mortal enemy, Lin Xian. It's obvious what just happened here. Han Feng, give me an explanation. Su Sen's tone was filled with a deep, murderous intent. At this moment, his eyes were faintly etched with menacing blood vessels. Explanation? What explanation? Han Feng looked at Su Sen with a cold expression. Who hurt my son, was it you? Su Sen's eyes were ferocious. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xian. I was the one. Han Feng looked at Su Sen with a cold expression. Who hurt my son, was it you? Su Sen's eyes were ferocious. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xian. I was the one who hit him, is there a problem with that? Han Feng spoke up at this moment. You did it? Su Sen paused. Obviously, he never expected that it would be Han Feng who injured his son so badly. Yes, I did it. Han Feng said calmly. Reason? Su Sen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the murderous intent within him. There is no reason. Han Feng responded. Boom! The murderous aura erupting from Su Sen's body surged even more fiercely. Han Feng, what do you mean? He questioned Han Feng in a deep voice. It doesn't mean anything, he brought it on himself. Han Feng said indifferently, showing no fear whatsoever in the face of Su Sen's anger. He only has himself to blame? Su Sen frowned deeply. Did my Honor offend you? It wasn't that he offended me, but rather Mr. Lin, so I taught him a lesson. Han Feng said. Mr. Lin? Su Sen's eyes flashed, then his brows furrowed deeply again as he looked at Lin Xian. You mean, him? Him? That's right. Han Feng responded. Su Sen's expression shifted in disbelief. The next second, his eyes undoubtedly became even more sinister. Han Feng, are you making fun of me? Do you think I don't know your relationship with him? Hee, Su Sen, do you think I'm joking with you? Han Feng gave a cold smile and looked at Su Sen. So, you're planning to antagonize the Su family and that lord? Su Sen's face was gloomy. The way she looked at Han Feng was like that of a venomous snake. The Su family, they're so great? Upon hearing this, Han Feng smiled dismissively. As for the lord you mentioned, I have no interest in making enemies with him. However, Mr. Lin seems to have a strong interest in him. If you know anything about him, please speak with Mr. Lin. 822, Chapter 822 109 Directions Pavilions. Mr. Lin? Su Sen frowned. For a moment, it was difficult to process the sheer volume of information. Just 2 days ago, Han Feng and Lin Xian were at each other's throats, so why is he now calling him Mr. Lin? Furthermore, they were even willing to offend the Su family and that important figure for the sake of this kid. That's right. Han Feng said, tell Mr. Lin everything you know. Is very interested in the power behind you, the big shot you mentioned. Hee, Han Feng, have you lost your mind? Why are you suddenly calling that kid Mr. Lin, and even challenging big shots for his sake? Su Sen smiled sinisterly, his eyes filled with undisguised chill. It wasn't just because Han Feng opposed him that he harbored murderous intent, it was also for his son, Suan. Those two bastards, how dare they hurt his son like this? Su Sen, don't use your short-sighted perspective to judge Mr. Lin. Han Feng responded indifferently. So, you're determined to go against me in the big shots? Su Sen spoke in a low voice, making a final confirmation. That's right. Han Feng answered without hesitation. Call. Su Sen let out a deep breath. The next second, the anger in his eyes hardened even more. So, you really injured her? That's right. Han Feng admitted it without hesitation. Good, very good. Su Sen laughed angrily. I didn't expect you to join forces with that kid, so it turns out that our meeting here today was also that kid's idea? Congratulations on getting it right. Han Feng smiled slightly, but his smile was devoid of any warmth, filled with icy coldness. So, what benefits did that kid give you that made you willing to turn against the Su family? Su San pressed for more details. Benefits you can't even imagine. Han Feng answered. Well, you're probably going to regret this favor for the rest of your life. Su San sneered, a deep killing intent rising in his heart. Really, it's hard to say who will regret it. Han Feng gave a cold laugh. Do you really think that your Nine Directions pavilion can stand up to such a powerful figure? Su San countered with a question, his tone revealing a profound chill. One Nine Directions pavilion might not be enough, but what about 3, 4, or even 10, or 100? Han Feng responded, his eyes filled with a confident smile. What? Su San's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't know what Han Feng was talking about. Today, the Nine Directions Pavilion has 10 Supremes and 1,000 Grandmasters. 100 Jiufang Pavilions? Wouldn't that require 1,000 Supremes and 100,000 Grandmasters? Such a power is unparalleled, not only in the Great Xia Kingdom, but also in the entire world. Such a number of powerful individuals would probably require the entire world combined to barely be enough. That's a power capable of destroying any nation. Han Feng, do you know what you're saying? 109 Directions Pavilions would require 1,000 Supreme Beings and 100,000 Grandmasters. The number of such powerful individuals is probably barely enough even if the entire world were combined. Do you think you can fool me like a 3-year-old? Su San couldn't help but sneer, his anger surging within him. Is Han Feng really treating him like a complete novice? What I'm talking about is the total number of strong people in the whole world. Han Feng smiled calmly. You! Su San's forehead veins throbbed. Feeling that he had been tricked, a sinister glint slowly crept into his eyes. Immediately, he spoke in a snarling voice, Han Feng, I think you're just out of your mind. Fine, since you're determined to betray that big shot, then I'll clean house for him today. 823, Chapter 823 Let me do it. Su San, you really are a loyal dog at the feet of that big shot you're talking about. Upon hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but sneer, but that makes sense, no wonder he values you so much, allowing your Su family to rise from an insignificant family to become the leading family in Yanjing. Han Feng, watch your words. Su San's tone suddenly turned low and somber. Is there anything wrong with what I said? If you weren't his loyal dog, would he put so much effort into training you? Han Feng sneered. As far as he knew, all 4 great families, Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li, had participated in the extermination of the Lin family. Afterwards, the other 4 great families all benefited. However, the Su family is the one who benefits the most. This further explains the relationship between the Su family and that mysterious figure. Han Feng, it's because my Su family has potential that we were chosen by a big shot. Su San Dao. Yeah? Han Feng smiled dismissively, then asked, however, I am really curious, who exactly has such great ability to cultivate your Su family into the number 1 family in Yanjing today? Could it really be the former head of state? I'm sorry, I have no comment. Su San declined to answer. However, his eyes flickered slightly when the former head of state was mentioned. Han Feng saw it all. Lin Xian also saw it all. Immediately, a deep chill rose in my heart. Could it be that what happened back then was really orchestrated by the former head of state? No comment, is that right? A cold glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he said, it seems I'll have to resort to some methods. Han Feng, I'll ask you one last time, are you really going to make an enemy of the Su family and powerful figures for that kid? Su San's face was grim as he made a final confirmation. That's right. Han Feng answered without hesitation. The answer remains the same as before. Very good. Su San's face darkened completely, then today, let me clean up the traitors for the big shot, and avenge my son while I'm at it. Boom! The words fell. A surge of powerful true energy erupted from Su San's body. In the blink of an eye, it climbed to the mid-stage of Martial Emperor, and even faintly approached the late stage of Martial Emperor. It's been a few days, and your strength has improved again. It seems your master has given you quite a few benefits. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. His expression also became slightly serious. Clearly, even he dared not be negligent when facing a supreme being of the same level. He clenched his fists, preparing to unleash his true energy as well. Han Feng, let me do it. At that moment, a detached voice rang out beside him. Mr. Lin? Han Feng's eyes flickered. Mr. Lin, you're actually going to take action personally? A flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. This was because it was the first time he had witnessed Mr. Lin's strength. 2 days ago at the Nine Directions Pavilion, Mr. Lin did not personally take action, but relied solely on 1,000 Supremes and 100,000 Grandmasters to suppress them to the point of being unable to breathe. However, Mr. Lin is no ordinary person, given his ability to command such a large number of powerful individuals. You? Su Sin frowned, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Yes, he doubted Lin Xian's abilities and suspected that the kid was trying to cheat. After all, although this kid amazed them at Enner's wedding last time, his strength was only at the early stage of Martial Emperor. Such strength makes him one of the best among the younger generation. But, compared to him, they are not enough. Emperor Wu was divided into 3 levels. The gap between each level is like an insurmountable chasm. Although Lin Xian now possesses considerable strength. But for him, crushing Lin Xian would be as easy as crushing an ant. 824, Chapter 824 A Hundredfold Return. Su Sen's eyes were filled with a sinister light, his gaze fixed on Lin Xian like a venomous snake. He said, Kid, I admit, you may have some talent in martial arts cultivation. However, is it a bit too wishful thinking for you to think you can challenge me with your strength at the early stage of Martial Emperor? Or are you planning to use some underhanded means to ambush me? He was not afraid to confront Lin Xian head-on. He was worried that the kid might use some underhanded tricks. After all, he was currently inside the Nine Directions Pavilion, with Han Feng watching him intently from the side. Although his strength is not much different from Han Feng's, he is still at a certain disadvantage. If the two of them attack together, or if Han Feng launches a sneak attack, even he would find it difficult to resist. Ambush you? You think you're worthy of my ambush? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer. I'm just afraid that Han Feng might accidentally kill you. I still have a lot of questions for you, old man. You. When Lin Xian called him an old man, Su Sen's face suddenly flashed with anger. However, he quickly calmed down, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes. As expected, he's an arrogant brat who doesn't know his own limitations. Although I don't know what methods you used to enhance your strength at my son's wedding, I will make you understand today that in the face of absolute power, all methods are nothing but illusions. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer. To deny other people's talent and hard work based solely on your own conjecture, in my opinion, the Su family is nothing but frogs in a well. What did you say? Su Sen's eyes flashed with anger. Alright, old man, enough talk, let's get started. I have a lot of questions for you to answer. Lin Xian interrupted indifferently, twisting his neck. Very good. Then today, let me see who the frog in the well really is. Boom! As Su Sin finished speaking, a surge of powerful true energy erupted from his body, like a tidal wave. The entire celestial pavilion trembled slightly due to the burst of Su Sen's aura. Despite sensing Su Sen's powerful aura, Lin Xian's eyes remained indifferent. He merely glanced at the antiques and rare treasures around him, and to prevent these collections from being damaged, he suggested, the space here is too small, let's go outside to fight. That's exactly what I was thinking. Su Sin narrowed his eyes. He was afraid of being ambushed by Han Feng here. The outdoor area is spacious. Furthermore, he also deployed his Su family's men. Han Feng pressed the remote control and opened several windows of the heavenly pavilion. Lin Xian and Su Sin moved swiftly and arrived at the open space outside the arena. Kid, this is your own choice, don't regret it. Next, let me tell you just how huge the difference is between the mid-stage and early-stage Martial Emperor. Su Sin gave Lin Xian a ferocious grin. True Qi surged and flowed through his meridians, and waves of powerful True Qi energy spread throughout Su Sen's body. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The next instant, his figure swept across the scene like a gust of wind, appearing directly in front of Lin Xian. Boom! Without any hesitation, the fierce fist wind, which distorted the air, went straight for Lin Xian's heart. This move was extremely ruthless, showing no mercy whatsoever. The thought of En'er being severely injured by those two guys. Thinking that En'er is still lying in the heavenly pavilion of Jiufang Pavilion, on the verge of death. An overwhelming killing intent surged within Su Sen's heart. Lin Xian looked at Su Sen, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Thinking back to that night, Tang Lan was shot in the head and body while protecting her, and almost died. He still has lost his memory. Thinking of the impoverished areas on the northwestern border, Xiao Dai was treated like livestock, tortured and humiliated in every way by the thugs sent by Su Sen. Boom! At this moment, the killing intent in his heart also soared to the sky. He will repay Su Sen 100-fold. 825, Chapter 825 Han Feng's Shock. Boom! Within Lin Xian's body, a torrent of true energy also erupted at this moment. The burst of true energy caused the surrounding air to buzz. And in an instant, his strength rose to the mid-stage of Martial Emperor. How is that possible? Su Sen's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was filled with unprecedented shock. The fist that had been fired like a cannonball earlier froze in mid-air due to the shock in his heart. Mid-Emperor Wu. That kid actually possesses the strength of a mid-stage Martial Emperor. Su Sen was shocked. Lin Xian gave him no chance to pause. He clenched his fist and unleashed a fierce punch with tremendous force, slamming it down on Su Sen's face. Su Sen quickly came to his senses. His aura surged again, and his fist whistled out, colliding heavily with Lin Xian. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the venue. A powerful gust of wind emanated from the tips of their fists, spreading outwards in a ring shape. Lin Xian remained motionless, his figure like an iron tower. Su Sen looked utterly astonished. This kid actually took his punch head-on. This kid is truly a mid-stage Martial Emperor. Han Feng also witnessed this scene. However, at this moment, his brows furrowed slightly. He had long known that Mr. Lin was quite strong, so he was not surprised when Mr. Lin revealed his mid-stage Martial Emperor strength. He just found it strange. It's strange that Mr. Lin unleashed such formidable strength. But his entire demeanor remained eerily calm. It was terrifying, like still water. And he didn't even make a sound of breathing. It's important to understand that when a person pushes their limits, their body also bears a much greater burden. However, at this level, the physical body often becomes exceptionally strong. Therefore, it was able to withstand such a surging surge of true energy within the body, which was churning wildly on the surface of the body. However, being physically strong does not mean it is immune to stress. Prolonged consumption of energy will inevitably place a great burden on the body. Observe Su Sen. Although his breathing was steady at this moment, his internal condition was exhibiting a violent, boiling water-like state. In contrast, Mr. Lin's body remained completely calm. This means that even when he is activating such a high level of true energy, he can still control it with ease. Such terrifying control, and an aura so calm it's frightening, can only mean one thing. That is, the true energy that Mr. Lin is currently activating is far from reaching his true strength. Could it be that Mr. Lin has already reached the realm of Martial Saint? Thinking of this, Han Feng's heart trembled violently. An unprecedented look of horror appeared in his eyes. Martial Saint Realm. Also known as the Sacred Realm. It can be said to be the ultimate realm that countless martial artists pursue throughout their lives. Only by reaching that realm can one be called a saint. Not only did his body undergo a complete transformation, greatly extending his lifespan, but his strength also far surpassed that of a late-stage martial emperor. It can be said that even 10 late-stage martial emperors working together could not withstand a single move from an early-stage martial saint. The latter even possesses the ability to shatter the void. But this wasn't what truly terrified Han Feng. What truly terrifies him is Mr. Lin's current age. Mr. Lin is only 27 years old. Throughout history, those who have been able to reach the realm of martial saint have all been old monsters who have lived for 100 or 200 years. Aside from those super geniuses from reclusive sects. 826, Chapter 826 Su Sen's Shock. Han Feng was utterly shocked at this moment. Because what lies before him may be a super genius, one that is unprecedented in history. A sect that can rival the hermit sects. No, he is someone who surpasses even the most extraordinary geniuses within the hermit sects. A martial saint at the age of 27. As far as he knew, even the most outstanding geniuses within the hermit sects couldn't reach that level at this age. Reaching the late stage of martial emperor is an absolute prodigy, a leader in one's field, and the result of the sect's all-out efforts to cultivate him. But Mr. Lin comes from the present world. From the world they live in. In this world lacking in spiritual energy. He simply couldn't imagine how Mr. Lin had done it. Han Feng was deeply shocked. Su Sen slowly recovered from his shock. Looking at Lin Xian in front of him, the killing intent in his heart unexpectedly surged to an unprecedented level at this moment. This child's growth has reached a level beyond his imagination. If he is allowed to continue to grow, it won't be long before he becomes someone who can truly crush Su Sen. He didn't know how this kid possessed such terrifying cultivation, or what methods he had used. But there was one thing he understood. That means we must take advantage of the fact that he can still suppress Lin Xian now and eliminate him completely. Creak. Thinking of this, Su Sen clenched his hands tightly under his sleeves. Boom. The next second, his mind stirred, and an even more powerful and surging true energy surged out from his body, as if it had condensed into an invisible and heavy ocean behind him, pressing down on the surrounding air and causing it to stop flowing at that moment. Is this all the strength you have? Lin Xian sensed the fierce pressure surging around Su Sen at this moment, and stared at the latter with his dark eyes. Are you scared now? A sinister glint appeared in Su Sen's eyes, and he sneered, although we are both at the mid-stage of martial emperor, there is still a gap in our strength. I am now approaching the late stage, while you are only hovering in the middle stage. I admit, your abilities far exceed my expectations. I also admit that if I were given more time to grow, I would definitely not be your match. But I won't give you that chance again. And you two will perish here today. The words fell. Su Sen no longer hesitated. He understood the principle that delay could lead to unforeseen changes. He had to kill this kid as quickly as possible, before Han Feng could intervene. Even if we can't kill him, we must severely injure this kid, leaving him with a permanent ailment that will prevent him from ever improving his strength again. A ferocious look appeared in his eyes. Bang! Su Sen stomped his foot hard on the ground, and his figure appeared above Lin Xian's head as if he had teleported. Without any hesitation. Boom! The true energy in his palm surged and churned, then transformed into towering waves that roared madly toward Lin Xian's crown chakra. If this palm strike hits, even a powerful martial emperor at the mid-stage would perish instantly. However, faced with such a terrifying palm strike, no emotion appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He simply raised his head and calmly watched as the massive palm descended upon him, compressing the air around him and causing it to explode repeatedly. Have they given up the fight? Su Sen saw this and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his lips. His palm was about to strike Lin Xian's crown. Lin Xian's eyes remained calm, like a deep, still pool. Laugh. Just then, a slight sound suddenly came from inside Lin Xian's body. The next second, its aura surged once again. In the blink of an eye, he easily overtook Su Sen. Late-stage martial emperor? Sensing the sudden change in Lin Xian's strength, Su Sen's pupils contracted sharply. A look of horror instantly filled their eyes. 827, Chapter 827 My turn to ask you. Late-stage martial emperor? Su Sen's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinholes. At that moment, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This kid actually possesses the strength of a late-stage martial emperor, a heavenly supreme level. Lin Xian's expression remained indifferent. He showed no smugness despite Su Sen's shock. Even though Su Sen was shocked, his movements did not falter in the slightest. He slowly raised his finger, and the powerful true energy at his fingertip gathered and condensed like a vortex. Then, aiming at the vast sea of qi that loomed overhead like dark clouds, gently tap it. Break! As Lin Xian finished speaking. Bang! A deafening roar, like a morning bell or evening drum, suddenly resounded from within the sea of qi. The next second, the qi sea suddenly collapsed. It was as if a powerful gust of air rushed into the clouds and completely dispersed them. With his qi sea dispersed, Su Sen's burly body suddenly trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. Put! Then, a sickly flush appeared on Su Sen's face, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string. After flying nearly 100 meters, it finally landed heavily, clutching its chest and collapsing to the ground in agony. Han Feng, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with deep shock. One move. He defeated Su Sen with just one move. The Heavenly Supreme's strength is truly terrifying. Completely, it is an existence that crushes even the Supreme Beings. However, this was not the most shocking thing for him. What shocked and even terrified him the most was that even though Mr. Lin had just unleashed such formidable strength, his aura had not fluctuated much. This means that Mr. Lin's potential is not limited to this. Could it bet that he has truly entered the Saint Realm? The mere thought of a 27-year-old martial arts master is enough to send chills down one's spine. If that's the case, could Mr. Lin become the first person in the 5,000 years of Great Xia civilization to touch the barrier of martial god? That's a realm that only exists in legends. That was a realm that no one had ever witnessed in the past 5,000 years. Perhaps the martial god realm is merely a realm conceived by martial artists of the past out of their boundless aspirations. Perhaps, the realm of martial god was indeed touched by our predecessors. However, given the current scarcity of spiritual energy in this world, this realm will ultimately only exist in legends and myths. However, Mr. Lin's appearance rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart. Hope for exploring the realm of martial god. Cough cough. At this moment, a violent cough coming from Su Sen broke Han Feng's thoughts. He looked in Su Sen's direction. At this moment, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of Su Sen. He looked down at Su Sen, who was seriously injured and horrified, with indifferent eyes. In order to save Su Sen's life, he deliberately restrained his strength in the previous attack. Your aura just know you've entered the late stage of Martial Emperor? Su Sen asked in a trembling voice, his eyes wide with shock. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded indifferently. How could this be? Su Sen's chest heaved violently. Cough cough. However, due to the violent fluctuations, the wound was aggravated, and a painful cough came out of his throat again. How did you do that? Su Sen, enduring the excruciating pain, asked in horror. Cultivation. Lin Xian simply responded with 2 words. Su Sen's pupils suddenly contracted sharply at that moment. More shock and horror welled up in his eyes. Lin Xian's gaze was indifferent, ignoring Su Sen's shock, and he slowly said, I have already answered your question. Now, it's my turn to ask you. 828, Chapter 828 Answer me. The first question. Of the 5 people who kidnapped Xiao Dai, besides you and Han Feng, who were the other 3? Lin Xian spoke indifferently, asking the first question. Su Sen's pupils contracted, and he said, 2 don't know we keep our identities a secret. Lin Xian's gaze remained indifferent upon hearing this. He didn't have much hope for this. At the time, Han Feng was also unaware of this. Next, the second question. Tell me, what exactly is this key you're looking for? Lin Xian continued to ask questions. Key? Su Sen's eyes flickered, then he looked at Lin Xian in surprise. You don't know? Lin Xian shook his head. I naturally don't know either, this is just an order given to us by a big shot. Su Sin answered. He also knew nothing about the so-called key. He was just following the orders of the important person. It seems none of you knew. Lin Xian squinted. It seems that the only way to find out is to ask that mysterious big shot that Su Sin and the others mentioned. Alright, those two were just appetizers, now let's get to the main topic. Lin Xian's gaze returned to Su Sin, a deep, icy coldness flashing in his eyes like a blade. Su Sin saw this and felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Lin Xian's indifferent voice rang in Su Sin's ears again. Tell me, who were involved in the Lin family massacre back then? I don't know what you're talking about. Su Sin's heart skipped a beat, his fierce demeanor masked his inner weakness. Have no idea? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Lin Xian's lips. He realized that Su Sin was lying. It seems you won't talk unless I teach you a lesson. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion. But in Su Sin's eyes, it made his heart tremble uncontrollably. What do you want to do? Su Sin gritted his teeth and scolded. Lin Xian shook his head, too lazy to waste words, and flicked his finger, sending 6 silver needles straight into Su Sin's body. What did you do to me? Su Sin roared in frustration. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Xian's smile widened, and after speaking, he slowly squatted down and grabbed Su Sin's right hand. Open! Su Sin shouted, trying to resist, but found that his internal energy could not be circulated. This kid actually sealed his acupoints. Master Su, you have one last chance to answer my question, and you can avoid a lot of suffering. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice rang out again. The voice was filled with a chilling indifference, like a death knell tolling in Su Sin's ears. This sent a violent tremor through his heart. I have no idea. However, remembering how terrifying the powerful figures were, Su Sin remained defiant. He. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything more. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he then snapped one of Su Sin's fingers off. Ah! His fingers were forcibly broken, and the excruciating pain caused even this powerful earthly sovereign to roar in agony. Click click click. Without saying a word, Lin Xian broke off all of Su Sin's remaining 4 fingers. Ah! Su Sin roared, and his eyes welled up with a layer of blood-red mist. Now, may we speak? Lin Xian remained expressionless and spoke again. You're dreaming. Su Sin was panting heavily. But he could still endure the pain. Moreover, he only has 2 hands. At worst, Lin Xian would break all the fingers on his other hand as well. Next, he wanted to see what other tricks this kid could pull. However, Lin Xian remained unusually calm about it. Su Sin's thoughts at this moment seemed to be completely understood by him. Immediately, a slight smile slowly curved the corners of his lips. Cold and mocking. 829, Chapter 829. Who forced her? What do you want to do? Su Sin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the smile on Lin Xian's face. Will this kind of pain only be endured once? Lin Xian smiled coldly, as if he could read Su Sin's mind. Su Sin's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Lin Xian grabbed his 5 broken fingers and pulled hard. Click! In an instant, Su Sin's 5 twisted fingers were restored. Su Sin was puzzled. What was this kid up to? Before he could even think about it, Lin Xian then gave him an answer. Lin Xian grabbed his recovered finger. Then, break it off with force once more. Ah! The excruciating pain of his finger breaking again caused Su Sin to roar once more, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although Lin Xian restored his finger, the wound remained. Therefore, when it breaks again, the pain is undoubtedly twice as intense as before. Click click click. Lin Xian, expressionless, broke off Su Sin's remaining 4 fingers. This time, he didn't ask Su Sin any questions. He simply repeated the previous actions to restore Su Sin's broken finger once again. Then, it broke again. Ah! Each time, it was accompanied by Su Sen's even more piercing screams in pain that intensified several times over. However, Lin Xian repeated the same thing over and over again, like a machine without any emotion. However, the pain kept doubling and intensifying inside Su Sen's body. Ah! I'll tell you everything. Finally, after countless repetitions of this torment, Su Sen could no longer bear it. His face was deathly pale, and his whole body looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his clothes completely soaked with sweat. He was breathing heavily, like a windmill, his voice hoarse and weak. Because his internal energy was sealed, he was not much different from an ordinary person, except that his muscles and bones were stronger. However, even the strongest bones and muscles cannot withstand such torment from Lin Xian. Devil! This kid is a monster! Su Sen was utterly horrified. Only at this moment did he truly realize how terrifying this abandoned son of the Lin family was. In terms of both temperament and methods, he is far superior to his peers. In fact, she is even better than him. Then answer me quickly, my patience is limited. Lin Xian spoke indifferently. The sound made Su Sen shudder violently. Immediately, without any further delay, he revealed everything. As far as I know, in addition to my Su family, the 4 great families of Yanjing were also involved in what happened back then. Which 4 great families? Lin Xian pressed on, his voice low and piercing. The Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li families are the 4 great families. Su Sen answered. All he cares about right now is saving his own life. As for the other major families, they're none of his business. Besides, they already had some disagreements. A few days ago, after the incident, he urgently summoned them for a meeting. At that time, he proposed to join forces to get rid of Lin Xian. But those guys thought he had ulterior motives and wanted to use them to get rid of Lin Xian, so they rejected his proposal. Although he did have his own selfish motives, he was also taking the current situation into consideration. This time, the Su family suffered. He certainly wouldn't let them get away with it. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, a deep chill flowing through him. As expected, it was one of the 4 great families. And then there was the question he was about to ask. The chill in Lin Xian's eyes intensified. He looked down at Su Sen and said, slowly and deliberately, next question. Back then, which of you drove my mother to her death? They forced her to jump off the rooftop of the company's 21st floor. 830, Chapter 830. Su Sen, who suffered a great humiliation. Faced with Lin Xian's questioning, Su Sen's body immediately went cold and stiff. Don't know. Su Sen responded, his voice trembling. Have no idea? A chilling sneer crept across Lin Xian's lips. Looks like you didn't suffer enough just now. After saying that, Lin Xian took out 5 silver needles. What do you want to do? Su Sen felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xian ignored him and pierced the tips of Su Sen's 5 fingers with the 5 silver needles in his hand. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out in the open space of Jiufang Pavilion. The sound was like piercing gold and tearing silk, so terrifying that Han Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He recalled the time they tortured Xiao Dai. Mr. Lin, you're going to use all these methods to respond to each and every one of them. Does it hurt a lot? This is just one of the methods you used to torture Xiao Dai back then? Lin Xian stared at Su Sen with a cold gaze. You bastard, I'll tear you to pieces one day. Su Sen roared, his voice filled with intense pain and trembling. You have one more chance, otherwise, I will take care of your other hand, as well as your 2 legs. Lin Xian ignored Su Sen's roar, his voice devoid of any emotion, as cold as a machine. I don't know. I really don't know. Your mother's death had nothing to do with us. None of us forced her. Su Sen's voice was hoarse, and he was breathing heavily. Have no idea? A ferocious glint suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The next second, he took out 5 more silver needles and was about to stab Su Sen's other hand. I'll tell you everything. Su Sen was utterly horrified, and the sound he uttered distorted at that moment. It's the power behind the big shots. They're the ones who forced your mother to hand over the key. Su Sendao. A key, another key? Lin Xian frowned. Could it bet the key is related to my mother? However, he didn't have time to think it through. He grabbed Su Sin by the collar and demanded, who exactly is this big shot you're talking about? What forces are behind him? I don't know, I really don't know. Su Sin shook his head, his face pale and trembling. What I know is that powerful figures have the ability to control everything, let alone Yanjing. Even the entire Great Xia could be reduced to ashes in an instant if they wanted to. What? Lin Xian's pupils contracted. Could it be that the mastermind behind it all back then wasn't the former head of state, but someone else entirely? But who could it be? Who in this Great Xia kingdom wields greater power than the former head of state? Seeing the change in Lin Xian's expression, Su Sin assumed that the latter was intimidated by the important figure's identity. His face immediately turned ferocious again, and he roared, "So, before the important figure gets angry, quickly release me and obediently hand over the key." Snap! Lin Xian slapped Su Sin hard across the face and said in a deep voice, "Old man, I'm not letting you speak now." After being slapped by Lin Xian, Su Sin felt dizzy and saw stars. However, compared to the pain on my face, the humiliation he suffered undoubtedly drove him to complete madness at this moment. A fierce glint suddenly welled up in Su Sin's eyes, and he let out a ferocious roar. "Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think I came here today unprepared?" 831, Chapter 831 Fierce Standoff. Kid, don't think that just because Han Feng is backing you up, I'm afraid of you. Today, even if I fight you to the death, I won't let you get away with this. You forced me to do this. Su Sin's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared ferociously. The next moment, he took a button from his pocket and pressed it hard. Beep beep beep. Immediately, urgent alarms sounded around Jiufang Pavilion. Boom boom boom. Then, powerful auras soared into the sky. Each of these auras had reached the martial venerable level, and each had reached the grandmaster level. In total, 300 auras. 300 grandmaster level experts suddenly appeared on this open space. Day. The grandmaster level expert appeared, followed by a series of rapid yet orderly footsteps. Soldiers, armed with rifles and dressed in camouflage uniforms, appeared in formation, marching in goose step. In total, that's the firepower of 2 divisions. Click click click. Upon arrival, the soldiers instantly pulled back their bolts, aiming at Lin Xian and Han Feng. Among them, 2 generals stepped forward, raised their legs to kick Su Sin, and respectfully asked, "Major General Tang Hu of the 35th Marine Division is here to report for duty and await instructions from Vice Commander Su." Major General Li Ming of the 36th Marine Division reporting for duty, awaiting instructions from Vice Marshal Su. Kill that brat! Su Sin roared furiously. He was the head of the Su family, a deputy commander-in-chief of the war zone, second only to the commander and the commander-in-chief. Now, they're in such a sorry state in this kid's hands. How could he possibly tolerate this? How could he not feel ashamed? Yes, Vice Commander Su. The 2 generals received the order and were about to have their men fire. Let's see who dares. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out from inside the 9 Directions Pavilion. Then, the Black Emperor, dressed in a black overcoat, walked out with low, deliberate steps. "Everyone, show yourselves." He waved his hand. Boom boom boom. In an instant, fierce auras surged into the sky like a geyser. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of wind breaking echoed throughout. Figures quickly emerged from all directions of the 9 Directions Pavilion. In just a few moments, they occupied half the square. The number of people reached as high as 3,000. Furthermore, each of them possessed a powerful aura and belonged to the Grandmaster level. 3,000 Grandmasters? Su Sin's expression suddenly froze. This single breath brought forth 3,000 Grandmasters. And that's not all. Rumble. As 3,000 Grandmasters appeared, thunderous sounds resounded within the 9 Directions Pavilion. Then, 9 powerful auras shot into the sky. Each of them has reached the strength of the early stage of the martial emperor, and has reached the level of the supreme human. They all came up behind Lin Xian, their sharp gazes locking onto Su Sin and the person behind him. They were none other than the 9 elders of the 9 Directions Pavilion. "Elder, is that you?" Su Sen's pupils contracted. Lin Xian has indeed bribed the 9 Directions Pavilion. He didn't know how the kid did it, but he figured it must be related to the Black Emperor. Su Sen, we advise you not to put up a stubborn resistance. The first elder spoke first, his tone filled with coldness. Su Sen's face was grim. The Su family was at a complete disadvantage against Grandmaster and Supreme experts. He hadn't expected that the 9 Directions Pavilion would suddenly have so many Grandmasters. That's more than double the original 1,000. However, even with that, he still has the ability to fight today. Because today, he brought not only 300 Grandmasters, but also the firepower of 2 divisions. They even brought over an entire tank formation. As long as he gives the order, Jiufang Pavilion will be razed to the ground in an instant. 832, Chapter 832. An ominous feeling. A stubborn resistance? A cold smile crept across Su Sen's lips, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. I admit that in terms of the number of martial artists, my Su family is far inferior to yours. But don't forget the status of the Su family in the war zone. Today, even if it means fighting to the death, I won't let you get away with this. General Tang, pass down my order. If the people of Jiufang Pavilion dare to make any unusual moves, open fire immediately and raze Jiufang Pavilion to the ground. Yes, Vice Commander Su. Tang, who accepted the order and was about to give it. A fight to the death? But the Black Emperor laughed at that moment, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Then you guys give it a try. Su Sen's eyes were bloodshot. He was completely overwhelmed by anger and humiliation. Right now, all I want to do is eliminate all of these people. Even if it means mutual destruction. The Supreme Powerhouse is truly powerful. However, even the 9 Supreme Beings would find it difficult to escape unscathed under the intense barrage of artillery fire. Furthermore, he did not intend to kill them, and he knew it was impossible. However, killing these Grandmasters and severely damaging the 9 Directions Pavilion's power is still no problem. As for the others, when he returns this time, he will tell the bigwigs about the 9 Directions Pavilion's betrayal, and the latter will take action to clean it up. At that time, they will certainly be able to replenish the Su family's military strength even more powerfully. The Su family is not afraid of losses. Stubborn and obstinate. The Black Emperor's gaze was icy. The next second, he made a call directly to the war zone headquarters. Upon hearing Lin Xian's name, the commander-in-chief felt a sudden, intense tremor in his heart. Because Lin Xian is the holder of the Northern Dragon Token. Last time, when dealing with the Zheng family, Lin Xian then used the Northern Dragon Token to mobilize all the forces of the 24th War Zone to besiege the Zheng family. This scene is still deeply etched in his mind and he can't forget it. And now, the Su family is actually trying to fight a losing battle with an egg. If this involves their Yanjing war zone, even if the commander-in-chief or the head of state intervenes, it will be difficult to quell the matter. I understand, I'll have someone handle it immediately. The commander-in-chief immediately responded. He then made a decisive move, ordering his men to cut off Su Sen's control over the army. Su Sen was completely unaware at that moment. He looked at the pretentious Black Emperor, his face full of sarcasm. Black Emperor, I admit you have boundless wealth. These Grandmasters must have all been hired by you, right? But do you really think you can fool me like this? Do you think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Do you really think you can extend your reach into my Yanjing war zone, that you can point fingers at my war zone? It's absolutely hilarious. I really can't interfere in the war zone, but Mr. Lin can. The Black Emperor smiled indifferently. Mr. Lin? Su Sen's pupils contracted as he looked at Lin Xian again. But the next second, a loud laugh, as if hearing the biggest joke in the world, rang out. Black Emperor, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid to be fooled? General Tang, stop wasting words with them and give the order to fire. I want them to see the true strength of the Su family in Yanjing. Su San let out a fierce roar, his eyes regaining their ferocity. Vice Commander Su, this probably won't work. However, upon hearing Su San's order, Tang Hu immediately looked troubled. Just now, he received orders from above to withdraw his troops immediately. Kindness? Su San frowned. At that moment, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. 833, Chapter 833 Su San begs for mercy. Tang Hu, what happened? Su San's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Vice Commander Su, we just received orders from the war zone to withdraw our troops immediately. Tang Hu responded. What? Su San's pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, who gave the order? Yes, it's the Commander-in-Chief. Tang Hu said. Commander-in-Chief? Su San's heart sank, and he muttered, how did he know? This I don't know, but military orders cannot be disobeyed. I apologize, Vice Commander Su. Tang Hu answered. The orders of the Commander-in-Chief and the Commander-in-Chief are inviolable within the war zone. Otherwise, they will face severe military disciplinary action. How so? Su San's face grew increasingly grim. A wave of disbelief washed over me. He didn't understand why the Commander-in-Chief would suddenly issue a withdrawal order. It should be noted that his current status in the war zone is second only to the Commander-in-Chief, and his father. My father was a war zone commander. However, due to old age, he will retire in 6 months. And when the time comes, he will naturally take over this position. In the Yanjing war zone, he was equivalent to the second in command. Even the Commander-in-Chief and the General Commander-in-Chief have to give him face. But now, the Commander-in-Chief has issued a ruthless order to withdraw the troops. This made him sense something unusual. Could it be a Black Emperor? Thinking of this, Su San's gaze suddenly turned to the Black Emperor. Just now, he saw Black Emperor make a phone call. Could it bet it was sent to the war zone? I've said before that I'm not qualified, but Mr. Lin is. The Black Emperor smiled faintly, his cold gaze fixed on Su San. Su San's eyes suddenly trembled. He asked incredulously, you mean, the war zone withdrew its troops because of Lin Xian? That's right. The Black Emperor responded calmly. Su San's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. The Commander-in-Chief actually issued the order to withdraw troops only because of Lin Xian's influence? What exactly happened? Without giving Su San time to think, Lin Xian spoke calmly, Black Emperor, no need to waste time talking to him, just have someone take action. Today, let's start with the Su family and make the first move. He has now learned about the situation back then from Su San. It was the mysterious figure behind him who wanted to obtain the key from the Lin family and his mother, which led to that night's massacre and forced his mother to her death. Besides the Su family, the 4 prominent families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were also among the participants. After that, he will settle accounts with them one by one. As for the mysterious big shot that Su San mentioned, the latter seemed to only have a superficial understanding of him, knowing only that he was powerful but not his true identity. Therefore, there is no point in asking any further questions. As for whether he is the former head of state, we'll have to wait for his own investigation. However, his actions against the Su family tonight might force the mysterious mastermind behind it all to come out. Thinking about this, a sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. When Su San heard that Lin Xian was going to make an example of him, he was terrified. At that moment, he disregarded his dignity and knelt down before Lin Xian, screaming and begging for mercy, "Don't kill me, don't kill me! Mr. Lin, you are a magnanimous man, please let me go. What happened back then was just something I was instructed to do, it had nothing to do with me. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave." 834, Chapter 834 The Old Head of State. To be a beast of burden, you dare to challenge me? Lin Xian looked at Su San, who was begging for mercy, and a cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Black Emperor, make your move. He gave the order. Yes, Mr. Lin. The Black Emperor roared and gave orders to the 9 Supremes and 3,000 Grandmasters behind him. Attack, annihilate Su Sin, raid the entire Su family. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices like thunder. Then, the 9 Supremes and 3,000 Grandmasters all took a step closer to Su Sin in unison. Thump! The earth itself trembled violently at that moment. The sound of those footsteps struck the Black Emperor's heart like a resounding bell. Su Sen's face turned deathly pale, and his body trembled violently like a leaf falling in the wind. The 2 generals behind him, Tang and Li, were sweating profusely under such a powerful display. This is the oppression brought by supreme beings and grandmasters. They were far more terrifying than the enemies they encountered on the battlefield. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I've already told you everything I know. Su Sin screamed in terror. His mental defenses completely collapsed at that moment. At this moment, he knelt and crawled before Lin Xian like a broken-backed old dog. Before this, he never imagined that he, the dignified head of the Su family, would fall to such a state. His forehead was already broken and bleeding profusely. His throat was already hoarse, but he still begged desperately. At that moment, all he wanted was to live. However, Lin Xian ignored this. A pair of dark eyes stared at Su Sin at his feet without any emotion. This is the person who participated in the siege of the Lin family 15 years ago. This is the man who, 15 years ago, conspired with others to force his mother to her death. That night, he watched as his mother, after giving him her last wishes, jumped from the rooftop of the company's 21st floor and died instantly. He will never forget that scene. He waited for this for a full 15 years. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This is the moment when I personally avenge my mother. Kill. Lin Xian gave the order. The voice carried a chilling, sinister aura. Yes. The crowd responded immediately. Boom. The immense true energy surged towards Su Sin like a tidal wave. Stop it. Just then, an old voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, countless car lights in the distance lit up in unison. One after another, military green armored vehicles drove into the territory of Jiufang Pavilion. On the vehicle, countless soldiers were armed and looked serious. Rumble. Behind the armored vehicle, heavy tanks drove up, the sound of their tracks rolling over the ground like muffled thunder. The entire earth trembled. The armored vehicle stopped in the territory of Jiufang. Countless soldiers jumped off the vehicle and quickly surrounded Lin Xian and his group. Lin Xian stared expressionlessly at the soldiers surrounding him, noticing the badges on their shoulders. The chill in his dark eyes grew even stronger. He recognized where the soldiers came from. They also recognized who they represented. His eyes revealed an unprecedented disappointment. And just then, on the lead armored vehicle, an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit, with a somewhat hunched posture, stepped out from the passenger seat. 4 generals escorted him throughout the journey. Lin Xian ignored the 4 people. At that moment, all he could see was the old man. Looking at that familiar face that I hadn't seen for many years. His eyes were filled with endless disappointment. Sure enough, Su Sin was being protected by the former head of state. 835, Chapter 835 The Unfamiliar Jiang Gong. Master Jiang, I never expected it to really be you. In the darkness, Lin Xian looked at that old, familiar face, and his eyes filled with disappointment. Help me. Upon seeing this, Su Sen's eyes immediately lit up with intense joy, as if he had grasped a lifeline. There was no response, only a pair of cloudy eyes staring at Lin Xian. 100 years old. This is considered a long life among ordinary people. Compared to his younger days, his body is undoubtedly much more hunched, and his face is covered with the wrinkles of time. Master Jiang, so you're saying you're the powerful backer behind the Su family, and that you orchestrated the massacre of the Lin family 15 years ago? Lin Xian took a deep breath, but his eyes betrayed his disappointment. Originally, he was such a kind and benevolent person, wholeheartedly devoted to the people and the country. Young friend Lin Xian, I know you are very disappointed in me, but today, could you spare Su Sen's life for my sake? Jiang spoke, his tone deep and forceful. However, Lin Xian's eyes showed even more disappointment, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Lord Jiang, do you think that's possible? Alas! Alas, when will this cycle of revenge end? Young friend, take my advice and let it go. Jiang Gong sighed deeply and said. There was bitterness in his eyes. But more than anything, it was determination. There was an unwavering determination to protect Su Sen and the Su family. What a fine saying about revenge only. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer. If it were the Su family that was massacred 15 years ago, if it were your family members who died 15 years ago, would you still be so nonchalant about it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Gong's emotions were complicated. With a bitter laugh, he slowly spoke, Young friend, I know how you feel, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. You should not let the sacrifices of the Lin family members be in vain, nor should you let your mother's death be meaningless. Creak. Lin Xian clenched his fist tightly, and his tone turned icy. So, Lord Jiang, are you absolutely determined to protect Su Sen today? That's right. Jiang Gong nodded affirmatively. Very good. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with deep anger, and his tone was exceptionally low. Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Everything has changed. They've become unable to distinguish right from wrong. They've become numb and indifferent. The lives of hundreds of members of the Lin family, and the death of his mother, were described so casually in his words. He was utterly disappointed and no longer held any hope. Today, anyone who stops him from killing Su Sen will die. Young friend, please heed my advice and stop now. Many things are not as simple as you think. Jiang Gong sighed deeply. Then tell me, just how complicated is it? Lin Xian responded coldly. Sorry, I can't say. Jiang Gong shook his head. Then, Lord Jiang, I also apologize, but today, Su Sen must die. Lin Xian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Whoever stops me, I will kill. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the four generals beside Jiang Gong immediately shouted at Lin Xian. Without hesitation, they drew their sidearms and aimed them at Lin Xian. You think you can kill me? Lin Xian's gaze was icy, his dark eyes locked onto the four generals. When Lin Xian's gaze locked onto them, the four battle-hardened generals couldn't help but feel a chill creep up their spines. The feeling was like walking alone in the dark of night in the wilderness, being targeted by a wild beast. Their faces suddenly turned pale. Put down your guns, all of you. At that moment, Jiang Gong's stern shout also rang out. 836, Chapter 836. Why do this? Old head of state, that brat was incredibly rude to you. The four generals' expressions shifted, their anger still lingering. You don't understand him, put down your guns. Yes, former head of state. The four generals had no choice but to obey. Please do me a favor. Sorry, I can't do that. Lin Xian refused. A chill filled his eyes. He couldn't bring himself to let Su Sen go, the murderer who drove his mother to her death 15 years ago. Young friend, take my advice. The waters here run deep, and you shouldn't get involved. Identity. However, even though Lin Xian possessed the Northern Dragon token and could command hundreds of troops, he was still no match for that force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the tragedy that befall the Lin family happen back then. Do you think I'm afraid? Lin Xian felt a hint of fear. I know you're not afraid, and I know you're eager for revenge, but many things aren't up to you to say. Tell me the truth, and I'll make my own decision. Lin Xian said. I'm sorry, young friend, I cannot say about this. He couldn't talk about what happened 15 years ago, or about that force. Otherwise, he feared Lin Xian might lose his temper. At that time, the entire Great Xia Kingdom will be in turmoil. This is a situation he, as the former head of state, absolutely does not want to see. Is it that you can't say it, or that you dare not say it? Lin Xian's gaze grew increasingly profound. Regardless of what happened back then, you must have been involved, right? The reason why the Su family was able to rise so rapidly in Yinjing and have such power in the war zone must be inseparable from your secret support, right? Lin Xian blurted out all the questions that were on his mind. He wanted to confirm the doubts in his heart. You're not wrong to say that the Su family's current power in the war zone is indeed due to my support. So, you were really involved in what happened back then, or were you one of the masterminds behind it? Lin Xian's tone then became low and somber. His eyes were filled with coldness. If you want to think this way, if we really have to say it this way, then the tragedy that befell the Lin family back then was indeed caused by him. If he hadn't signed the agreement with that power, the Lin family wouldn't have become a victim. Why did you do this? Lin Xian suddenly shouted, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. He couldn't understand why a ruler who prioritized the people's livelihood and was beloved by his subjects would do such a thing. Could it be that his so-called kindness and benevolence were all an act? He refused to accept the reality before him. But reality forced him to accept it. Because of this, the former head of state has personally admitted it. Lin recalled what happened 15 years ago. He was the one who pushed the Lin family into the abyss. He vividly remembered the scene of bloodshed at the Lin family's residence back then, the hundreds of lives lost to the butcher's knife. Thinking about this, his cloudy eyes grew even more somber. His hunched body made him look even older. 837, Chapter 837 No Mercy. I'm sorry, young friend, but consider the hundreds of lives lost by the Lin family as dead. His murky eyes fixed on Lin Xian, showing no sign of evasion. Today, you cannot kill Su Sen. If you really want to vent your anger, if you really want to avenge the Lin family and your mother, then kill me. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? A sudden surge of anger appeared between Lin Xian's brows. He stepped forward, and his powerful true energy erupted. Get back! Upon seeing this, the four generals immediately drew their guns and roared at Lin Xian. At this moment, the aura emanating from Lin Xian was suffocating to them. But protecting the safety of the former head of state is their duty. I told you, all of you, lay down your guns. But the old head of state. I said put down the gun, yes. The four had no choice but to do as instructed. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xian was filled with ferocity. Lin Xian ignored it. He asked coldly, so, former head of state, are you prepared to risk your own life to protect Su Sen? Without the slightest hesitation. Oh! Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. His smile held a hint of sorrow. Old leader, if you had stood up to protect the Lin family back then in the same way you are now, protecting Su Sen, perhaps the Lin family could have weathered that crisis. He was very disappointed with the former head of state. A profound and utter disappointment. From the old head of state's behavior, he seemed to realize that what happened back then might not have been what the old head of state wanted. However, it is an indisputable fact that he supported the Su family, even at the cost of his life, to protect them. In particular, the old leader knew that Su Sen's hands were stained with the blood of countless members of the Lin family, including his mother. I'm sorry. Sorry, young friend, so you apologize. Kill you, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Lin Xian's eyes were icy cold as he spoke, each word distinct. The Su family was indeed involved in what happened back then, so they deserve to die. As for you, former head of state, I will have someone investigate afterward. If you are innocent, then even if you are to die, I will spare your life. If you also collude with them, then I, Lin Xian, will kill you without hesitation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's aura surged forth. The next second, ignoring the old head of state's obstruction, he raised his foot to stomp on Su Sen's head. If he can't avenge his mother, what kind of son is he? No! Su Sen screamed hoarsely, Old Chief Minister, save me! Stop, young friend! The former leader shouted sharply and immediately ordered, fire! Su Sen cannot die. Otherwise, the sacrifices of the Lin family, Lin Xian's mother, and tens of thousands of soldiers back then would have been in vain. Click click click. With the old leader's order, the sound of countless bullets being chambered rang out. At that moment, rows of pitch-black gun barrels were pointed at Lin Xian. He. Lin Xian smiled sadly, his eyes turning completely cold. The old leader actually went so far as to turn against Su Sin with swords in order to protect him. Then he had nothing to worry about. Black Emperor, have someone make the move. Today, anyone present who dares to stop me from killing Su Sin will be killed without mercy. 838, Chapter 838 Otherwise, die. Yes, Mr. Lin. The Black Emperor accepted the order and stepped forward. The next instant, he looked up at the night sky and uttered a low shout that resounded like a great bell, Tian Kue, Kueba, Dolong, Xing Su. Everyone, show yourselves. Boom boom boom. The words fell. At the four corners of the Nine Directions Pavilion, four torrents of energy surged into the sky. Four figures, like ghosts, appeared in the sky. Each of them exuded an exceptionally fierce aura, and their power was approaching that of a late-stage martial emperor. They are the four supreme beings of the dark web. Similarly, he was once a trusted confidant of Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian left four people behind to assist him in dealing with the various forces. Tian Kuwei, Kiba, Dragon Fighting, Star Constellation. Your subordinate greets Mr. Lin. We await Mr. Lin's instructions. As soon as the four appeared, they respectfully knelt on one knee. For earthly sovereign level experts? Upon seeing this, Jiang Gong's aged eyes suddenly narrowed. He knew that Lin Xian was no ordinary person. They also knew that he was the old man's apprentice and the holder of the Northern Dragon token. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Supreme powerhouses naturally possess extremely high aspirations. Money and status are things they consider worthless, like dirt. If they want it, plenty of powerful forces are willing to extend olive branches to them. However, these four extremely ambitious earthly sovereigns were willing to serve Lin Xian. This is enough to show that Lin Xian's strength and demeanor have already deeply impressed them. For more earthly sovereign level experts? Su Sin knelt on the ground, looking up at the four earthly sovereigns in the night sky whose strength surpassed his own, his eyes filled with undisguised horror. Being able to command four earthly sovereigns at once, Lin Xian's strength is at least at the heavenly sovereign level, which is the late stage of martial emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to serve them so willingly. Because in the eyes of martial artists, especially those who have reached the martial emperor realm, they have always revered martial arts and strength as the highest virtues. Only greater strength can subdue them. Thinking of the overwhelming strength Lin Xian had just displayed against him. Could it bet this kid has really reached the late stage of martial emperor, or even the saint realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is that possible? A 27-year-old martial emperor at the late stage of cultivation. This was something he had never heard of before. Aside from those super geniuses from reclusive sects. Even among the super geniuses of reclusive sects, those who can reach the late stage of martial emperor at such a young age are few and far between. Most importantly, due to numerous constraints, hermit sects cannot easily venture into the real world, let alone interfere in its affairs. Otherwise, you will suffer divine punishment. Under the heavenly tribulation, even a powerful martial saint will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Otherwise, there would have been no need to deal with the Lin family in the first place. Su Sin was not given any time to continue thinking. At this moment, the four powerful auras appeared behind Lin Xian almost instantly. Four sharp gazes, like eagle eyes, locked onto Jiang Gong and the four armed generals in front of him. Then, Tian Kuwei spoke first. His deep voice carried an unparalleled, terrifying pressure, like a world-ending torrent pouring down, causing everyone present to hold their breath. You have 3 breaths to put down your guns, or else die. 839, Chapter 839 Mo Yuntao. An overwhelming and irresistible pressure enveloped the air. It makes the knees of those beneath it feel like they're about to bend. The 4 generals were pale and covered in cold sweat. However, they still did not back down. As national generals, they have a duty to protect the safety of the former head of state. Lin Xian, the person in front of you is the former head of state. If you kill him, you will be going against the entire country. Have you thought this through? One of the generals rebuked Lin Xian, trying to make him stop. Stop. Right now, there are 3,000 grandmasters, plus the 9 elders and 1 pavilion master of the 9 directions pavilion, as well as these 4 earthly sovereigns with world-destroying power. The firepower of the 4 divisions they brought, along with their tank formations, seemed to have rendered them ineffective. Faced with absolute strength, bullets and artillery would be no match for them. This is why, in order for a country to become a true superpower, in addition to strong military power, it also needs top-level leaders as its pillars. The power of a supreme expert is equivalent to that of an entire brigade. And a supreme being is a master. As for the heavenly supreme, that is the firepower of an entire army. As for the martial saints who will emerge in the future, they are the dream of countless nations. Looking at the whole world, there are only a handful of countries that can have a martial saint-level expert. Moreover, each of them is a superpower. In their Huaxia region, there are a total of 3 martial saint-level experts. One of them was Lin Xian's master, Mo Yuntao. That year, a border battle. It was Mo Yuntao who personally led the army to resist the invasion of the 8 nations. That battle was devastating. That battle lasted a full 9 days. That battle utterly crushed the 8-nation invasion, severely weakening their momentum. That battle cemented Mo Yuntao's supreme status in the Great Xia dynasty. In that battle, he single-handedly severely injured 8 martial saints from 8 great nations. At that time, the 8 nations believed that with 8 early-stage martial saints in charge, they could easily take over the Great Xia Kingdom's fortress. However, Mo Yuntao was only leading 2 early-stage martial saints at the time, making a total of 3 including himself. They then utterly defeated those 8 martial saint experts. Although the battle was extremely fierce, with corpses strewn across the border region and rivers of blood flowing. But after that battle, the Great Xia Kingdom's fame spread far and wide, throughout the world, so that no country that coveted this blessed land of Great Xia dared to harbor any further thoughts of coveting it. Because of that battle, Mo Yuntao completely defeated them. At that time, his strength was at the mid-stage of martial saint. Standing at the very top of this pyramid of the strong. However, after that battle, Mo Yuntao was also seriously injured in the back while fighting against the powerful figures from 8 countries. After being crowned, he retired. No one knows where he went. All that is known is that he took on an apprentice 15 years ago. Furthermore, he also handed over the Northern Dragon Token, the military tally of the Great Xia Kingdom, to his beloved disciple, passing on his will to protect the Great Xia. Only a very few people know about this. As for the name of that beloved disciple, apart from the commander-in-chief who was an old friend of Mo Yuntao at the time, only the head of state and the former head of state knew it. They had great respect for Mo Yuntao. However, it has been 15 years since we last met, and I wonder if he is well now. If he were still alive, if he still retained his peak strength. Perhaps, it might even be able to stop the advance of that mysterious force from back then. Otherwise, the entire Great Xia Kingdom would likely be plunged back into war because of Su Sen's death. 840, Chapter 840 for the country. Jiang Gong had no choice but to accept this situation. This is why he was determined to protect Su Sen. He knew that the Su family was nothing more than a puppet of that mysterious force. If one Su family falls, that power can quickly support another Su family. However, Su Sen's death will inevitably become their excuse to launch an attack. At that time, the flames of war will quickly spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Even he wasn't very clear about that mysterious force, only that it was very powerful and had many supreme experts. The person behind the scenes even possesses strength equal to, or even greater than, Mo Yuntao. Therefore, he had no choice but to be wary. Even though he knew part of the truth about what happened back then, and knew about the tragedy that befell the Lin family, he could only choose to endure it. They turned a blind eye to the Su family's actions over the years. Lin Shen, stop, consider it for the sake of this country. Jiang Gong took a deep breath and looked at Lin Shen with aged eyes. For the country? Lin Shen frowned. That's right. Zhang Gongdao said, don't let the hundreds of lives of the Lin family from 15 years ago be sacrificed in vain. Master Jiang, you have mentioned the sacrifice of the Lin family more than once. Please tell me what exactly happened back then. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. He wanted to know the truth. I'm sorry, I can't say. Zhang Gong shook his head again. That faction, and the events of that year, are clearly very reluctant to discuss them. He was afraid that if Lin Xian found out, he would lose his mind and seek revenge against that force. At that time, the entire Great Xia dynasty will be engulfed in war. As an individual, he supported Lin Xian's revenge. But as a former head of state, he had to consider the interests of the entire nation. So, you still don't want to tell me? Lin Xian's tone immediately turned somber. Kindness. Zhang Gong nodded. All you need to know is that you did it for this country. So, you're trying to use the country to bind me? Lin Xian retorted, his gaze icy. I am not afraid of sacrifice, nor is the Lin family, but please give me a reason. A reason to stop. There's no reason, it's just for the country. Zhang Gongdao. So, for the sake of the country, you can act indiscriminately? Lin Xian's eyes twitched violently as he stared directly at Zhang Gong. Do you know how much blood of my Lin family members was spilled on Su Sen's hands back then? And you also know that just a week ago, my friend Tang Lan almost died at the hands of assassins sent by Su Sen, and she's still suffering from amnesia? Do you realize that your leniency towards the Su family over the years has been nothing short of aiding and abetting evil? You keep saying it's for the country, but do you even realize that the war zone and the judicial system in Yanjing have been infiltrated by these parasites? If things continue like this, what's the use of having a country? The rights of ordinary people are being violated, and the interests of the people are not being protected. Meanwhile, these bloodsuckers and parasites are abusing their power and exploiting the interests of the people step by step. Are these the countries you speak of? Zhang Gong was speechless for a moment due to the sharp, cold words. He moved his lips slightly, feeling a dryness in his throat. But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly and say, young friend, I sympathize with your friend's misfortune, and I know that you are wholeheartedly concerned about the country. But don't forget, the country comes first, then the family. Sometimes, sacrificing personal interests is also for the development of the country. 841, Chapter 841. I disagree. Ah, what a fine way to express sympathy, what a fine way to say country first, family second. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled sadly. I won't refute what you said about sacrificing personal interests for the country. But, we must consider where we make sacrifices. We can sacrifice ourselves for the development of this country, but not to condone or fatten up parasites. Young friend Lin Xian, but sometimes, this is a last resort. He let out a deep sigh. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he said in a deep voice, back then, the military and the people were of one mind, and that's how we finally overcame all difficulties. Back then, if the people had not been united, there would be no country. So you still want to protect Su Sen? Shock. But he nodded without the slightest hesitation. That's right. I see. Seeing his utter disappointment, Lin Xian said, Tian Kuei, make your move. Yes, Mr. Lin. Tian Kuei accepted the order, a flash of killing intent appearing in his eyes. Boom! An astonishing aura erupted from his body. He raised his hand, ready to take Su Sen's life. Young friend, you must not. Continue execution. Lin Xian ignored him. You dare. Guns, today, we'll stop them at all costs. Ha, what a fine example of willing to do anything. Lin Xian sneered, his heart filled with disappointment. For the sake of Su Sen, there's no need to be polite anymore. Today, anyone who tries to stop him will be eliminated. Kill them all, protect Mr. Lin. At this moment, the Black Emperor also let out an angry roar. The deep shout echoed in the air like thunder. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 3,000 grandmasters moved in unison. The powerful true energy gathered into a sea, surging and flowing in the air. Dare to touch Mr. Lin? A chill also appeared in Han Feng's eyes. Now that Mr. Lin is his master, he naturally follows Mr. Lin's lead. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Mr. Lin is his enemy. Boom! His internal energy surged violently. Han Feng took a step forward, his figure flashing. Han Feng, how dare you! Caught off guard, the four generals cried out in alarm as they watched Han Feng's ghostly figure appear. He. Han Feng smiled dismissively. As the supreme ruler of the land, he had never taken a mere general seriously. Killing them is as easy as killing a chicken. Moreover, he also disagreed with the former head of state's remarks. Therefore, it's best to kill such a person. Swish! Han Feng's fierce palm strike shot out like lightning. The four generals were so shocked that their pupils shrank dramatically. However, for Han Feng, it was simply a matter of killing one more or one less person. The speed of his palm strike did not decrease in the slightest. The fierce palm print was about to land on the general's chest. Xianer, stop! Lin Xian, tell your men to stop. Just then, two urgent shouts rang out from not far away. A group of people rushed towards this direction at high speed. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the sound and immediately frowned. Lin Xiao, Jiang Wan'er? 842, Chapter 842 full of doubts. Xianer, stop immediately, you must not kill the old king. Lin Xiao shouted to stop him. They drove their Akeltech horses at breakneck speed toward Jiufang Pavilion. Han Feng, stop it first. Lin Xian stopped him in a deep voice. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Feng immediately withdrew his palm strike. The hand was less than half a fist's distance from the general, which terrified the latter so much that his whole body stiffened and cold sweat poured down his face. At this moment, Lin Xiao rode his Akeltech horse to Lin Xian. He scooped Jiang Wan'er up and leaped off his horse, urgently calling out to Lin Xian, Xianer, don't be impulsive, what happened back then wasn't as simple as you think. Jiang Wan'er ran to Jiang Gong with a worried expression, Father, are you hurt? Father? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Wan'er actually called Jiang Gong father. Is she really the daughter of the former head of state? Daughter, I'm fine. Jiang Gong shook his head. Lin Xian, how could you do this? After confirming that her father was not injured, Jiang Wan'er turned around and glared angrily at Lin Xian. This is quite rare for Jiang Wan'er, who is usually gentle. At this moment, her watery eyes had turned red. If she and Xiaogu hadn't arrived in time, and had they been a second later, her father might have. Daughter, this is not your fault, it was your father's decision. Jiang Gong sighed. He caused this misunderstanding. He had no objection to Lin Xian's decision to kill him. But no matter what, he shouldn't have hurt you. Jiang Wan'er was still furious, you have devoted yourself to the country, and now. Alright, daughter, don't continue. Jiang Gong interrupted. Because if we continue talking, some things from back then will be exposed. Obviously, these things cannot be told to Lin Xian right now. Especially now, in front of Su Sen. I see. Jiang Wan'er understood her father's intention and did not continue speaking. Lin Xian frowned deeply. It wasn't just the events of that year that caused deeper doubts, but also the great confusion surrounding the relationship between Jiang Gong and Jiang Wan'er. Logically speaking, Jiang Gong should have known about the conspiracy against the Lin family back then. In fact, in order to protect what he called national interests, he did not hesitate to allow the massacre to continue. But why did he betroth his daughter to Lin Xiao before that? Moreover, the timing was exactly the day after his mother was forced to jump off a building and commit suicide. This incident became a huge joke in the entire capital of Beijing at the time. Jiang Wan'er and Lin Xiao were both scorned by the public, and Jiang Wan'er was even regarded as a vixen, a mistress who couldn't wait to take over. Soon after that, the Lin family suffered a devastating blow. From a once dominant power, it has fallen to the lowest rung of the social hierarchy. But Jiang Wan'er has continued to live in the Lin family all these years. If Jiang Wan'er and Jiang Gong had a strained relationship, that would be understandable. But as things stand now, the relationship between the father and daughter is clearly very close and harmonious. This is difficult to explain. How could a father who loves his daughter allow her to risk everything, even knowing that the Lin family is about to suffer a devastating blow, and push her into the abyss? Moreover, there was the slap Jiang Wan'er gave her a few days ago. According to the Black Emperor's investigation, it was left behind after she entered and left the Jiang family mansion. This made him even more bewildered. How could a father who deeply loves his daughter hit her, and hit her so hard? Could it be that there was another person inside the Jiang family mansion at that time? Someone of higher status than Jiang Gong? Thinking about this, Lin Xian couldn't help but look at Jiang Wan'er and asked, "Miss Jiang, who slapped you when you went to the Jiang family mansion that day?" Hand? Jiang Wan'er was slightly taken aback. They quickly realized what Lin Xian was referring to. She never expected that the little guy would care about the slap mark on her face and would even send someone to investigate it. He shouldn't hate her so much. 843, Chapter 843. Jiang Wan'er is angry. "Shouldn't you hate me? Why do you care who hit me?" Jiang Wan'er looked at Lin Xian, a hint of wariness appearing in her eyes. She thought about it for a moment and realized that Lin Xian was probably trying to get information out of her. This guy used to hate her to death, so why would he care about her now? Well, Lin Xian's lips twitched, feeling a little embarrassed. Admittedly, he hated Jiang Wan'er from the very beginning. However, as the investigation deepened, especially after Jiang Wan'er and Lin Xiao came to help him 2 days ago, things took a turn for the better. At that moment, his impression of the two changed somewhat. Especially after he saw the slap mark on Jiang Wan'er's face. He suddenly realized that Jiang Wan'er might not be the most wicked woman he had imagined. "I won't tell you who slapped you, and it's none of your business," Jiang Wan'er said with a hint of coldness in her voice. In particular, she remembered that Lin Xian had almost killed her father just now. Thinking of this, a deep resentment rose in Jiang Wan'er's eyes. Lin Xian observed this and felt that Jiang Wan'er wasn't so annoying anymore. He tried to ease the tension between them, but the latter ignored his hunched back. "Dad, you're so old, why are you still out here? Why don't you stay home and rest? You've already done enough for this country." "My daughter, she just can't stay still. You're not allowed to come out like this on your own anymore. Luckily, the old housekeeper told me today, otherwise I might never have seen you again." Jiang Wan'er scolded, giving Lin Xian a fierce glare as she spoke. However, because Jiang Wan'er was too gentle and kind, even when she put on a fierce expression, she still had no power to kill. However, Lin Xian felt somewhat guilty. It seems that all along, he has been misunderstanding Jiang Wan'er. "Aunt Jiang, Lin Xian had something to ask. "Who is your Aunt Jiang?" Jiang Wan'er responded coldly. "Well..." Lin Xian's lips twitched again. "Alright, Wan'er, don't be angry." Xian'er was unaware of it either. Lin Xiao tried to smooth things over. "I'm so angry, that brat misunderstood you and my father." Jiang Wan'er was furious just thinking about it, and her eyes turned red. "Wan'er, don't be angry, I apologize to you on his behalf." Lin Xiao coaxed. Fine, I'll let it go for your sake." Jiang Wan'er gave a soft snort. Despite being in her 30s, she shows no signs of aging and remains as youthful as a young girl. Not only is her skin delicate and firm, but her personality and temperament are also like a young girl, as she seems to have no guile and wears her heart on her sleeve. Lin Xian could tell that for the past 30 years, whether at home or after marrying Lin Xiao, she had always been well protected. How could such a person possess a heart of a viper? What happened 15 years ago was a misunderstanding on his part regarding Jiang Wan'er. Thinking about this, and recalling some of the things the former head of state had said before, he was even more eager to verify some of the things that happened back then. Immediately, his gaze returned to the old leader. "Tell me the truth? Perhaps the force you're referring to was very powerful. But we may still have the strength to fight." 844, Chapter 844. Abandoned Child. He knew Lin Xian's good intentions, and he also knew his determination to protect the country. But that force is not one they can contend with. Even with Lin Xian's current strength, combined with the power of the Nine Directions Pavilion and the War Zone, they still cannot contend with him. If they were to fight to the death, the war would only spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty, causing immense suffering and displacement of its people. Young friend, about the matter, haha, what an arrogant tone. At this moment, after hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Sin couldn't help but burst into laughter. You think you can stand up to big shots? Su Sin's eyes were full of sarcasm. Looking at the old head of state, who was full of fear of important figures, he became even more certain that he would not die today. Therefore, smiles became unrestrained. Su Sin, don't push your luck. Hee, old head of state, it's not that I'm pushing my luck, but that kid is too arrogant, so arrogant that he actually dares to challenge a big shot. Su Sin sneered. In short, Su Sin didn't have a good solution for me either. Making him shut up was already his limit. Oh. Su Sin sneered and became lively again. At this moment, Lin Xian looked at Su Sin with indifferent eyes and said, "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" These words caused Su Sin's expression to change slightly, but he quickly regained his confidence and said to Lin Xian, "If you dare to kill me, be prepared for the destruction of your country." The fall of a nation? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you think that my great Xia kingdom, which has stood the test of time for 5,000 years, has such little foundation? Then you are welcome to give it a try. Su Sin showed no fear. Then let's give it a try. Lin Xian said coldly, and was about to make a move. You dare. Su Sin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill rose from his heart. He never expected that Lin Xian would actually dare to make a move. Given up? Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. To put it bluntly, if the big shot you're talking about really has that kind of extraordinary power, then you're nothing more than a pawn in his game. Do you think it matters to him if one of you dies? Someone with that kind of power should find it easy to cultivate the Su family, right? As for you, you only have one life. Once you die, you're truly dead. His words were chilling, penetrating to the bone. Su Sin's body stiffened abruptly. As Lin Xian said, the reason why his Su family was able to rise from an unknown, insignificant family to become the #1 family in Yanjing was due to the support of important figures. If a powerful figure wants, he can create a second Su family at any time. If the Su family loses its usefulness, it can be discarded by powerful figures at any time. This is why the Su family has remained loyal to the powerful figure for the past 15 years, never daring to have the slightest disloyalty. A powerful figure can bring him the pinnacle of fame and fortune, but can also make him lose it all, even leaving him with nothing. Therefore, he had no choice but to submit. He would carry out any order given by a high-ranking official without hesitation and with utmost dedication. Previously, he dared to speak arrogantly in front of the former head of state and in front of Lin Xian. He believed that as long as he had a powerful figure as his backer, no one in the Great Xia would dare to touch him. But Lin Xian's words just now reminded him. If he causes trouble for the important person, if he loses his value in the eyes of the important person, then he may also become a pawn to be discarded at any time. 845, Chapter 845. 2 questions. Now you can shut up? Lin Xian looked at Su Sin, his eyes filled with coldness. Su Sin's eyes flashed with anger. At this moment, even though he was filled with boundless rage and wanted to tear Lin Xian to pieces, he dared not do anything rash. He was terrified that Lin Xian might actually kill him in a fit of anger. Even Su Sin, with his cloudy old eyes, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Clearly, no one expected that this little guy would have a way to deal with this guy. He really is that old gentleman's apprentice. Even their work styles are exactly the same as his. Lin Chao and Jiang Wan'er looked at Su Sin, who had now backed down and shut up, and couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Clearly, no one expected that Xian'er would have the ability to shut Su Sin up. Lin Xian didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. At that moment, he had many things on his mind that he couldn't say. Therefore, he slowly raised his palm and brought it down on Su Sin's nape. You dare! Su Sin gave a sharp shout. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian's palm strike had already landed heavily. Su Sen's vision went black with shock. Young friend, you didn't kill him, did you? No, he's just temporarily unconscious. Lin Xian replied, then added, hee, as long as it doesn't involve what happened back then, I can answer you. Young friend, could you please have your men withdraw first? No problem. Lin Xian readily agreed, then waved his hand and said, thank you all for your hard work this time everyone, you can all go home now. Yes, Mr. Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone clasped their hands in a fist salute. Immediately, the 4 Tian Kuei, the 9 elders of Jiufang Pavilion, and the 3,000 Grandmaster-level experts dispersed in an instant. Zhao Hu, you should also lead your men to evacuate Jiufang Pavilion first. But the old head of state. I know you're worried about me, but if young friend Lin Xian really wants to kill me, now, yes, your majesty, then we'll wait for you outside. Zhao Hu's eyes flashed, and he immediately accepted the order. Just as the old leader said, if Lin Xian really wanted to make a move, they couldn't stop him. The strength of a supreme expert is indeed terrifying. Today, they have learned their lesson firsthand. No wonder the former head of state was so wary of that mysterious power from back then. Withdraw the troops. Zhao Hu gave the order. Immediately, all the heavily armed soldiers retreated like a receding tide. The square, which was originally bustling with people, suddenly became empty. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. Soon, only Lin and the rest of the group remained in the square, and they all dispersed. I'd like to ask you. Lin Xian got straight to the point. Little one, ask away, but I really can't answer you about what happened back then. It's about Aunt Jiang. Lin Xian said. About Wanner? 2 days ago, Aunt Jiang left your residence with a handprint on her face. I'd like to know who did it. 846, Chapter 846 Reconciliation. That slap on Wanner's face? Zhang Gong's expression shifted, and guilt immediately appeared on his face. Zhang Wanner's heart stirred slightly. Is this guy really concerned about her? It's me. Zhang Gong sighed deeply and said. Is that you? Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise, then he frowned. Master Jiang, you don't need to fool me, do you? I don't believe you could do that. There must have been other people in the mansion that day, right? Lin Xian voiced his doubts. Zhang Wanner is Zhang Gong's daughter, and he had just witnessed the relationship between the father and daughter. He didn't believe that Zhang Gong could bring himself to do such a thing. There was no one else, it was me who hit him. Zhang sighed again, a deep sense of guilt appearing in his eyes. Did you really make that call? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Gong's seemingly genuine expression and was shocked. Why are you doing this? To put on a show for them. Zhang Gong Dao. Them? Lin Xian frowned even more deeply. Yes, it's the mysterious force that Su Sen mentioned. Zhang Gong Dao. Why? Lin Xian was puzzled. Because you were threatened by Jiufang Pavilion that day, Wanner asked me to mobilize troops in order to help you. Zhang Gong replied, you should know that as a member of the Lin family, you are like a thorn in the side of that power. Helping you is tantamount to going against them. In order to make a statement and prove that my military expedition was forced, I can only make Wanner suffer. So that's how it is. Upon hearing the truth, Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that the slap mark on Zhang Wanner's face that day was left because of him. All these days, he has been wrong about Aunt Jiang. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Wanner with a look of shame in his eyes. Zhang Wanner's face held a hint of indifference as she said, you don't need to look at me, I am not doing this for you, but for Brother Xiao. Lin Xian knew Zhang Wanner was angry with him, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips as he said, Aunt Jiang, and Dad, I'm sorry. The word Dad made Lin Xiao's body tremble violently. At that moment, even this tough guy's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Son. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. He had waited far too long for this word father. At this moment, the father and son reconciled. He also felt that everything he had done was worth it. However, he still felt sorry for his son. I'm sorry for what I did to him back then. I'm sorry, son, it was my incompetence that caused you this back then. Lin Xiao sighed. By the end, his voice was choked up and he couldn't say anything more. Dad, you don't need to say anything, I know everything. Lin Xian's eyes also turned red. He knew the helplessness his father had faced back then. I also know about my father's forbearance over the years. As the head of the clan, he carried the weight of countless Lin family members' lives on his shoulders. Therefore, he cannot act on impulse. At that moment, he could completely understand his father's feelings. Son, thank you. Lin Xiao sighed. Having a son's understanding is enough. Dad, what about mother's death back then, and the poisoning I suffered? Lin Xian asked. Your mother chose to commit suicide to protect the Lin family and to protect you. But I never expected those bastards to go back on their word. After your mother died, you set your sights on the Lin family. At this point, Lin Xiao clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were filled with intense anger. But after the anger subsides, there is a sense of self-blame and guilt for one's own powerlessness. It was his incompetence that allowed him to watch helplessly as one tragedy after another unfolded before his eyes. But he was powerless to stop it. 847, Chapter 847 Suspicion. If he had been capable back then, he wouldn't have let Yenner and Xian'er. He is a qualified clan leader. But he was neither a good husband nor a good father. Dad, you don't need to blame yourself, you did your best back then. Lin Xian looked at Lin Xiao, whose face was contorted with pain, and offered words of comfort. He saw Lin Xiao's powerlessness and sorrow as a husband and father. What happened back then was not something he could change on his own. Xian'er, thank you. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xian with a sigh. Jiang Wan'er stood aside, watching the father and son reconcile, and felt a surge of joy in her heart. Dad, what exactly happened back then? Lin Xian asked Lin Xiao, his eyes serious. I'm sorry, actually my father isn't very clear either. Lin Xiao shook his head bitterly and said, Father only knows that the mysterious force back then wanted to find something from the Lin family, which is the key you mentioned before. Key? Lin Xian frowned and muttered, what exactly is that thing? I don't know. Lin Xiao shook his head. That's strange. Lin Xian found it utterly incomprehensible. Logically speaking, as the clan leader, the father should have known this. But what is it that even the father doesn't know? Before this, he had thought about what the mysterious force wanted from the Lin family back then, which might have been the jade bracelet his mother left him. Furthermore, when Yutong saw the jade bracelet in his hand, she was amazed by the spiritual energy it contained and told him to put it away quickly and not to tell anyone. However, after what happened with Xiao Dai, his suspicion was dispelled. What the mysterious force is looking for is the key. The key, obviously, should be something shaped like a key, and something that can be used to open a treasure mechanism or something similar. The bracelet his mother left him was indeed magical, but it was not for this purpose. Otherwise, his mother would have definitely told him to hide it well instead of letting him give it to his future wife. Isn't this just like playing with fire? Therefore, he also ruled out the jade bracelet in his mind. The mysterious force is clearly looking for something else. Lin Xiao noticed his son's confusion and said, yes, I'm surprised too. Logically speaking, they should have obtained information about the key when they massacred the Lin family 15 years ago. But judging from the current situation, it seems they didn't find it back then. That thing might still be in the Lin family's possession. Father, have you searched for it? Lin Xian pressed for an answer. Yes, but nothing was found. Lin Xiao said bitterly, I even lifted up every brick and tile in the family home to search for them, but I found nothing. All right. Lin Xian also sighed softly, then looked at Lin Xiao, Father, do you know who poisoned me back then? I don't know. Lin Xiaodao. Speaking of this, a trace of guilt reappeared in his eyes. Xian'er, I was sorry for you back then. I shouldn't have left you alone in the freezing cold. It was your father's negligence that almost killed you. Dad, so what was the real situation back then? Seeing the guilt in Lin Xiao's eyes, Lin Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now, after learning the truth about what happened back then, he believed it. When his father was suffering from the poison, he expelled him from the Lin family and took him to Suzhou. There must have been a compelling reason and hardship for him. 848, Chapter 848 is even more curious. Actually, back then, Dad wanted to protect you. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said. Protect me? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Just as I thought. As expected, father had his reasons. That's right. Lin Xiao nodded and continued. Back then, a mysterious force joined forces with major powers in Yanjing to threaten your life and force your mother to make a choice. Your mother agreed to their demands in order to protect you and the Lin family. At April the 23rd, he jumped off the company rooftop and ended his life. Your mother entrusted you to me on the night before she died. But unexpectedly, that force went back on its word and attacked you and the Lin family the day after your mother died. They gave you an unknown and deadly poison. IVE searched for all the best doctors, but none of them could cure you. And on the very night you were poisoned, I received news that those forces were going to take action against the Lin family. Therefore, I announced overnight that you would be expelled from the Lin family and taken to Suzhou. Originally, I thought I could keep it a secret. However, it was still discovered by those powerful people. Therefore, I can only leave you on the street for the time being and bury you in the snow, while I will be responsible for drawing away the pursuers. I just didn't expect those guys to be so surprisingly troublesome. It took me a long time to shake them off. However, when I returned, you were no longer there. At the time, I thought you had been killed by those forces. And on the same night, the Lin family also suffered a misfortune. When I rushed back to the Lin family was already a bloodbath. If it weren't for Wanner, the Lin family would probably have been completely wiped out back then. At this point, Lin Xiao was startled, and a bloodthirsty killing intent surged in his eyes. Over the years, he has been awakened by nightmares every day. The deaths of hundreds of members of the Lin family, the scene of blood flowing like a river, constantly flashed through his mind. He wanted revenge. However, he also knew very well that he didn't have that ability. And so he spent his days in despair. If it weren't for Wanner's meticulous care during those days, he probably wouldn't have been able to get out of his depression. Right now, he's probably still just an alcoholic, a good-for-nothing who spends his days drinking. Aunt Jiang? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Back then, it was Jiang Wanner who stopped the Lin family from being wiped out? Kindness. Lin Xiao said, so, all along, you've been misunderstanding Wanner. Lin Xian's lips moved slightly, and his gaze involuntarily turned to Jiang Wanner. Jiang Wanner turned her head to one side, clearly disliking Lin Xian. That guy's attitude towards Brother Xiao was really terrible back then. In those days, after learning of his son's hatred for him, Xiao Guo had red eyes every day and was so worried about Lin Xian that he couldn't sleep. But this guy kept ignoring advice, which only added to Xiao Ji's frustration. Especially the incident at Jiufang Pavilion 2 days ago, which almost gave Brother Xiao a heart attack. So, she's not really interested in talking to him right now. Well. Sensing Jiang Wanner's dislike for him, Lin Xian awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, what he said before was a bit excessive. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly smoothed things over. Xianer, actually your Aunt Jiang is very gentle and has a very good temper. That Dad. I know him. Lin Xian scratched his head. He knew that in Aunt Jiang's eyes, he was now seen as a rebellious son. If Aunt Jiang had a bad temper, she probably would have given this unfilial son a good scolding long ago, instead of being so easy to talk to. But why did Aunt Jiang suddenly marry Dad back then? This was also the second question he wanted to ask Jiang Gong. Now, after learning from her father about the help Aunt Jiang had given to the Lin family back then, she is even more curious. 849, Chapter 849 The Truth of That Year. Dad, how did you and Aunt Jiang meet back then? Lin Xian asked curiously. This is Lin Xiaodao. Speaking of which, if it weren't for his actions back then, the Lin family would probably have ceased to exist in Yanjing long ago. Wait for the other party to answer. It cannot be said, it cannot be said. You should answer 2 questions for me, and this is the second question that's on my mind. Lin Xian spoke his mind. He was very surprised that Jiang Wan'er was betrothed to his father, especially at that point in time. But I also said that I can only answer you if it has nothing to do with what happened back then. Then came the matter from that year. A little. Lin Xian smiled slyly. You little rascal, you're trying to trick me into telling you something. Alright, I'll answer that question. It will clear up your doubts and also clear my daughter of the stigma surrounding her being a mistress who rose to power back then. As a father, he had a daughter late in life. They doted on Wan'er immensely. He didn't want to see Wan'er bear the stigma of being a mistress or vixen for the rest of her life. He also didn't want his young friend Lin Xian to misunderstand Wan'er for the rest of his life. After all, they will be a family and living together from now on. Therefore, he was also prepared to break the rules and reveal the truth about why he married Wan'er to Lin Xiao back then. Actually, the reason I married Wan'er to Lin Xiao back then was out of desperation. It was the only way to protect the Lin family. Protect the Lin family? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That's right. A powerful force is about to take action against the Lin family. I secretly sent people to negotiate many times, but all I got were firm responses from the other side. Furthermore, they threatened that if I dared to obstruct them, the flames of war would spread throughout my entire Great Xia. Therefore, I also personally discussed this with your father. The result is that your father is willing to sacrifice himself and the Lin family for the country. At that time, the Lin family was at the height of its power. And your father is also one of the people I value most. I cannot bear to see the Lin family perish. As the ruler of a country, I also have the responsibility to protect my people. However, that mysterious force is far too powerful. If war breaks out, even if we win a Pyrrhic victory, the entire Great Xia will be devastated, and countless people will be displaced. I can't take this risk, but I also want to preserve the last embers of the Lin family's prosperity. Therefore, we had no choice but to resort to this last resort and marry Wan'er into the Lin family. In that case, that force will be somewhat restrained by the determination of my forest guard family. Actually, this is also a risky move. At the time, I couldn't guarantee that the forces would back down after they learned that I had married Wan'er into the Lin family. But fortunately, I made the right bet. Speaking of it, I can't help but feel a lingering fear. Obviously, if he had lost his gamble back then, he will not only lose the Lin family, but also his closest relatives. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's gaze suddenly trembled upon learning the truth. At that moment, he was also deeply moved. So this is the truth of what happened back then. 850, Chapter 850, 15 years. So, young friend, this is why I stopped you from killing Su Sen. Jiang Gong sighed deeply, a look of guilt and pain in his eyes. Otherwise, the sacrifices of the Lin family, your mother, and tens of thousands of soldiers back then would have been in vain. I understand, Lord Jiang. Lin Xian took a deep breath. At this moment, he also understood Jiang Gong's good intentions. Mr. Jiang, thank you for all the hard work you've done over the years. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude. I didn't contribute anything to this matter, nor did I achieve anything. I only caused Wan'er to suffer and be wronged. Jiang Gong sighed. He knew how much of a sensation it had caused when he immediately married his daughter to Lin Xiao after Lin Xian's mother died. Not only did Lin Xiao and his family become a laughingstock, but his daughter was also cursed as a vixen who seduced men. He saw it all, and his heart ached as well. He kept Wan'er's identity a secret very well. Few outsiders know that she is Jiang Chuiming's daughter. Only that power, and only a few major families like the Su family, knew about it. Therefore, Wan'er suffered a great deal of criticism for this back then. Dad, I'm not wronged or suffering at all. Xiao Gu treats me very well. Jiang Wan'er shook her head, her gaze towards Lin Xiao filled with deep tenderness. Marrying Lin Xiao was her own choice back then, and it's also the choice she's made in her life without regret. That's good, that's good. Jiang Gong sighed deeply and patted Lin Zhao's shoulder forcefully as he spoke. Lin Xiao, all these years, we are truly grateful to you for taking care of Waner. Over the years, Lin Xiao has protected Waner, and her father has seen it all. He always valued Lin Xiao highly. Lin Xiao did not disappoint him. Dad, I should be thanking you. Thank you for marrying Waner to me. Lin Xiao said solemnly, his eyes filled with gratitude. There's no need for us to be so polite. Jiang Gong laughed heartily, and his mood brightened again. Lin Xian saw this and felt a surge of emotion. Over the years, he has misunderstood his father and Aunt Jiang. Thinking of this, and recalling all the hurtful things he had said to Aunt Jiang, he immediately looked at Jiang Waner and said apologetically, Aunt Jiang, I misunderstood you before and said some hurtful things to you. I am sorry. Snort. Jiang Waner gave a soft snort, her face hardening. She was angry not because Lin Xian had said those hurtful things to her. What angered her was his previous attitude towards brother Xiao. Xiao Gu forgave him, but she didn't. Aunt Jiang, Okay, I'm going back now. Jiang Waner didn't give Lin Xian a chance to continue speaking. After finishing her sentence, she turned around and walked out of Jiufang Pavilion. Well, Lin Xian was there. Lin Xiao chuckled and shook his head, saying, Xianer, don't take it to heart. Your Aunt Jiang isn't actually angry with you. Dad, please don't try to comfort Meigo and apologize to Aunt Jiang for me later. Lin Xian gave a wry smile. Okay, I'll talk to her for you later. Lin Xiaolang laughed. The reconciliation between father and son finally allowed him to release his pent-up emotions. Dad. Lin Xian saw this and called out Dad again. And this single word Dad carries complex emotions. Because it had been 15 years since he had truly shouted Lin Xiao like this. He hated his father and misunderstood him for 15 years. 851, Chapter 851 Lin Xiao's Fear. Son. Lin Xiao was also filled with emotion. He had waited far too long for this dad call. He even thought that his relationship with Xianer could never be restored to what it was before. However, he finally got to see this day. 15 years ago, fate played a cruel joke on him. But now, God has not neglected him. Dad, I was wrong before. I misunderstood you. Lin Xian's eyes reddened. Son, I'm partly to blame for all of this. Lin Xiao exhaled a deep breath. This misunderstanding is not Xianer's fault. It's because he's incompetent that things turned out this way. He could understand Xianer's misunderstanding of him. Because if it were him, he would have done the same. Dad, you've done more than enough. Lin Xian sighed. He could understand his father's feelings back then, and the immense pressure he had endured over the years. He not only had to live with the guilt of facing the Lin family members and his mother's death every day, but also had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Lin family. Despite suffering a severe blow back then, the Lin family still managed to rank among the top 8 aristocratic families. Aside from the Lin family's strong foundation in the past, it must also be related to my father's efforts over the years. Otherwise, the Lin family would have already declined. Son, you must have had a very hard time these past few years, right? Lin Zhao's eyes also reddened as he looked at Lin Xian. He knew that Xianer's achievements today must have come from unimaginable hardships. It's not bitter. Lin Xian smiled calmly. Behind the seemingly calm and collected demeanor lie countless brushes with death. However, he felt that everything he had suffered was worthwhile. Without those countless near-death experiences, there would be no Lin Xian as he is today, nor would he possess the strength to rival the powerful families of Yanjing. Son. Lin Xiao sighed. Alright, Dad, it's rare for us to meet, let's not talk about such sad things. Lin Xian interrupted with a smile, his eyes also welling up with tears. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's change the subject. Lin Xiao said with a hearty laugh, his eyes also welling up with tears. This long-lost feeling between father and son really made his heart ache. I'm truly happy to see you father and son reconcile. Well then, I won't stay any longer to disturb you. Jiang Gong smiled from the bottom of his heart, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes piled up at that moment. "Master Jiang, let me see you off." Lin Xiaodao. "No need, it wouldn't be good if someone saw us." Jiang Gong shook his head. And what he was referring to was naturally the person behind that mysterious force. "I understand, Lord Jiang." Lin Zhao's expression turned solemn and serious at this moment. Mentioning that power immediately filled him with overwhelming pressure. "Master Jiang, what should we do with Susan now?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Susan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. This time, Xian'er seriously injured him, and given Susan's personality, he probably won't let it go easily. If it were just the Su family alone, it wouldn't matter, but even if they joined forces with the four great families of Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li, he would not be afraid at all. However, if this matter alarms that mysterious big shot, then the trouble could be much greater. Moreover, that powerful figure back then extended his evil clutches to Xian'er. If he were to learn that Xian'er is still alive and possesses the strength of a heavenly sovereign, he would likely make another move. 852, Chapter 852. Someone else. "I will send someone to take him back to the Su family mansion." Jiang Gong took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became serious. Clearly, he and Lin Xiao had the same idea. "Lord Jiang, could that mysterious force target Xian'er?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Right now, this is what he's most worried about. "I don't know," Jiang Gong said with a deep look in his eyes. "However, I will do my best to send people to handle this matter. The reason why that mysterious force has not shown itself in our great Xia kingdom for so long is obviously because it has something to fear." "Fear?" Lin Xiao frowned. "Kindness." Jiang Gongdao, the reason I placed the Su family in the war zone all these years was, besides the request from that mysterious person back then, that I supported the Su family. Individually, I also planned to keep the Su family in the war zone for surveillance. However, the result was somewhat unsatisfactory. In the past 15 years, that mysterious force has almost never had any contact with the Su family. And the most recent time, they sent people to take Xiao Dai away. "Master Jiang, are you saying that in the past 15 years, that mysterious person has only contacted the Su family once?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was filled with doubt. "That's right. Jiang Gongdao, perhaps my information is inaccurate. However, based on this situation, it's not hard to guess that the mysterious force must also be subject to some kind of constraint. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined forces with many prominent families in Yanjing to launch an annihilation campaign against the Lin family back then. With their power, and with the pressure that mysterious man exerted on me back then, he could have easily destroyed the Lin family with his own strength." "Lord Jiang, where exactly does that force come from?" Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and asked with a serious expression. "I don't know either." Jiang Gong shook his head and said, "But as far as I know, it should not have come from within the Great Xia kingdom." "Not from within the Great Xia dynasty?" Lin Xiao was startled. Originally, he always thought that the huge and secretive force came from within the Great Xia kingdom, from a hermit sect. Because only hermit sects can possess that kind of strength. Furthermore, precisely because it is a hermit sect, it is subject to many constraints, preventing it from engaging with the real world. That's why we need to borrow the Su family and other powerful families. But he also sensed that something was wrong. Because if it is a hermit sect, they cannot even step out of the sect's territory, so how can they contact the real world? His previous guess was that they had mastered some method, a way to temporarily leave or briefly contact the present world. But upon closer reflection, I realized that the possibility is almost zero. Therefore, he has been sending people to investigate secretly for years, but without any results. "Kindness." Jiang Gongdao said with a serious expression, "That force did not originate from within our Great Xia. Do other countries possess such a terrifying power?" Lin Xiao was deeply shocked. But what followed was a deep sense of doubt. Lord Jiang, with their immense power, they could easily conquer any country today. Why are they hiding so secretly? Why go to such lengths to cultivate the Su family? Lin Xiao asked. "I don't know either." Jiang Gong shook his head, his tone somber. Over the years, I have been investigating, but whenever I am about to get some clues, I will encounter the obstruction of a mysterious force. Mysterious power? Lin Xiao frowned. A mysterious force is blocking it? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. Jiang Gong's words. It reminded him of the message Black Emperor had sent him last night. The message mentioned that when the Black Emperor was investigating the relationship between Wan'er and Jiang Gong, he encountered obstruction from a mysterious force. At the time, he thought it was the old head of state who was secretly obstructing things. However, it now appears that it was clearly someone else. 853, Chapter 853 Panic. Mr. Jiang, 2 days ago I saw a handprint on Aunt John's face. At the time, I had someone secretly investigate the matter. Finally, I learned that she went to your residence that day. At the time, I suspected that you were the one who did it, and I also speculated about the relationship between you. I had someone investigate secretly, but we also encountered obstacles from a mysterious force. Excuse me, did you suspect something and send someone to stop them, or? Lin Xian asked all the questions that had been bothering him. You sent someone to investigate me? Jiang Gong was taken aback. Clearly, he was unaware of this. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Jiang Gong's reaction also showed that the latter was unaware of the matter. That means the mysterious force that hindered him that day was indeed someone else. It seems that it must be related to that mysterious force. Jiang Gong Ningsu said. He then took a deep breath and continued, that force seems to have infiltrated our Great Xia. They've infiltrated Great Xia? Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, and he asked in a deep voice, Lord Jiang, could you tell me everything you know about that force? Perhaps I can be of help. Young friend Lin Xian, it's not that I'm deliberately hiding it from you, but I also know very little about that mysterious force. The reason I kept it from you was because I thought that if you knew the truth of what happened back then, you would act impulsively and cause trouble for the Su family and the 4 great families, which would alarm that mysterious force and give them an excuse to attack my Great Xia kingdom. That's why I kept it from you. But looking at it now, I was overthinking it. Indeed, your character must be extraordinary to have become that old gentleman's apprentice. At this point, Jiang Gong couldn't help but shake his head. Or perhaps he overcomplicated things before. Master Jiang, do you know my master? Lin Xian was startled upon hearing this. Kindness. Jiang Gong nodded. Speaking of Lin Xian's master, besides reminiscing, there was a deep respect in his eyes. Back then, if it weren't for the old gentleman's intervention, the Great Xia would probably have been invaded by the combined forces of the 8 great nations. Jiang Gong exclaimed, it was the old gentleman's intervention that stopped this war and severely damaged the 8 great powers, deterring them from ever invading our Great Xia again. However, the old gentleman was also seriously injured after that battle. After that, they disappeared without a trace. Over the years, I have only heard rumors and hearsay about the old gentleman. To be honest, if I hadn't learned that he had bestowed the Northern Dragon token upon you, I would have thought that the old gentleman had passed away due to his serious injuries back then. Was Master seriously injured back then? Lin Xian's eyes flickered involuntarily. This was the first time he had learned that his master had once resisted the invasion of 8 great nations and had been seriously injured as a result. Before this, he only knew that his master was a master and that he had always been pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Yes. Jiang Gong sighed. Clearly, he was also thinking about the brutality of that battle back then. Although Lin Xian did not witness the battle firsthand, he could imagine how brutal it was. 8 major countries. 8 early-stage martial saints. This kind of lineup is enough to easily destroy any country. 8 martial arts masters joined forces. That's the dark web, something far superior to anything else. It is an existence that no military force can shake. By the way, young friend, you are the old master's apprentice. Do you know where the old master is now? At this moment, Jiang Gong's words interrupted Lin Xian's thoughts. He misses the old gentleman very much. I want to see him one more time. Have no idea. Lin Xian shook his head and said, 2 years ago, after my master handed me the Northern Dragon token and said that he planned to go into seclusion to break through to the late stage of Martial Saint, he disappeared without a trace. Aiming for the late stage of Martial Saint? Upon hearing this, Jiang Gong's aged body trembled violently with excitement. If they succeed, they might actually have the strength to fight against that mysterious force. However, compared to Jiang Gong's excitement, a bad feeling suddenly rose in Lin Xian's heart. This is in line with what Jiang Gong just said about his master being seriously injured back then. It's likely that Master's seclusion 2 years ago wasn't to break through to the late stage of Martial Saint, but rather to heal his injuries. Now, 2 whole years have passed, and there is still no news of the master. This couldn't help but stir a sense of unease within him. 854, Chapter 854 Encountering Misfortune. A sense of panic rose in Lin Xian's heart. Considering that he and his master had been out of contact for 2 whole years, could it be that the old man had already? No way. Absolutely not. Master will definitely be alright. Lin Xian disagreed in his heart. Young friend, what's wrong? Jiang Gong looked at Lin Xian, whose expression had suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant, and asked in surprise. No, it's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. By the way, young friend Lin Xian, do you have your master's contact information? Jiang Gong inquired. Even if they don't know the old man's location now, as long as they can contact him, there is hope. Yes, but now every time I call, it shows that the phone is switched off. Lin Xian said. Previously, he had always thought that his master was in seclusion. During seclusion, one must not be disturbed, otherwise it is easy to go astray and become possessed by evil spirits. Because the master's strength was already at the mid-stage of Martial Saint. This time, he aims to reach the highest realm of martial arts, the late stage of Martial Saint. If he succeeds, his power will surpass all others. Even the old monsters of the reclusive sects could rival him. As for the martial god realm, this realm exists only in legends. So far, it has only been mentioned vaguely in ancient books. Whether it exists or not remains to be verified. Therefore, it is not considered part of the realm. Late stage of the Martial Saint realm. Nowadays, whether looking at the real world or reclusive sects, they are at the pinnacle of power. He had assumed that his master was in seclusion, undergoing a breakthrough. However, after Jiang Gong said that, he couldn't help but suspect that his master's hasty departure back then was not, as he said, to go into seclusion and break through his limits, but rather to find a place to heal his injuries. Or perhaps, to avoid worrying him, she deliberately found a place to live in seclusion to prevent the recurrence of her old injuries. After all, as Jiang Gong said, the battle back then. The master led 2 early-stage martial saints from the Great Xia Kingdom in a fierce battle against early-stage martial saints from 8 major kingdoms, and was thus seriously injured. The injuries he sustained in that level of combat were beyond his imagination. It was an injury or illness that could leave a permanent scar, and even threaten life. The master was able to withstand it because of his great strength. However, my master is now old. As he gets older, his body ages, and old injuries recur, all of which could pose a huge threat to his life. He recalled that 2 years ago, when his master left him, he not only handed over the Northern Dragon token, which represented the highest military power in the Great Xia dynasty, but also gave him many words of advice. At the time, he just felt that his master was worried about him and afraid that he would be blinded by hatred. However, in retrospect, this warning seems more like a parting instruction before death. No, master will be alright. Lin Xian took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic rising in his mind. However, the more he thought about it, the deeper the idea became. Finally, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He couldn't wait any longer. Upon returning, he would dispatch members of the dark web to search for his master's whereabouts all over the world. Regardless of the outcome, he must find his grandfather as soon as possible. Xianer, are you alright? At this moment, Lin Xiao noticed Lin Xian's unusual mood and asked him in a low voice with concern. I'm fine, I just suddenly thought of some things about my master. Lin Shen snapped out of his daze and smiled at Lin Xiao. However, the smile made Lin Xiao frown slightly. Could it be that Xianer's master has encountered some misfortune? 855, Chapter 855 The Invisible Danger. Xianer, tell me the truth, is it because your master is in trouble? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. The sound was very soft and was enveloped in his true energy, so it only reached Lin Xian's ears and could only be heard by the two of them. No, it's just some random guesses of mine. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't want his father to worry. Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was very grateful to Xianer's master, who had saved him years ago and taught Xianer all his skills. He hadn't had a chance to thank the other party yet. Naturally, they also didn't want anything to happen to the other party. Master Jiang, I will inform you once I have news from my master. Lin Xian said this at this time, also to avoid arousing suspicion and worry from Jiang Gong. After all, master's position in the Great Xia dynasty was like a pillar of stability. If something were to happen to master, it would likely shake the stability of the Great Xia dynasty and also undermine Jiang Gong's current confidence. The reason that mysterious force has not dared to be too ostentatious for so long is perhaps also because it is wary of the master's strength. Once news of the master's possible misfortune spreads, the mysterious force may truly act without restraint. The 8 martial saints from the 8 great nations who were severely injured by their master back then might also make a comeback because of their lingering resentment. At that time, the Great Xia dynasty will truly face a great disaster. As a member of the Great Xia dynasty, as a disciple of my master, and as the inheritor of the Northern Dragon token, he certainly didn't want to see that day come. If, at that time, the master really does encounter misfortune, then the 8 great nations will really make a comeback, or that mysterious force will invade. Lin Xian would never back down an inch. That mysterious force was indeed enormous and mysterious, but the Great Xia Kingdom was not a pushover to be easily manipulated. As martial artists who have also entered the Saint Realm, he has the ability to fight against the martial saints of the 8 great nations. Then I'll have to trouble you, young friend. Jiang Gong chuckled, then glanced at the unconscious Su Sen on the ground, his tone grave. I'll have someone take this guy back to the Su family mansion first. As for the mysterious force, I'll deal with them. As for you, young friend, you'd better find a place to hide for a while. I am afraid you'll be in big trouble soon. Thank you for the reminder, Jiang Gong. However, we will deal with whatever comes our way. There are many troubles that we cannot avoid by hiding. Lin Xian smiled slightly. This is the principle his master has always taught him. Often, trouble is unavoidable, the only way is to face it head-on and defeat it. Only when you make things difficult will it fear you and dare not bother you. Young friend, your personality is just like the old gentlemaness in that case. I wish you good luck. If any major trouble arises in the future, we'll discuss it again. Jiang Gong Dao. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll be going now. Jiang Gongchong and Lin Xian smiled kindly. Good. Lin Xian waved his hand. Jiang Gong set off to leave. At the same time, he ordered someone to send Su Sen back to the Su family mansion. As for Suan, who had been crippled by Han Feng in the 9 Directions Pavilion's outer tower, he was also sent back. The turmoil has temporarily come to an end. The entire capital of Yanjing seemed to have returned to calm once again. However, in this bustling metropolis, with its colorful lights and seemingly peaceful atmosphere, an unseen danger was lurking silently in some dark corner. 856, Chapter 856 Mother is watching from heaven. Regarding external dangers. Lin Xian was unaware of this. After Jiang Gong left, he looked at Lin Xiao with a guilty expression and said, Dad, I'm sorry about what happened back then. Son, it's not your fault, it's just that Dad didn't explain it to you properly. Lin Xiao's eyes reddened slightly. He had kept it a secret from Xianer because he was afraid of her seeking revenge after meeting her. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. The more he did this, the more counterproductive it became. However, because he was under constant surveillance by the Su family, he couldn't tell Lin Xian many things. But today, taking this opportunity, he also explained some of the circumstances from back then. Similarly, the reason he dared to tell Lin Xin the truth of what happened back then was because he had witnessed Xian'er's strength. Xian'er has grown up and is no longer the boy who needed his protection. Xian'er is now a strong and upright man. Xian'er, you've really grown up. Lin Xiao patted Lin Xian's shoulder heavily, feeling a pang of sadness. If Xian'er could see this, she would be so happy, wouldn't she? Dad-mom is in heaven, they will definitely see this. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. There, at this moment, the starry sky is vast. One of the stars was particularly bright and dazzling. He knew that the star must be his mother in disguise. She must have seen all of this from heaven. Mom, do you see, your son has grown up and become a strong and upright man? Lin Xian murmured, his eyes growing increasingly red. He will always remember what his mother said to him when he was a child, and he will always remember everything his mother did for him. Even until the moment he chose to die, his mother still loved him deeply. He thought back to the last scene of his farewell to his mother 15 years ago. Lin Xian's emotions surged violently. At that time, those who persecuted her mother must have been hiding in the shadows, watching her mother jump off the rooftop with Schadenfreude. Mom, your son will not let those people get away with this. Soon, son, they will all pay the price. The four powerful families of Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Li, none of them can escape this fate. Son, Xian'er must have seen all of this. Lin Xiao sighed deeply, placing his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. She will definitely be proud to have you as her son. He and his son looked up at the night sky. Similarly, we also saw the most dazzling star among the many stars. That must be Xian'er. She must be watching them from heaven. They've always been in the sky, watching over them. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. Son, let's go back. Next, the Su family will probably launch a fierce retaliation against you, and that mysterious force might also secretly lend a hand. We need to prepare as soon as possible. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, a serious look appearing in his eyes. This time, the matter is far more complex than it seems. Lin Xian made Su Sun lose face in front of everyone. Given the latter's personality, he will certainly not give up easily. Behind the Su family lies a vast and mysterious power. It would be better if they didn't take action. Once it's done. Even with Xian'er's current strength and influence, and with the 3,000 grandmasters and a dozen supremes of the Nine Directions Pavilion, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to cope. After all, it was just a powerful expert randomly sent out by that mysterious force. His strength reached the heavenly supreme level. 857, Chapter 857 Lin Xian's doubts. That force. Lin Xian murmured, a solemn look appearing in his eyes. Whether it's what the old head of state said or what my father said, they all seem to be very wary of that mysterious force. At the same time, he could also sense the terrifying power of that mysterious force. That faction even has several martial saint-level experts in charge. The master of that force was even at the late stage of martial saint. That is the pinnacle of martial arts. At the same time, it is also the highest realm. Even he was far from being a match for it. As the old leader said, perhaps only his master, Mo Yuntao, had the strength to fight that person. The prerequisite is that master himself successfully breaks through to the late stage of martial saint. Otherwise, we would probably still be no match for them. However, his master's condition is currently unknown, and his fate is uncertain. It's unclear whether his seclusion back then was for healing or. However, it has indeed been a very long time. So many years have passed. Logically speaking, if Master's breakthrough to the late stage of martial saint was successful, he should have already emerged from seclusion. Instead of being completely out of touch like this, the phone call cannot be connected. Even when the Falcon sent a message, there was no response. This made him worry about his master's safety. When we get back this time, we must send more dark web members to investigate. Son, let's go back. Lin Xiao noticed the seriousness in Lin Xian's expression and decided to discuss it further when they returned.
Dad, do you know which country that mysterious force comes from?
Lin Xian snapped out of his daze and then looked at Lin Xiao and asked a question. If we could find out the origin of that mysterious force, we might be able to uncover some clues.
Have no idea.
Lin Xiao shook his head. That force is very mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace over the years. The old head of state and I have been secretly sending people to investigate, but we have not found anything.
Is that so?
Lin Xian murmured, his brows furrowing deeply.
That's strange.
No matter how powerful a force is, as long as it exists in the world, there will always be traces to it. Moreover, that force is so powerful. If their only goal was to obtain the key from the Lin family, rather than to directly wage war against the great Xia kingdom, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Sending out just a few martial arts masters from one's own faction can easily create a huge deterrent effect. Firstly, it can avoid many unnecessary frictions between countries and forces. Secondly, if father truly knew the whereabouts of the key, he would have cooperated to save the lives of the clan, and there would have been no need to carry out the massacre 15 years ago. He always felt it was very strange.
Dad, do you think what happened back then is strange?
Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at Lin Xiao again and voiced all his doubts. What you're saying is something I've thought about too. I also think that what happened back then was very strange. Lin Xiao also sighed deeply and said, moreover, it's not just Dad who finds it strange, the former head of state also finds it strange. If that mysterious force only wants to find the key from the Lin family, they could simply send an expert to negotiate.
Moreover, what puzzles us most is that there are so many families in Yanjing, so why did the mysterious force choose the Su family in particular?
Yes. Lin Xian murmured in confusion. He rubbed his chin with his palm. At one moment, as if suddenly realizing some reason, his eyes trembled violently, and he said, Father, do you think that there might be something in the Su family that the mysterious force has its eye on? Or perhaps, someone? 858, Chapter 858 Evil Arts.
Someone?
Lin Zhao's eyes flickered.
This reminded him.
Xianer, if you put it that way, it is indeed possible. Lin Xiao frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he said, back then, the Su family was nothing more than an insignificant force. Logically speaking, with such a powerful and mysterious divine force, there is absolutely no need to cultivate a third-rate force. If they wanted, they could have chosen from the four prominent families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li who participated in the operation back then. These four great families far surpass the Su family in terms of both their historical foundation and their prestige in Yanjing. If they receive a lot of support, they can become a dominant force in a very short time, saving a lot of time costs.
And the most crucial point.
15 years ago, Su Xin was just a martial artist who had just entered the martial venerable realm. However, over the years, his strength has advanced to the late stage of martial emperor. Furthermore, his aura always gave me a dark feeling.
A gloomy feeling?
Lin Xian frowned and said, Father, so you feel this way too?
As early as half a month ago, at Su Baimo and Su En's wedding.
He had a vague feeling about it when he fought Su Sen.
Just now, that feeling was even stronger. Moreover, in just half a month, Su Sen's skills improved again.
This was something that surprised him. He absolutely refused to believe that he hadn't received some kind of support. That's right, Xian, or so, what you just said about someone suddenly reminded me of some kind of evil magic from Japan. Lin Xiaodao's expression suddenly turned serious.
Evil magic? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Kindness.
Lin Xiao said, I have never personally witnessed that kind of evil magic. However, according to the Lin family's ancient records, the evil magic of the East Japan once caused a bloodbath in the world more than 2,000 years ago. That evil art is extremely bizarre and sinister. It relies on absorbing people's blood in essence as nourishment. Many martial arts masters have their hands and feet cut off and turned into human pigs, placed in special cultivation containers, for those who practice evil arts to absorb from them, until they are completely drained. The terror of that evil magic, and the power of that evil force, aroused public outrage. Back then, martial arts masters from hundreds of countries rose up to resist. They formed a joint force to jointly eliminate the evil forces in Japan. After a hard-fought battle lasting 49 days, the evil forces were finally wiped out completely.
However, a few remnants managed to escape in the chaos. But they are clearly no longer a threat.
Furthermore, with the destruction of the cultivation techniques for evil arts and the extermination of all the masters of the evil sects, evil arts were completely lost. And those who managed to escape back then were just lackeys, so there was no possibility of them retaliating. Over the years, many forces have also spontaneously organized to secretly kill and eliminate those who escaped the net. And so, peace returned to the world. As time went by, the catastrophe of that year was gradually forgotten by people and only existed in the ancient books of some ancient families. However, a single spark, if not completely extinguished, may reignite. Shinner, I think the mysterious force behind the Su family is very likely related to the evil magic of Japan back then, or perhaps their descendants have made a comeback.
859. Chapter 859 Strange Black Chi. Descendants of Japanese sorcery? Lin Xian's pupils contracted. Kindness. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly.
Father, if it is really as you say, then won't the catastrophe of that year sweep across the world again? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Although this was the first time he had heard about this evil sect from his father, he could feel the terror that the evil sect from Japan had brought to the world back then. You can also clearly feel the power of that evil magic. It can force martial arts masters from all over the world to join forces against the enemy. Their power and strength are terrifying, as one can imagine.
Yes.
Lin Xiao also expressed concern about this.
However, he quickly realized something, shook his head, and said, perhaps I'm overthinking it.
If it really is the remnants of the evil faction from Japan who have made a comeback, their target should not be just the great Xia or my Lin family.
That evil magic power far surpasses any martial arts manual, and far surpasses any wealth. They don't need to put any effort into finding the so-called key at all.
Furthermore, when they swept through the martial arts world back then, they only wanted to gain greater strength by absorbing the essence and blood of martial artists. The so-called treasure, and other things, have no value to them. After hearing what his father said, Lin Xian frowned even more deeply.
He fell into deep thought.
At one point, as if he had thought of a certain possibility, he spoke again, Father, if that mysterious force is indeed, as you guessed before, related to the evil sect in Japan back then, do you think that their desperate attempts to obtain the key might be to break some kind of seal?
Unlock some kind of seal?
Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. One sentence instantly reminded him of something. Shinner, the possibility you mentioned does indeed exist. Lin Xiao said, the battle that took place more than 2,000 years ago is too ancient to trace back to the present day, and there are only some vague records in ancient books. Back then, no one knew whether the leader of that evil sect from Japan was killed by a group of experts or sealed away by them. What you're saying is indeed possible. That key might indeed be the key to unlocking some kind of sealed barrier.
Father, then we need to investigate the Su family even more.
Lin Xian said seriously. If what father said is true, then the mysterious forces supporting the Su family must have their reasons. Within the Su family, there must be some clues left by the descendants of that evil sect.
Kindness.
Lin Xiao nodded emphatically, then lowered his voice and said, Shinner, let's go back first and then discuss it. There are too many people around here.
Good.
Lin Xian replied.
The group headed back home. At the same time, the Su family. In Su Sen's study.
Useless idiots, all of them are useless idiots.
Su Sen's angry roar rang out. He smashed the blue-on-white porcelain vase on the table, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented ferocity. I am sorry, sir, I've done my best, young master.
The miracle doctor knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling. He saved the young master's life.
However, since the young master's dantian was destroyed, even he was powerless to help.
Shut up, continue the surgery, no matter what, you must restore Inur's dantian. Su Sen roared ferociously.
Losing your dantian is equivalent to losing your cultivation. What difference is there between you and a cripple? Su Sen's son is destined to become the leader of the Yanjing war zone. Yes, master.
The legendary doctor, trembling and stumbling, scrambled out of the study.
You bastard! Su Sen slammed his fist heavily on the table again.
Instantly, the entire table shattered into pieces.
But Su Sen still couldn't quell the hatred in his heart.
Thinking of Aner's cultivation being destroyed, and the humiliation he suffered today. His eyes began to rapidly develop hideous bloodshot veins. It seems that Patriarch Su has run into trouble. However, at that moment, a strange and sinister laugh suddenly rang out in the study without warning. Upon hearing this, Su Sen's body stiffened abruptly. His expression changed drastically. 860, Chapter 860 Shadow Protector. A sinister laugh slowly echoed in the Su family's study. The temperature in the entire study suddenly became unusually cold. A wisp of eerie black smoke drifted in through the crack in the window. Su Sen's body suddenly stiffened. Shadow Protector. Su Sen was utterly horrified. This matter actually alarmed the Shadow Protector. Could it be true, as that brat Lin Xian just said, that the great man is planning to abandon him and the Su family? Patriarch Su, there's no need to be so nervous. That sinister laughter rang out again. At this moment, the black mist seemed to see through Su Sen's thoughts. Don't worry, your Su family is loyal to our master, and our master will not abandon you.
Thank you for your appreciation, Your Excellency, thank you for your appreciation, Shadow Protector.
Su Sen was deeply grateful. The other person's words were like a reassurance to him. Master Su, it seems you've run into some serious trouble this time. The black mist spoke again, its voice filled with a deep, sinister chill. Reporting to the Shadow Protector, we have indeed encountered some trouble, but believe me, I will handle it properly.
Su Sen took the oath. That's good.
We adults are worried that you won't handle it well and that he will need to take matters into his own hands.
The black fog responded.
The sinister tone sent a chill down Su Sen's spine. He knew that the adults were giving him a chance.
Similarly, it was the adults giving him an ultimatum. If he doesn't handle this matter well, then the Su family will be completely abandoned by the adults.
Don't worry, Protector Shadow, please go back and report to the master, tell him to rest assured that Lin Xian is nothing to me, give me 3 days, and I will definitely take care of him.
Su Sen Dao. 3 days? It actually takes 3 days to deal with a discarded member of the Lin family?
The black mist's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction.
1 day is enough.
Su Sen immediately changed his tune, adding, Shadow Protector, you may not know this, but that kid has encountered some kind of opportunity over the years, and his strength has now reached the late stage of Martial Emperor, reaching the Heavenly Supreme level. Moreover, he successfully turned Han Feng of Jiufang Pavilion against us, catching my Su family off guard and even implicating Aner.
Okay, I know all of that. The Black Mist interrupted, 1 day, I'll give you 1 day. At that time, the adults will see Lin Xian 1 day from now. Remember, stay alive.
Of course, as long as there's still a breath left, that's enough. As for the reward after the mission is accomplished. If you really have a solution, the master has promised to restore your son Su to his original state and grant him even greater strength.
Really, Shadow Protector? Su Sen's body trembled with excitement. Are you doubting the adult's abilities?
The voice of the Black Mist carried a hint of menace.
I wouldn't dare.
Su Sen hurriedly shook his head.
That's good. Remember, you only have 1 day.
1 day from now, I will come to ask you for the person in person. Don't disappoint me again, or disappoint the master. After he finished speaking, the Black Mist writhed strangely and then vanished into thin air. The room temperature returned to normal instantly.
Call. Su Sen let out a heavy sigh. My entire back was completely soaked with cold sweat.
He never expected that this matter would alarm the Shadow Protector and even the adults. thinking of what the Shadow Protector had just said. A sense of urgency and a deep killing intent immediately surfaced in Su Sen's eyes.
He only has one day. 861, Chapter 861 Su Sen's Despicable Plan. Lin Xian.
A murderous intent erupted in Su Sen's eyes.
He only has one day. He didn't know why the adults wanted to keep that kid around. However, he had originally planned to tear that bastard to pieces. That brat caused him to suffer a great humiliation today. He, the dignified head of the Su family, actually kowtowed and apologized to that brat, revealing such a humble and begging posture. He will repay all of this 100-fold. He wanted to tear Lin Xian to pieces. Just now, the Shadow Protector only said that the master only needs to leave that kid alive. As for how he wants to torture him, how he wants to vent his humiliation and anger, that's his own business. He'll make that kid regret ever being born. He wants to smash his bones, one by one. Little Li. Su Sen let out a low growl towards the door. Yes, master. The subordinate quickly entered the room and knelt on one knee.
Immediately summon the heads of the Zhao, Jin, Sun, and Li families for a meeting, and tell them it was their idea. Su Sen said in a deep voice.
Yes, master. 5 minutes later. Holographic conference room.
All 5 people, including Su Sen, are in place. This time, the 4 family heads, Zhao, Shen, Sun, and Li, no longer had the nonchalant attitude they had shown at the meeting 2 days prior. They all looked serious and tense. The reason Su Sen was in such a hurry to come this time was because it was at the behest of that lord. They were extremely wary of the adults and dared not show them any disrespect.
Su Sen, was it really that important person who summoned us here?
The head of the Zhao family raised a question. Since the Lin family incident 15 years ago, that person has only summoned them once in the past 15 years, and that was also done through the Shadow Protector.
Why would something like this suddenly alarm that person? Certainly. Su Sen said with a gloomy face, this time, the matter is very serious just now, Protector Shadow found me.
What, Shadow Protector?
The 4 family heads' expressions changed slightly.
That's right. Su Sen said in a deep voice.
What does the Shadow Protector mean?
The 4 family heads asked.
Capture Lin Xian alive. Su Sen Dao. Capture Lin Xian alive? The 4 family heads were puzzled. To deal with a mere brat, you need to mobilize the power of our 5 great families. Su Sen, are you trying to trick us? Do you think I look like it? Su Sen's face was gloomy. Just thinking about it makes me grit my teeth in anger. 2 days ago, if these guys hadn't refused to cooperate. Today, how could he have ended up being humiliated and almost losing his life? Honor, how could she still be unconscious, with her Dantian destroyed? Tell us what you want us to do. The 4 family heads didn't waste any words. They believed that the latter wouldn't dare to joke about that person or the Shadow Protector with them. My plan is this. Su Sen, his face grim, recounted the detailed plan. As he spoke, a fierce and murderous look appeared in his eyes. He could already imagine the scene of that little brat Lin Xian being tortured to the point of being completely broken. Su Sen, you're truly despicable. Upon hearing this, the 4 family heads immediately let out a contemptuous sneer. What's wrong with using any means necessary to achieve the goal? Su Sen scoffed, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. Besides, that kid has already reached the heavenly sovereign level. If we don't use some methods, do you think any of you can defeat him? 862, Chapter 862 The 5 Great Families Join Forces. One sentence immediately stumped the 4 people. They looked at each other, asking themselves the same questions. If Lin Xian has truly reached the level of a heavenly sovereign, as Su Sen said, they are definitely no match for him. Of the 5 of them. Except for Su Sen, who was at the earthly supreme level. All 4 of them were only at the supreme human level. With such strength, even if they joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for Lin Xian. How can that kid possess such monstrous strength at such a young age? The four family heads looked surprised. Also, wasn't that kid at the supreme talent level at the wedding last time? I don't know either. Susan shook his head, his voice low. However, that kid probably hid his strength at my son's wedding last time. Hidden strength? The four were startled and looked at each other in bewilderment once again. This time, the Chen family head couldn't help but ask, do you think that kid might still be hiding his strength this time? They've been hiding their true strength? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. You should know that above the heavenly supreme is the Saint Realm. A martial arts master who is only 27 years old, that's something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Impossible. Susan immediately interrupted. That kid could never reach the Saint Realm. Whether it was out of common sense or out of his pride. A martial arts master at the age of 27. Such talent for cultivation is something even the super geniuses of reclusive sects cannot achieve. He's Lin Xian, an outcast of the Lin family, a third-rate nobody. What right does he have? But what if? To be on the safe side, the head of the Qian family asked. Because that kid really shocked them. Even if he did not enter the realm of sainthood. However, at the age of 27, he possessed the strength of a late-stage martial emperor and the level of a heavenly sovereign, surpassing all of them. In fact, they are no less than the super geniuses of those hermit sects. That kid must not be judged by ordinary standards. There's no what if. Susan interrupted, his voice low and somber. Even if he does reach the Saint Realm, there's absolutely no way he'll survive the effects of the soul-snatching powder. What's more, this time the 5 major families have joined forces. That kid is definitely dead. Soul-snatching powder? Upon hearing this, the 4 family heads were immediately alarmed, and a rare look of fear appeared on their faces. That was the most poisonous substance that esteemed person had given them. Anyone who ingested it would be poisoned within an hour. Alright, time is of the essence, let's get moving. At this moment, Su Sen's words interrupted everyone's thoughts. The adults only gave him 1 day. He must complete the task within 1 day. Otherwise, the destruction of the Su family will await him. Then let's get started without delay. I'll leave the task of arresting people at Xian Manor to you, Su Sen. We'll only help you deal with that kid and the forces behind him when the time comes. The 4 heads of the family said. Regardless of their reasons, they still disdain taking women hostage. No problem, all you need to do is assist me when the time comes. Susan took a deep breath, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Who cares about whether it's despicable or not? As long as it helps him achieve his goal, that's fine. As long as I have those women in my hands. No matter how capable Lin Xian is, he can only obediently surrender. He has already made up his mind. Then, I'll know how to torture that kid to death. 863, Chapter 863 Lin Zhao's unease. The Lin family residence. Inside Lin Zhao's study. Shinner, sit here. Lin Zhao asked. Dad, you're too kind. Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed. Ha ha. Lin Xiaolang laughed. It's been so long since I've seen Shinner, we've definitely grown a bit estranged. However, with the repair of their father-son relationship, he believes that their relationship will become closer in the future. Dad, I plan to sneak into the Su family's place tonight and take a look. Lin Xian got straight to the point and explained his plan. Sneak into? Lin Zhao's heart tightened, and he asked, are you planning to go alone? Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, too many people will only expose us. Moreover, the Su family is heavily guarded, and if there really are descendants of the evil sect from Japan that you mentioned hidden in the Su family, even if a master goes there, their aura would probably be exposed instantly. This is in conjunction with the mysterious obstruction he encountered when he sent members of the dark web to investigate the relationship between Zhang Gong and Zhang Wan'er. Even the most skilled members of the dark web, adept at infiltration, failed to detect any trace of it. Even if he sends his 4 most capable men, Tian Kuei and Kuei Ba, they will probably still be hard-pressed to escape the enemy's lock-on.
There is a high possibility that the opposing side has a master at the level of a martial saint. For such extraordinary masters, even martial artists with the strength of a martial emperor, no matter how skilled they are at concealing themselves, are like fireflies in the dark, with nowhere to hide in their eyes. Therefore, he decided to personally infiltrate the Su family mansion to find out what was going on. Lin Xiao knew Lin Xian's plan. However, the Su family is heavily guarded and has many powerful members. If there are indeed people from the evil sect of Japan hiding within the Su family, then Xianer's whereabouts will be discovered. At that time, they will be surrounded and attacked by the Su family's many experts. He probably won't even have a chance to escape. Xianer, if you go alone and your whereabouts are discovered, it will be troublesome. Lin Xiao expressed his concerns. Dad, you can't catch tiger cubs without going into the tiger's den. I assent that the saying you used to teach me? Lin Xian smiled and said. Currently, the investigation is facing significant obstacles. Only by penetrating deep into enemy territory can he gather more intelligence. Otherwise, they can only rely on guesswork now. And guessing about such things is extremely inaccurate. To be honest, he has always wanted to know who was the murderer behind his mother's death. And, the reason why the other party drove the mother to her death. These have always been questions that have puzzled Lin Xian. This time, only by conducting an in-depth investigation into the Su family can the mystery be solved. Son, those were the words your father spoke back then. Now, your father doesn't think that way at all. Lin Xiao changed his tune. Back then, the Lin family was at the height of their power in Yanjing. As the head of the clan, he was fully capable of protecting his son. Even if his son were in real danger, he could step in to stop him. Besides, he said that back then only to cultivate his son's courage. But the situation is different now. The enemy they now face is powerful and unknown. Most importantly, now that he is a father, his abilities are inferior to his son's. He could no longer be a safe haven for his son, and was of no use even when his son was truly in danger. This is what terrifies him the most. He once hoped that his son would grow up quickly, leave his protection, and become a man capable of standing on his own. But now, when that day has finally arrived, deep down, he felt a deep sense of fear and unease. 864, Chapter 864 Unexplained Worries. There's very little he can do for his son right now. This is the place that Lin Xiao fears the most. In the past, Xianer only needed to be bold and try things out. Even if a huge mistake occurs. As his father, he was able to resolve everything for him. However, now. Dad, I understand what you mean. Lin Xian saw Lin Xiao's mood, took a deep breath, and said, however, I will ensure my safety. I will stop as soon as I notice any disturbance and will never take any risks. He said that in order to stop his father from worrying. The older I get, the more I understand the feelings of being a father. And almost every father in the world is like this. When he was young, he liked to push his children. But when the day actually comes that their children grow up and become independent, all they hope for is that they can live peacefully and safely. Son, this is what you promised your father. Lin Xiao also took a deep breath and solemnly instructed, remember, no matter what the circumstances, protecting yourself should be your first priority. Never take any risks. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. Son, when do you plan to take action? Lin Xiao asked. Tonight. Lin Xian said. He didn't want any delays. Now, under the cover of darkness, it is the best opportunity to sneak into the Su family's residence. Moreover, Su Sin has just suffered such a huge setback, and given his personality, he will definitely not let it go. If, as father suspects, the Su family has colluded with the descendants of the evil sect from Japan, then tonight, those evil sect members might just show up. He needs to seize the opportunity. Tonight? Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had thought he could spend a little more time with his son. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded and told Lin Xiao what was on his mind. After hearing this, Lin Xiao fully understood Lin Xian's intention. He immediately said with a solemn expression, Son, you must be careful. Don't worry, father, I will be careful. Lin Xian nodded again, his expression solemn. Then I'll rest for a while longer, and then we'll prepare to set off.
Do you need me to meet you outside the Su family's residence? Despite Lin Xian's assurance, Lin Xiao was still uneasy. No need, Dad, you can take care of the backup outside. I am afraid people will notice. Lin Xian said. If there were truly a Martial Saint-level expert in the Su family, even if my father was quite far away, his aura would still be detected by that expert. In that case, it will backfire. If the Su family doesn't have a master of that level, with his current strength, as long as he doesn't actively reveal his aura, it would be difficult for anyone to discover him under the cover of darkness. Then son, be careful. Lin Xiao warned again. He knew that this time, he couldn't help. I also know that if I insist on going, I will only make things worse. Kindness. Lin Xian responded, looking at Lin Xiao. Dad, I'll go and get ready first. Good. Lin Xiao said, by the way, Xianer. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't. Dad, is there anything else you want to say to me? Lin Xian looked at Lin Xian, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and said. No, just be careful and don't push yourself. Lin Xiaodao. He knew that at a time like this, saying too many worrying things would only affect Lin Xian. But he couldn't help but add another comment. I understand, Dad. Lin Xian smiled gently and said, then I'll go and prepare. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Xiao watched his son's departing figure, but his hands, hidden in his sleeves, couldn't help but clench tightly. A sense of unease inexplicably welled up in his heart. 865, Chapter 865, Infiltrating the Su family. After a 10-minute break, Lin Xian left the Lin family mansion. Lin Xiao watched Lin Xian leave into the distance. Rumble. At that moment, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. Lin Xiao looked up at the dark sky. There, dark clouds gathered, and a strong wind gradually picked up. It looks like there will be a heavy rain soon. Hopefully, Xianer will be safe and sound this time. Lin Xiao prayed silently. Brother Xiao, has Lin Xian left? Just then, a soft, melodious voice rang in my ears. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw Zhang Wan'er walk to the door. In her hand, she held a red amulet. Wan'er, what's wrong? Lin Zhao's eyes flickered, and he naturally noticed the peace charm in Zhang Wan'er's hand. It was originally prepared for Lin Xian, but I didn't expect him to have left ahead of time. Zhang Wan'er said. Although she was very cold to Lin Xian at Jiufan Pavilion, she was still Lin Xian's stepmother. And she could understand Lin Xian's feelings before. In her heart, there wasn't much blame. However, when she looked at Lin Xian, she thought of the pressure that Xiao Ge had been under over the years, as well as her son's lack of understanding of his father and his previous bad attitude, which made her a little angry. It's okay, I can give it to him when I get back. A smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face. He knew that Wan'er did not blame Lin Xian. He also believed that his son, Lin Xiao, would definitely be able to return safely. Kindness. Zhang Wan'er nodded firmly. By the way, Wan'er, Lin Xian asked me to apologize to you on his behalf for what happened before. Lin Xiao remembered Lin Xian's previous instructions and said. Zhang Wan'er's eyes flickered. She gently pursed her rosy lips and said, yes, I understand, I have forgiven him. When he comes back this time, let's all sit down together as a family and have a reunion dinner, shall we? Zhang Wan'er made the suggestion. Okay. Okay. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he nodded emphatically. This was his long-held wish. I hope that the family can reconcile and sit down together for a reunion dinner. He thought that Yener and Heaven must also very much want to see this scene. Yener, from Heaven, please bless Xianer with safety. Lin Xiao murmured, his heart filled with hope. On the other side. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Xian went straight to the Su family. He didn't mention this operation to anyone except his father. Firstly, I didn't want to alert them. Secondly, I didn't want others to worry.
After sending a message to Subaimo and the others saying, "I'm at the Lin family tonight, my relationship with my dad has been reconciled, so I won't be coming back for the time being," he turned off his phone. He quickly arrived at the Su family mansion. After taking a deep breath, he quickly concealed and hid his aura. Then, with a light touch of his toes, he leaped over the high walls of the mansion like a ghost and slipped into the Su family compound. The Su family mansion was enormous, so large it resembled a maze, and was more than 10 times the size of the Lin family mansion. Susan certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. His figure continued to move about like a ghost. At this moment, it was late at night. The lights inside the mansion had mostly been turned off. Apart from a few guards carrying lanterns, the entire mansion was unusually quiet. Lin Xian traveled through the mansion without any obstacles, continuing his journey deeper into the estate. About 5 minutes later, Lin Xian successfully arrived at the depths of the mansion. The houses here are even more antique. The surrounding area was even more ornately decorated with carved beams and painted rafters and towering rocks. And at this moment, lights were on in the innermost room. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly approached. 866, Chapter 866, The Dungeon. At this moment, the room was brightly lit. It stands in stark contrast to the surrounding pitch-black environment. Lin Xian flashed and appeared silently outside the house. He was dressed in black night clothes, blending completely into the surrounding darkness. Furthermore, he also concealed his aura to the extreme, not letting even a trace escape. "Shaoli, how's the task I assigned you going?" At that moment, a deep male voice came from inside the room. Lin Xian's heart stirred. He recognized Su Sen's voice immediately. That guy, sure enough, took action. Reporting to the Patriarch, "The task you instructed your men to complete has been accomplished. The person has been brought to the dungeon and awaits your personal judgment." The subordinate reported back. "Very good." A rare hint of joy appeared in Su Sen's deep voice. After a whole day of setbacks, there was finally some encouraging news. With those 2 hostages, that little brat Lin Xian would have no choice but to surrender obediently. "Shaoli, deliver this note of mine to the Lin family right now, and get it into that kid's hands." Su Sen's voice returned to its sinister tone. "Yes, master." The subordinate took the note. "Dungeon, note?" Lin Xian's pupils contracted slightly. A sense of foreboding instantly gripped my mind. He had just overheard from the Su family servants that the person had been taken to the dungeon. Subsequently, Susan arranged for him to deliver the note he had written by hand to the Lin family. The kid Susan was referring to was clearly him. That guy, could it be that he? Lin Xian was not given any time to continue thinking. Creak. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open from the inside. A servant dressed in black came out of the house, holding a note in his hand. Lin Xian quickly concealed himself, hiding behind a pillar. The servant, unaware of what was happening, quickly left the mansion. Lin Xian was about to chase after them and snatch the note from their hands. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from inside the house again. Susan, dressed in a magnificent black robe, stepped across the threshold and walked out, closing the door behind him as he headed towards the depths of the backyard. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He abandoned the idea of tracking the servants and instead carefully followed Susan. More than a note. Right now, he's more concerned about the people in the dungeon. Susan is clearly planning to go there. Lin Xian followed along. 2 minutes later, as Susan arrived at the deepest part of the backyard, they also arrived at the dungeon. At this moment, 4 guards were standing watch at the entrance to the dungeon. Judging from the aura emanating from them, Lin Xian could tell that they were all experts at the late stage of martial venerable. The fact that Susan assigned 4 grandmaster-level experts to guard the dungeon shows how much importance he placed on the people inside. Susan entered the dungeon. To avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Xian did not make a move at this moment, but instead leaped lightly onto the roof of the dungeon. The eaves are constructed from pieces of high-quality bricks and tiles. Lin Xian circulated his true energy and carefully cut a small opening in one of the bricks. This way, we won't alert anyone, and we can also see what's happening inside the dungeon. Lin Xian lay flat on the eaves, in order not to expose themselves. His movements were completely silent, he even concealed his breathing at this moment. Lin Xian held his breath and focused his attention, pressing his left eye against the eaves and looking down through a crack about the size of a thumb that had been broken in the brickwork. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. 867, Chapter 867 The Three Kidnapped. At that moment, 3 women were seen bound to racks in the dungeon. When Lin Xian looked closely, he discovered that they were actually Wang Sisi, Tang Lan, and Zhao Zhanxiao. It turns out that Su Sin had just sent people to arrest them. Dude, if someone broke into the villa, why didn't the villa's alarm go off? Why didn't the alarm system connected to his phone give any notification? Most importantly, what about Su Baimo and Xiao Dai? They were also in the villa. Have they met with some misfortune? Thinking of this, a chilling emotion instantly enveloped Lin Xian's heart like a lake. His body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Su Sin ordered his men to bring a bucket of ice water and poured it on the 3 unconscious men to wake them up. Stimulated by the ice water, Zhao Lingshan and the other 2 immediately sobered up. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, after a while of adjusting, Zhao Lingshan was the first to react. A pair of sharp, phoenix-shaped eyes locked onto Su Sin in front of him. Zhao Lingshan shouted coldly, "Su Sin, it's you, what do you want to do to us?" "What are we going to do? You'll find out soon enough." Su Sin's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You bastard, let us go right now, or I'll definitely tell my grandpa about this." Zhao Lingshan coldly rebuked her. "Heh, even if you tell him, what difference will it make?" Su Sin scoffed, "He's just the commander of the provincial capital war zone, he has no say in my Yanjing." "You bastard, you kidnapped personnel from the war zone, do you know you violated military law?" Zhao Lingshan clenched her teeth. "Military law?" Su Sin laughed, his disdain deepening, "That kind of thing is useless against me. Besides, I didn't bring you here today to do anything to you, I just want to make you suffer a little by being my hostages. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead." At this point, Su Sin's eyes instantly turned stern. "Hostage? Hostage?" Zhao Lingshan's phoenix eyes twitched, and then, as if realizing something, she immediately snapped at Su Sin, "What exactly do you want to do?" "What are you doing? That brat Lin Xian seriously injured my son and publicly humiliated me in front of everyone from the 9 Directions Pavilion. I am going to settle this score with him slowly." Su Sin's eyes were sinister, and a venomous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Lingshan's pupils contracted. This guy, he captured them to coerce Lin Xian. "You despicable bastard, Xian Manor has surveillance cameras, and you will not escape the punishment of the law for what you have done." Zhao Lingshan's phoenix eyes were cold and sharp. Just now, Tang Lan, who couldn't sleep, suggested that she wanted to go for a walk outside. She readily agreed. The night outside was beautiful, with the entire night sky filled with stars. They had never experienced the mountain view of Ziyun Manor at night. So, after she and Lan Lan got dressed, they prepared to take a stroll around the resort. As I walked out of the bedroom, I ran into Wang Sisi, who was also having trouble sleeping. After learning that Lin Xian wouldn't be coming back tonight, Wang Sisi felt a little worried about him. So the 3 of them went together and strolled around Ziyun Manor, enjoying the tranquility and peace of the night. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the summit, ready to fully enjoy the night view, suddenly, several powerful auras appeared around them. Every aura is at the late stage of martial venerable. As a late-stage King Wu, Zhao Lingshan was no match for him. In addition, he was accompanied by 2 companions, Tang Lan and Wang Sisi, who were both completely defenseless. Therefore, after some resistance, he was quickly knocked unconscious. When they awoke again, they found themselves in this dungeon. 868, Chapter 868 The Taste of a Female Combat Officer. Had legal sanctions? Su Sin sneered, his eyes filled with a sinister light. Laws are just something to be displayed for ordinary people.
Miss Zhao, do you think that kind of thing can do anything to the Su family? If that kind of thing were useful, how could the Lin family have fallen into decline 15 years ago? And how could my Su family become the #1 wealthy family in Yanjing? 15 years ago? Zhao Lingshan's eyes trembled violently. So the incident involving the Lin family 15 years ago was indeed done by your Su family? Not bad.
At this moment, Su Sen made no attempt to hide his admission.
These things no longer need to be hidden. Because it's no longer a secret. Su Sen, what exactly happened back then?
Zhao Lingshan clenched her teeth. 15 years ago, she was still a child. Therefore, he had only heard about the changes in the Lin family from his grandfather and did not know much about the events themselves. She knew that Lin Xian had been investigating this matter. She wanted to find out the truth from Su Sen.
Zhao, you want to get information out of me so you can tell that kid, right?
Su Sen saw right through Zhao Lingshan's thoughts. Zhao Lingshan's expression changed slightly.
Zhao, I advise you not to waste your time. Instead of worrying about that guy, you should worry about your own situation first.
Su Sen said, his smile filled with sinister intent. Recently, I have learned a new martial art. The technique says that by finding a virgin female martial artist to have intercourse with, one can accelerate the speed of cultivation and at the same time steal the other's cultivation.
Zhao, you're probably still a virgin, right?
As he said this, Su Sen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Lingshan. A deep greed gleamed in his eyes.
Su Sen, how dare you?
Zhao Lingshan coldly rebuked, her phoenix eyes filled with icy killing intent.
Zhao's best friend will soon find out whether I dare to do it or not. Su Sen laughed greedily.
This youthful, energetic body is exactly what he has been searching for.
You pervert!
Zhao Lingshan spat and cursed fiercely. Before this, she had never imagined that the dignified head of the Su family would be such a psychopath.
Go ahead and curse me now, you'll enjoy it later.
Su Sen excitedly licked his lips.
He was already getting impatient. He stared at Zhao Lingshan's heaving chest and walked towards her step by step. What do you want to do?
Zhao Lingshan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill instantly surged up from the soles of her feet.
What are you doing, Zhao's best friend?
Of course, it's to let your uncle take a look at your beautiful body.
Su Sen's lips curled up.
Greed gleamed intensely in his eyes. Anyway, it's still early, and it will take some time for Lin Xian to receive the message and get over.
Why not use Zhao Lingshan's delicate body to test the effects of the technique first?
By the way, let him experience what it's like to be the top female combat school in the Great Xiao War Zone.
That kind of tightness is something that ordinary women simply can't compare to.
Thinking of this, a sudden surge of evil fire rose in Su Sen's heart, and his eyes turned slightly bloodshot at that moment.
Amidst the crimson hue, a wisp of faint black mist drifted away. This further intensified the desire surging within him at that moment.
He reached out his palm and reached towards Zhao Lingshan's chest.
Don't come any closer, take your hand away.
Zhao Lingshan's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she struggled and shook her head in terror.
869, Chapter 869 Furnace.
Zhao Lingshan looked at Su Sen, who was reaching out to her, with a look of panic in her eyes.
That bastard, does he really want to? You old man, stay away from Shanshan, don't touch her with your filthy hands.
Tang Lan, who was also kidnapped and strapped to a scaffold, saw Su Sen trying to do something indecent to Zhao Lingshan and shouted at him in a cold voice.
Wang Cici's cheeks were pale.
She also wanted to go up and help Zhao Lingshan. However, being bound as well, she was unable to do anything.
Hey!
Su Sen ignored their cold rebukes, his eyes burning with even greater greed. Similarly, the faint black aura surging in his eyes also began to writhe rapidly at this moment, as if it had come to life.
This is...
Lin Xian, perched on the roof, sensed the sudden change in Su Sen's aura, and his pupils constricted sharply. There wasn't enough time for him to continue sensing. At this moment, Su Sen's hand was about to touch Zhao Lingshan's chest.
As Zhao Lingshan's friend,
He wouldn't just stand by and watch Zhao Lingshan be defiled by such a bastard. Whoosh! Immediately, he flicked his finger, and a streak of cold light shot out, heading straight for Su Sin below. Who goes there? Su Sin felt a sudden chill coming from behind him and shouted out loud. Boom! At the same moment, his internal energy surged violently, and with a flick of his sleeve, a gale condensed from his internal energy swept out, deflecting the incoming cold light. A cold glint pierced the wall. Su Sin looked closely and saw that it was a silver needle. Silver needles? Su Sin frowned. The next second, they realized someone was on the roof. However, the other party was able to evade his detection. May I ask who you are? Su Sin looked up at the roof and let out a low shout. Old man, you don't recognize me after just a few hours? A cold laugh rang out. Bang! The next second, the roof tiles shattered. Lin Xian's figure descended from the air and landed steadily on the ground. It's you? Su Sin's pupils suddenly contracted. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on his face. Kid, I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Su Sin gritted his teeth, his voice filled with intense killing intent towards Lin Xian. Is that so, old man? Your methods are quite despicable. Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. If open methods don't work, then resort to underhanded tactics. They actually thought of taking Zhao Lingshan and the others hostage. Presumably, that subordinate was sent by Su Sin to deliver this message to him, so that he would obediently surrender. Kid, you don't understand the principle of the winner takes all, the loser is nothing, do you? Su Sin said in a sinister tone. Throughout history, the victor is king and the loser is villain. What does it matter if the means are a little despicable, as long as we can win? That's true since ancient times, the victor is king and the loser is villain. Lin Xian sneered, his eyes flashing with coldness. However, you, a supreme being, not only attacked Zhao Zhanxiao, but also took 2 defenseless women hostage. Don't you think that by doing this, you've completely disgraced the martial arts community? Or are you saying, Patriarch Su, that you're inherently a shameless person? You. One sentence immediately enraged Su Sin. But he quickly realized that this was a provocation and calmed down. Kid, you don't need to use provocation on me. History is always written by the victors. If I kill you here today, if I can seal this matter away forever, who will know? Besides, this woman is a very good cultivation vessel, a vessel for me to cultivate and improve my cultivation level. As he spoke, Su Sin's sinister gaze, tinged with greed, fell upon Zhao Lingshan once more. 870, Chapter 870 Attempting to Awaken Conscience. Lin Xian frowned. Hearing the madness in Su Sin's voice, one suddenly realized that the old man seemed different from half a month ago. It wasn't just the feeling he got from the aura, but also his personality. 2 weeks ago, Su Sin, although his personality was equally unpleasant, was at least worthy of being the head of a family. However, his current actions and words make him seem like a completely different person. Could it be that practicing evil arts has affected one's character? Lin Xian thought to himself. It seems that only this reason can explain it. He looked at Su Sin and asked in a deep voice, so, you really practiced evil magic? What kind of evil magic? Su Sin looked at Lin Xian again, his brows furrowing. The evil arts of the Japanese heretical sect. Lin Xian got straight to the point. Su Sin's pupils suddenly contracted. How did this kid come to know about the evil sects of Japan and understand Japanese sorcery? Kid, how do you know all this? Su Sin's tone was undoubtedly gloomy at this moment. So, the mysterious force behind you is a descendant of the evil sect from Japan? Lin Xian's face darkened, and his hands clenched tightly involuntarily. If that's the case, then the descendants of the evil sect from Japan back then are indeed preparing to make a comeback, just as he and his father suspected. Moreover, their power has already expanded considerably in secret. I don't know what you're talking about. Susan shook his head with a cold laugh, his eyes, which were filled with a faint black aura, staring intently at Lin Xian like a venomous snake. All of this, you must have been told to you by Lin Xiao, right? The ancient books of the 8 great families all contain some records of the evil sect in Japan back then. Therefore, it's not hard to understand why Lin Xian knew these things and made his guesses. Susan, you still haven't answered my question. Is the powerful backer behind you the remnant of that evil sect from Japan? Lin Xian stared coldly at Susan. As for what you are practicing now, it is the evil art of the former evil sect of Japan, which has affected your temperament and made you so crazy now. I cannot answer your question. Susan shook his head menacingly. Even he himself wasn't entirely clear about the forces behind him. All he knew was that he only needed to be loyal to that person and carry out all the instructions that person gave him. Whether or not they were once considered evil factions in Japan is irrelevant. As long as it can bring him power and status to the Su family, so what if it's an evil sect? Susan, I didn't expect you to have fallen to such a low level for the sake of status and power. You actually cooperated with that kind of force. Lin Xian sneered. His tone was icy cold. The evil sects of Japan in those days stirred up a great storm of bloodshed around the world, harming countless innocent people and martial arts masters. Such a force should be eradicated by everyone. However, in order to gain power and status, Susan did not hesitate to collude with this dark force and become their pawn. This is undoubtedly aiding and abetting evil, or playing with fire and getting burned. I ask you. That evil sect from Japan brought untold suffering to countless lives back then. If they were to rise again one day, given their bloodthirsty nature, would they spare the Su family? The reason we keep the Su family around and nurture them is because they still have value to us. Once their value is exhausted, they will likely be the first to suffer the backlash. Susan, you are playing with fire and getting burned. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, you should know better than us about the bloodshed that swept the world back then, and you should also know better about the bloodthirstiness and cruelty of their methods. Do you think they'll let your Su family off the hook then? And you, as a citizen of Great Xia, are helping the remnants of Japan, pushing the country step by step into the abyss. Don't you have any national dignity or shame? Lin Xian suddenly shouted. The attempt was to awaken Su Sen's last shred of conscience.